Book 1, Chapter 14 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 14. An account of a Spanish ship visiting Otaheite, the present state of the islands, with some observations on the diseases and customs of the inhabitants, and some mistakes concerning the women corrected. 1773 September. I shall now give some farther account of these islands, for although I have been pretty minute in relating the daily transactions, some things which are rather interesting have been omitted. Soon after our arrival at Otaheite, we were informed that a ship about the size of the Resolution had been at Oahuarua harbour, near the south-east end of the island, where she remained about 3 weeks, and had been gone about 3 months before we arrived. We were told that 4 of the natives were gone away with her, whose names were Debe de Bea, Pa'audau, Tanadui, and Ofahaya. At this time we conjectured this was a French ship, but on our arrival at the Cape of Good Hope we learnt she was a Spaniard, which had been sent out from America. The Otaheitans complained of a disease communicated to them by the people in this ship, which they said affected the head, throat, and stomach, and at length killed them. They seemed to dread it much, and were continually inquiring if we had it. This ship they distinguished by the name of Pahai no Pepe, ship of Pepe, and called the disease Apa no Pepe, just as they call the venereal disease Apa no Pratane, English disease, although they, to a man, say it was brought to the isle by Monsieur de Bougainville. But I have already observed that they thought Monsieur de Bougainville came from Pratana, as well as every other ship which has touched at the isle. Were it not for this assertion of the natives, and none of Captain Wallis's people being afflicted with the venereal disease, either while they were at Otaheite or after they left it, I should have concluded that long before these islanders were visited by Europeans, this or some disease which is near akin to it had existed among them. For I have heard them speak of people dying of a disorder which we interpreted to be the pox before that period. But, be this as it will, it is now far less common amongst them than it was in the year 1769, when I first visited these isles. They say they can cure it, and so it fully appears, for, notwithstanding most of my people had made pretty free with the women, very few of them were afterwards afflicted with the disorder, and those who were had it in so slight a manner that it is easily removed. But among the natives, whenever it turns to a pox, they tell us it is incurable. Some of our people pretend to have seen some of them who had this last disorder in a high degree, but the surgeon, who made it his business to inquire, could never satisfy himself in this point. These people are, and were, before Europeans visited them, very subject to scrofulous diseases, so that a seaman might easily mistake one disorder for another. The island of Otaheite, which in the years 1767 and 1768, as it were, swarmed with hogs and fowls, was now so ill supplied with these animals that hardly anything could induce the owners to part with them. The few they had at this time among them seemed to be at the disposal of the kings, for while we lay at Oatipihi Bay, in the kingdom of Tiaraboo, or Lesser Peninsula, every hog and fowl we saw, we were told, belonged to Wahiatua, and all we saw in the kingdom of Opurenu, or the Greater Peninsula, belonged to Otu. During the 17 days we were at this island, we got but 24 hogs, the half of which came from the 2 kings themselves, and I believe the other half was sold to us by their permission or order. We were, however, abundantly supplied with all the fruits the island produces, except breadfruit, which was not in season either at this or the other isles. Coconuts and plantains were what we got the most of. The latter, together with a few yams and other roots, were to us a succedaneum for bread. At Otaheite we got great plenty of apples, and a fruit like a nectarine, called by them ahiva. This fruit is common to all the isles, but apples we got only at Otaheite, and found them of infinite use to the Scorbotic people. Of all the seeds that have been brought to these islands by Europeans, none have succeeded but pumpkins, and these they do not like, which is not to be wondered at. The scarcity of hogs at Otaheite may be owing to two causes. First, to the number which have been consumed and carried off by the shipping which have touched here of late years, and secondly, to the frequent wars between the two kingdoms. We know of two since the year 1767. At present a peace subsists between them, though they do not seem to entertain much friendship for each other. I never could learn the cause of the late war, nor who got the better in the conflict. In the battle, which put an end to the dispute, many were killed on both sides. On the part of Oporennu fell Tutaha, and several other chiefs who were mentioned to me by name. Tutaha lies interred in the family Marai at Opari, and his mother and several other women, who were of his household, are now taken care of by Otu, the reigning prince, a man who, at first, did not appear to us to much advantage. I know but little of Wahiatua of Tiaraboo. This prince, who is not above 20 years of age, appeared with all the gravity of a man of 50. His subjects do not uncover before him, or pay him any outward obeisance, as is done to Otu. Nevertheless, they seem to show him full as much respect, and he appeared in rather more state. He was attended by a few middle-aged or elderly men, who seemed to be his counsellors. This is what appeared to me to be the then state of Otaheite. The other islands, that is Wahine, Ulitea, and Otaha, were in a more flourishing state than they were when I was there before. Since that time they had enjoyed the blessing of peace. The people seemed to be as happy as any under heaven, and well they may, for they possess not only the necessaries, but many of the luxuries of life in the greatest profusion. And my young man told me that hogs, fowls, and fruits are in equal plenty at Bola Bola, a thing which Tupia would never allow. To clear up this seeming contradiction, I must observe that the one was prejudiced against, and the other in favour of, this isle. The produce of the islands, the manners and customs of the natives, etc., having been treated at large in the narrative of my former voyage, it will be unnecessary to take notice of these subjects in this, unless where I can add new matter, or clear up any mistakes which may have been committed. As I had some reason to believe that, amongst their religious customs, human sacrifices were sometimes considered as necessary, I went one day to a Marai in Matavai, in company with Captain Furneaux, having with us, as I had upon all other occasions, one of my men who spoke their language tolerably well, and several of the natives, one of whom appeared to be an intelligent, sensible man. In the Marai was a tupapau, on which lay a corpse and some viands, so that everything promised success to my inquiries. I began with asking questions relating to the several objects before me, if the plantains, etc., were for the Eatua, if they sacrificed the Eatua hogs, dogs, fowls, etc., to all of which he answered the affirmative. I then asked if they sacrificed men to the Eatua. He answered ta, ino, that is, bad men they first did tiparehe, or beating them till they were dead. I then asked him if good men were put to death in this manner? His answer was, no, only Tata Ino. I asked him if any Eres were. He said, they had hogs to give to the Eatua, and again repeated Tatu Ino. I next asked if Tautaus, that is servants or slaves, who had no hogs, dogs, or fowls, but yet were good men, if they were sacrificed to the Eatua. His answer was, no, only bad men. I asked him several more questions, and all his answers seemed to tend to this one point, that men for certain crimes were condemned to be sacrificed to the gods, provided they had not wherewithal to redeem themselves. This, I think, implies that on some occasions human sacrifices are considered as necessary, particularly when they take such men as have, by the laws of their country, forfeited their lives, and have nothing to redeem them, and such will generally be found among the lower class of people. The man of whom I made these inquiries, as well as some others, took some pains to explain the whole of this custom to us, but we were not masters enough of their language to understand them. I have since learned from Omai that they offer human sacrifices to the Supreme Being. According to his account, what men shall be so sacrificed depends on the caprice of the high priest, who, when they are assembled on any solemn occasion, retires alone into the house of God and stays there some time. When he comes out he informs them that he has seen and conversed with their great God, the high priest alone having that privilege, and that he has asked for a human sacrifice, and tells them that he has desired such a person, naming a man present, whom, most probably, the priest has an antipathy against. He is immediately killed, and so falls a victim to the priest's resentment, who, no doubt, if necessary, has address enough to persuade the people that he was a bad man. If I accept their funeral ceremonies, all the knowledge that has been obtained of their religion has been from information, and as their language is but imperfectly understood, even by those who pretend to the greatest knowledge of it, very little on this head is yet known with certainty. The liquor which they make from the plant called Ava Ava is expressed from the root, and not from the leaves, as mentioned in the narrative of my former voyage. The manner of preparing this liquor is as simple as it is disgusting to a European. It is thus. Several people take some of the root and chew it till it is soft and pulpy. Then they spit it out into a platter or other vessel, every one into the same. When a sufficient quantity is chewed, more or less water is put to it, according as it is to be strong or weak. The juice thus diluted is strained through some fibrous stuff like fine shavings, after which it is fit for drinking, and this is always done immediately. It has a pepperish taste, drinks flat and rather insipid. But though it is intoxicating, I only saw one instance where it had that effect, as they generally drink it with great moderation, and but little at a time. Sometimes they chew this root in their mouths, as Europeans do tobacco, and swallow their spittle, and sometimes I have seen them eat it wholly. At Ulietea they cultivate great quantities of this plant, at Otaheite but very little. I believe there are but few islands in this sea that do not produce more or less of it, and the natives apply it to the same use as appears by Lemaire's account of Horn Island, in which he speaks of the natives making a liquor from a plant in the same manner as above mentioned. Great injustice has been done the women of Otaheite and the Society Isles, by those who have represented them, without exception, as ready to grant the last favour to any man who will come up to their price. But this is by no means the case. The favours of married women, and also the unmarried of the better sort, are as difficult to be obtained here as in any other country whatsoever. Neither can the charge be understood indiscriminately of the unmarried of the lower class, for many of these admit of no such familiarities. That there are prostitutes here, as well as in other countries, is very true, perhaps more in proportion, and such were those who came on board the ships to our people, and frequented the post we had on shore. By seeing these mix indiscriminately with those of a different turn, even of the first rank, one is at first inclined to think that they are all disposed the same way, and that the only difference is in the price. But the truth is, the woman who becomes a prostitute does not seem, in their opinion, to have committed a crime of so deep a dye as to exclude her from the esteem and society of the community in general. On the whole, a stranger who visits England might, with equal justice, draw the characters of the women there, from those which he might meet with on board the ships in one of the naval ports, or in the purlieus of Covent Garden and Drury Lane. I must, however, allow that they are all completely versed in the art of coquetry, and that very few of them fix any bounds to their conversation. It is therefore no wonder that they have obtained the character of libertines. To what hath been said of the geography of these isles, in the narrative of my former voyage, I shall now only add, that we found the latitude of Otaheite Bay, in Otaheite, to be 17 degrees 43 minutes 26 seconds south, and the longitude 0 degrees 21 minutes 25½ seconds east from Point Venus, or 149 degrees 13 minutes 24 seconds west from Greenwich. The difference both of latitude and longitude between Point Venus and Otaheite is greater than I supposed it to be, when I made the circuit of the island in 1769 by 2 miles and 4 3/4 miles respectively. It is therefore highly probable that the whole island is of a greater extent than I at that time estimated it to be. The astronomers set up their observatory and made their observations on Point Venus, the latitude of which they found to be 17 degrees 29 minutes 13 seconds south. This differs but 2 seconds from that which Mr. Green and I found, and its longitude, viz. 149 degrees 34 minutes 49½ seconds west, for anything that is yet known to the contrary, is as exact. Mr. Kendall's watch was found to be gaining on mean time 8 seconds 863 per day, which is only 0 seconds 142 less than at Queen Charlotte Sound. Consequently its error in longitude was trifling. End of Book 1, Chapter 14. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 1 of A Voyage Towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Book 2, From Our Departure from the Society Isles to Our Return to and Leaving them the Second Time. Chapter 1. Passage from Ulitea to the Friendly Islands, with an account of the discovery of Hervey's Island, and the incidents that happened at Middleburg. 1773 September. After leaving Ulitea, as before mentioned, I steered to the west, inclining to the south, to get clear of the tracks of former navigators, and to get into the latitude of the islands of Middleborough and Amsterdam, for I intended to run as far west as these islands, and to touch there if I found it convenient, before I hauled up for New Zealand. I generally lay to every night, lest we might pass any land in the dark. Part of the 21st and 22nd the wind blew from northwest, attended with thunder, lightning, and rain, having a large swell from south-south-east and south, which kept up for several days, an indication that no land was near us in that direction. On the 23rd, at 10 o'clock in the morning, land was seen from the topmast head, and at noon from the deck, extending from south by west to southwest by south. We hauled up for it with the wind at southeast, and found it to consist of 2 or 3 small islets, connected together by breakers like most of the low isles in the sea, lying in a triangular form and about 6 leagues in circuit. These were clothed with wood, among which were many cocoa-nut trees. We saw no people or signs of inhabitants, and had reason to think there were none. The situation of this isle, which is in the latitude of 19 degrees 18 minutes south, longitude 158 degrees 54 minutes west, is not very different from that assigned by Mr. Dalrymple to La Dezena, but as this is a point not easily determined, I named it Hervey's Island, in honour of the Honourable Captain Hervey of the Navy, one of the Lords of the Admiralty, and afterwards Earl of Bristol. As the landing on this isle, if practicable, would have caused a delay which I could ill spare at this time, we resumed our course to the west, and on the 25th we again began to use our sea biscuits, the fruit which had served as succedaneum being all but consumed, but our stock of fresh pork still continued, each man having as much every day as was needful. In our route to the west we now and then saw men of war and tropic birds, and a small sea bird, which is seldom seen but near the shores of the isles. We therefore conjectured that we had passed some land at no great distance. As we advanced to the west, the variation of the compass gradually increased, so that on the 29th, being in the latitude of 21 degrees 26 minutes south, longitude 170 degrees 40 minutes west, it was 10 degrees 45 minutes east. 1773 October. At 2 o'clock p.m. on the 1st of October, we made the island of Middleburg, bearing west-southwest. At 6 o'clock it extended from southwest by west to northwest, distant 4 leagues, at which time another land was seen in the direction of north-northwest. The wind being at south-southeast, I hauled to the south, in order to get round the south end of the island before the morning, but at 8 o'clock a small island was seen lying off it, and not knowing but that they might be connected by a reef, the extent of which we must be ignorant of, I resolved to spend the night where we were. At daybreak the next morning we bore up for the southwest side of Middleburg, passing between it and the little isle above mentioned, where we found a clear channel 2 miles broad. After ranging the southwest side of the greater isle to about 2/3 of its length, at a distance of half a mile from the shore, without seeing the least prospect of either anchorage or landing place, we bore away for Amsterdam, which we had in sight. We had scarcely turned our sails before we observed the shores of Middleburg to assume another aspect, seeming to offer both anchorage and landing. Upon this we hauled the wind, and plied in under the island. In the mean time 2 canoes, each conducted by 2 or 3 men, came boldly alongside, and some of them entered the ship without hesitation. This mark of confidence gave me a good opinion of these islanders, and determined me to visit them if possible. After making a few trips, we found good anchorage, and came to in 25 fathoms water and gravel bottom, at 3 cables length from the shore. The highest land on the island bore southeast by east, the north point northeast a half east, and the west south by west a half west, and the island of Amsterdam extending from north by west a half west to northwest a half west. We had scarcely got to an anchor before we were surrounded by a great number of canoes full of people, who had brought with them cloth and other curiosities, which they exchanged for nails, etc. Several came on board. Among them was one whom, by the authority he seemed to have over the others, I found was a chief, and accordingly made him a present of a hatchet, spike nails, and several other articles, with which he was highly pleased. Thus I obtained the friendship of this chief, whose name was Tioony. Soon after, a party of us embarked in 2 boats, in company with Tiouni, who conducted us to a little creek formed by the rocks, right abreast of the ships, where landing was extremely easy, and the boats secure against the surf. Here we found an immense crowd of people, who welcomed us on shore with loud acclamations. Not one of them had so much as a stick or any other weapon in their hands, an indubitable sign of their pacific intentions. They thronged so thick round the boats with cloth, matting, etc., to exchange for nails, that it was some time before we could get room to land. They seemed to be more as desirous to give than receive, for many who could not get near the boats threw into them, over the others' heads, whole bales of cloth, and then retired without either asking or waiting for anything in return. At length the chief caused them to open to the right and left, and make room for us to land. He then conducted us up to his house, which was situated about 300 yards from the sea, at the head of a fine lawn, and under the shade of some shaddock trees. The situation was most delightful. In front was the sea, and the ships at anchor. Behind and on each side were plantations, in which were some of the richest productions of nature. The floor was laid with mats, on which we were seated, and the people seated themselves in a circle round us on the outside. Having the bagpipes with us, I ordered them to be played, and in return the chief directed 3 young women to sing a song, which they did with a very good grace. And having made each of them a present, this immediately set all the women in the circle a-singing. Their songs were musical and harmonious, and no wise harsh or disagreeable. After sitting here some time, we were, at our own request, conducted into one of the adjoining plantations, where the chief had another house, into which we were introduced. Bananos and coconuts were set before us to eat, and a bowl of liquor prepared in our presence, of the juice of Iava, for us to drink. Pieces of the root were first offered to us to chew, but as we excused ourselves from assisting in the operation, this was performed by others. When sufficiently chewed, it was put into a large wooden bowl, then mixed with water, in the manner already related, and as soon as it was properly strained for drinking, they made cups by folding of green leaves, which held near half a pint, and presented to each of us one of these filled with the liquor. But I was the only one who tasted it, the manner of brewing it having quenched the thirst of every one else. The bowl was, however, soon emptied of its contents, of which both men and women partook. I observed that they never filled the same cup twice, nor did 2 persons drink out of the same. Each had a fresh cup and fresh liquor. This house was seated at one corner of the plantation, and had an area before it on which we were seated. The whole was planted round with fruit and other trees, whose spreading branches afforded an agreeable shade, and whose fragrance diffused a pleasing odour through the air. Before we had well viewed the plantation it was noon, and we returned on board to dinner, with the chief in our company. He sat at table, but ate nothing, which, as we had fresh pork roasted, was a little extraordinary. After dinner we landed again, and were received by the crowd as before. Mr. Forster with his botanic party, and some of the officers and gentlemen, walked into the country. Captain Furneaux and myself were conducted to the chief's house, where fruit and some greens, which had been stewed, were set before us to eat. As we had but just dined, it cannot be supposed we ate much, but Oedidi and Omai, the man on board the Adventure, did honour to the feast. After this we signified our desire of seeing the country. Tiouni very readily assented, and conducted us through several plantations, which were laid out with great judgment, and enclosed with very neat fences made of reeds. They were all in very good order, and well planted with various fruit trees, roots, etc. The chief took some pains to let us know the most of them belonged to himself. Near some of the houses, and in the lanes that divided the plantations, were running about some hogs and very large fowls, which were the only domestic animals we saw, and these they did not seem willing to part with, nor did any one, during the whole day, offer in exchange any fruit or roots worth mentioning, which determined me to leave this island and to visit that of Amsterdam. The evening brought every one on board, highly delighted with the country, and the very obliging behaviour of the inhabitants, who seemed to vie with each other in doing what they thought would give us pleasure. The ships were crowded with people the whole day, trafficking with those on board, in which the greatest good order was observed, and I was sorry that the season of the year would not admit of my making a longer stay with them. Early the next morning, while the ships were getting under sail, I went on shore with Captain Furneaux and Mr Forster to take leave of the chief. He met us at the landing place, and would have conducted us to his house had we not excused ourselves. We therefore were seated on the grass, where we spent about half an hour in the midst of a vast crowd of people. After making the chief a present, consisting of various articles and an assortment of garden seeds, I gave him to understand that we were going away, at which he seemed not at all moved. He and 2 or 3 more came into our boat in order to accompany us on board, but seeing the Resolution under sail, he called to a canoe to put alongside, into which he and his friends went and returned on shore. While he remained in our boat, he continued to exchange fishhooks for nails, and engrossed the trade in a manner wholly to himself, but when on shore, I never saw him make the least exchange. End of Book 2, Chapter 1. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 2 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Book 2, Chapter 2. The arrival of the ships at Amsterdam, a description of a place of worship, and an account of the incidents which happened while we remained at that island. 1773 October. As soon as I was on board we made sail down to Amsterdam. The people of this isle were so little afraid of us, that some met us in 3 canoes about midway between the 2 isles. They used their utmost efforts to get on board, but without effect, as we did not shorten sail for them, and the rope which we gave them broke. They then attempted to board the Adventure, and met with the same disappointment. We ran along the southwest coast of Amsterdam at half a mile from shore, on which the sea broke in a great surf. We had an opportunity, by the help of our glasses, to view the face of the island, every part of which seemed to be laid out in plantations. We observed the natives running along the shore, displaying small white flags, which we took for ensigns of peace, and answered them by hoisting a St. George's ensign. 3 men belonging to Middleburg, who, by some means or other, had been left on board the Adventure, now quitted her and swam to the shore, not knowing that we intended to stop at this isle, and having no inclination, as may be supposed, to go away with us. As soon as we opened the west side of the isle, we were met by several canoes, each conducted by 3 or 4 men. They came boldly alongside, presented us with some Iava root, and then came on board without further ceremony, inviting us, by all the friendly signs they could make, to go to their island, and pointing to the place where we should anchor. At least, we so understood them. After a few boards we anchored in Van Diemen's Road, in 18 fathoms water, little more than a cable's length from the breakers, which line the coast. We carried out the coasting anchor and cable to seaward, to keep the ship from tailing on the rocks, in case of a shift of wind or a calm. This last anchor lay in 47 fathoms water, so steep was the bank on which we anchored. By this time we were crowded with people, Some came off in canoes and others swam, but like those of the other isle brought nothing with them but cloth, matting, etc., for which the seamen only bartered away their clothes. As it was probable they would soon feel the effects of this kind of traffic, with a view to put a stop to it, and to obtain the necessary refreshments, I gave orders that no sort of curiosities should be purchased by any person whatsoever. The good effect of this order was found in the morning, for, when the natives saw we would purchase nothing but eatables, they brought off bananos and cocoanuts in abundance, some fowls and pigs, all of which they exchanged for small nails and pieces of cloth. Even old rags of any sort was enough for a pig or a fowl. Matters being thus established, and proper persons appointed to trade under the direction of the officers to present disputes, after breakfast I landed, accompanied by Captain Furneaux, Mr. Forster, and several of the officers, having along with us a chief or person of some note, whose name was Atargo, who had attached himself to me from the first moment of his coming on board, which was before we anchored. I know not how he came to discover that I was the commander, but certain it is, that he was not long on deck before he singled me out from all the gentlemen, making me a present of some cloth and other things he had about him, and as a greater testimony of friendship we now exchanged names, a custom which is practised at Otaheite and the Society Isles. We were lucky, or rather we may thank the natives, for having anchored before a narrow creek in the rocks which line the shore. To this creek we were conducted by my friend Atargo, and there we landed dry on the beach and within the breakers, in the face of a vast crowd of people, who received us in the same friendly manner that those of Middleburg had done. As soon as we were landed, all the gentlemen set out into the country, accompanied by some of the natives, but the most of them remained with Captain Furneaux and me, who amused ourselves some time distributing presents amongst them, especially to such as Atargo pointed out, which were not many, but who I afterwards found were of superior rank to himself. At this time, however, he seemed to be the principal person, and to be obeyed as such. After we had spent some time on the beach, as we complained of the heat, Atargo immediately conducted and seated us under the shade of a tree, ordering the people to form a circle round us. This they did, and never once attempted to push themselves upon us, like the Otaheitans. After sitting here some time, and distributing some presents to those about us, we signified our desire to see the country. The chief immediately took the hint, and conducted us along a lane that led to an open green, on the one side of which was a house of worship, built on a mount that had been raised by the hand of man, about 16 or 18 feet above the common level. It had an oblong figure, and was enclosed by a wall or parapet of stone, about 3 feet in height. From this wall the mount rose with a gentle slope, and was covered with a green turf. On the top of it stood the house, which had the same figure as the mount, about 20 feet in length, and 14 or 16 broad. As soon as we came before the place, every one seated himself on the green, about 50 or 60 yards from the front of the house. Presently came 3 elderly men, who seated themselves between us and it, and began a speech, which I understood to be a prayer, it being wholly directed to the house. This lasted about 10 minutes, and then the priests, for such I took them to be, came and sat down along with us, when we made them presents of such things as were about us. Having then made signs to them that we wanted to view the premises, my friend Atargo immediately got up, and going with us, without showing the least backwardness, gave us full liberty to examine every part of it. In the front were 2 stone steps leading to the top of the wall. From this the ascent to the house was easy, round which was a fine gravel walk. The house was built in all respects like to their common dwelling houses. that is, with posts and rafters, and covered with palm thatch. The eaves came down within about 3 feet of the ground, which space was filled up with strong matting, made of palm leaves, as a wall. The floor of the house was laid with fine gravel, except in the middle, where there was an oblong square of blue pebbles, raised about 6 inches higher than the floor. At one corner of the house stood an image rudely carved in wood, and on one side lay another, each about 2 feet in length. I, who had no intention to offend either them or their gods, did not so much as touch them, but asked Atargo, as well as I could, if they were Eatuas, or gods. Whether he understood me or no, I cannot say, but he immediately turned them over and over, in as rough a manner as he would have done any other log of wood, which convinced me that they were not there as representatives of the divinity. I was curious to know if the dead were interred there, and asked Atargo several questions relative thereto, but I was not sure that he understood me. At least, I did not understand the answers he made well enough to satisfy my inquiries. For the reader must know, that our first coming among these people, we hardly could understand a word they said. Even my Otaheithan youth, and the man on board the Adventure, were equally at a loss, but more of this by and by. Before we quitted the house we thought it necessary to make an offering at the altar. Accordingly we laid down upon the blue pebbles some medals, nails, and several other things, which we had no sooner done than my friend Atargo took them up and put them in his pocket. The stones with which the walls were made that enclosed this mount were some of them 9 or 10 feet by 4 and about 6 inches thick. It is difficult to conceive how they can cut such stones out of the coral rocks. This mount stood in a kind of grove, open only on the side which fronted the high road, and the green on which the people were seated. At this green or open place was a junction of 5 roads, 2 or 3 of which appeared to be very public ones. The groves were composed of several sorts of trees. Among others was the Etoa tree, as it is called on Otaheite, of which are made clubs, etc., and a kind of low palm, which is very common in the northern parts of New Holland. After we had done examining this place of worship, which in their language is called Afia Tua Ka, we desired to return, but instead of conducting us to the water side as we expected, they struck into a road leading into the country. This road, which was about 16 feet broad and as level as a bowling green, seemed to be a very public one, there being many other roads from different parts leading into it, all enclosed on each side with neat fences made of reeds, and shaded from the scorching sun by fruit trees. I thought I was transported into the most fertile plains in Europe. There was not an inch of waste ground. The roads occupied no more space than was absolutely necessary. The fences did not take up above 4 inches each, and even this was not wholly lost, for in many were planted some useful trees or plants. It was everywhere the same. Change of place altered not the scene. Nature, assisted by a little art, nowhere appears in more splendour than at this isle. In these delightful walks we met numbers of people, some travelling down to the ships with their burdens of fruit, others returning back empty. They all gave us the road by turning either to the right or left, and sitting down or standing, with their backs to the fences, till we had passed. At several of the crossroads, or at the meeting of 2 or more roads, were generally aficatuacas, such as already described, with this difference: the mounts were palisadoed around, instead of a stone wall. At length, after walking several miles, we came to one larger than common, near to which was a large house belonging to an old chief in our company. At this house we were desired to stop, which we accordingly did, and were treated with fruit, etc. We were no sooner seated in the house than the eldest of the priests began a speech or prayer, which was first directed to the Afik-Tuka, and then to me, and alternately. When he addressed me he paused at every sentence, till I gave a nod of approbation. I, however, did not understand one single word he said. At times the old gentleman seemed to be at a loss what to say, or perhaps his memory failed him, for, every now and then, he was prompted by one of the other priests who sat by him. Both during this prayer and the former one the people were silent, but not attentive. At this last place we made but a short stay. Our guides conducted us down to our boat, and we returned with Otago to our ship for dinner. We had no sooner got on board than an old gentleman came alongside, who, I understood from Otago, was some king or great man. He was accordingly ushered on board, when I presented him with such things as he most valued, being the only method to make him my friend, and seated him at table to dinner. We now saw that he was a man of consequence, for Otago would not sit down and eat before him, but got to the other end of the table, and as the old chief was almost blind, he sat there, and ate with his back towards him. After the old man had eaten a bit of fish, and drunk 2 glasses of wine, he returned ashore. As soon as Otago had seen him out of the ship, he came and took his place at table, finished his dinner, and drank 2 glasses of wine. When dinner was over, we all went ashore, where we found the old chief, who presented me with a hog, and he and some others took a walk with us into the country. Before we set out, I happened to go down with Otago to the landing place, and there found Mr. Wales in a laughable, though distressed situation. The boats which brought us on shore, not being able to get near the landing place for want of a sufficient depth of water, he pulled off his shoes and stockings to walk through, and as soon as he got on dry land, he put them down betwixt his legs to put on again, but they were instantly snatched away by a person behind him, who immediately mixed with the crowd. It was impossible for him to follow the man barefooted over the sharp coral rocks which composed the shore, without having his feet cut to pieces. The boat was put back to the ship. His companions had each made his way through the crowd, and he left in this condition alone. Otago soon found out the thief, recovered his shoes and stockings, and set him at liberty. Our route into the country was by the first mentioned Afietuka, before which we again seated ourselves, but had no prayers, although the old priest was with us. Our stay here was but short. The old chief, probably thinking that we might want water on board, conducted us to a plantation hard by, and showed us a pool of fresh water, though we had not made the least inquiry after any. I believe this to be the same that Tasman calls the washing place for the king and his nobles. From hence we were conducted down to the shore of Maria Bay, or north-east side of the isle, where, in the boathouse, was shown to us a fine large double canoe not yet launched. The old chief did not fail to make us sensible it belonged to himself. Night now approaching, we took leave of him, and returned on board, being conducted by Otago down to the water side. Mr. Forster and his party spent the day in the country botanizing, and several of the officers were out shooting. All of them were very civilly treated by the natives. We had also a brisk trade for bananos, coconuts, yams, pigs, and fowls, all of which were procured for nails and pieces of cloth. A boat from each ship was employed in trading ashore, and bringing off their cargoes as soon as they were laden, which was generally in a short time. By this method we got cheaper, and with less trouble, a good quantity of fruit as well as other refreshments, from people who had no canoes to carry them off to the ships. Pretty early in the morning on the 5th, my friend brought me a hog and some fruit, which I gave him a hatchet, a sheet, and some red cloth. The pinnace was sent ashore to trade as usual, but soon returned. The officer informed me that the natives were for taking everything out of the boat, and in other respects were very troublesome. The day before they stole the grappling at the time the boat was riding by it, and carried it off undiscovered. I now judged it necessary to have a guard on shore, to protect the boats and people whose business required their being there, and accordingly sent the marines, under the command of Lieutenant Edgecombe. Soon after, I went myself with my friend Otago and Captain Furneaux and several of the gentlemen. At landing we found the chief, who presented me with a pig. After this Captain Furneaux and I took a walk into the country with Mr Hodges, to make drawings of such places and things as were most interesting. When this was done we returned on board to dinner, with my friend and 2 other chiefs, one of which sent a hog on board the Adventure for Captain Furneaux, some hours before, without stipulating for any return, the only instance of this kind. My friend took care to put me in mind of the pig the old king gave me in the morning, for which I now gave a checked shirt and a piece of red cloth. I had tied them up for him to carry ashore, but with this he was not satisfied. He wanted to have them put on him, which was no sooner done than he went on deck, and shewed himself to all his countrymen. He had done the same thing in the morning with the sheet I gave him. In the evening we all went on shore again, where we found the old king, who took to himself everything my friend and the others had got. The different trading parties were so successful to-day as to procure for both ships a tolerably good supply of refreshments, in consequence of which I, the next morning, gave every one leave to purchase what curiosities and other things they pleased. After this, it was astonishing to see with what eagerness every one courted everything he saw. It even went so far as to become the ridicule of the natives, who offered pieces of sticks and stones to exchange. One waggish boy took a piece of human excrement on the end of a stick, and held it out to every one he met with. This day a man got into the master's cabin, through the outside scuttle, and took out some books and other things. He was discovered just as he was getting out into his canoe, and pursued by one of our boats, which obliged him to quit the canoe and take to the water. The people in the boat made several attempts to lay hold of him, but he as often dived under the boat, and at last having unshipped the rudder, which rendered her ungovernable, by this means he got clear off. Some other very daring thefts were committed at the landing place. One fellow took a seaman's jacket out of the boat and carried it off, in spite of all that our people in her could do. Till he was both pursued and fired at by them, he would not part with it, nor would he have done it then, had not his landing been intercepted by some of us who were on shore. The rest of the natives, who were very numerous, took very little notice of the whole transaction, nor were they the least alarmed when the man was fired at. My friend Otago, having visited me again next morning as usual, brought with him a hog, and assisted me in purchasing several more. Afterwards we went ashore, visited the old king with whom we stayed till noon, then returned on board to dinner with Otago, who never once left me. Intending to sail next morning, I made up a present for the old king, and carried it on shore in the evening. As soon as I landed, I was told by the officers who were on shore, that a far greater man than any we had yet seen was come to pay us a visit. Mr Pickersgill informed me that he had seen him in the country, and found that he was a man of some consequence, by the extraordinary respect paid him by the people. Some, when they approached him, fell on their faces, and put their head between their feet, and no one durst pass him without permission. Mr Pickersgill and another of the gentlemen took hold of his arms, and conducted him down to the landing place, where I found him seated with so much sullen and stupid gravity, that notwithstanding what had been told me, I really took him for an idiot, whom the people, from some superstitious notions, were ready to worship. I saluted and spoke to him, but he neither answered nor took the least notice of me, nor did he alter a single feature of his countenance. This confirmed me in my opinion, and I was just going to leave him, when one of the natives, an intelligent youth, undertook to undeceive me, which he did in such a manner as left me no room to doubt that he was the king, or principal man on the island. Accordingly I made him the presents I intended for the old chief, which consisted of a shirt, an axe, a piece of red cloth, a looking glass, some nails, medals, and beads. He received these things, or rather suffered them to be put upon him, and laid down by him, without losing a bit of his gravity, speaking one word, or turning his head either to the right or left, sitting the whole time like a statue, in which situation I left him to return on board, and he soon after retired. I had not been long on board before word was brought me that a quantity of provisions had come from this chief. A boat was sent to bring it from the shore, and it consisted of about 20 baskets of roasted bananos, sour bread and yams, and a roasted pig of about 20 pounds weight. Mr. Edgecombe and his party were just re-embarking, when these were brought to the water side, and the bearer said it was a present from the Ariki, that is, the king of the island, to the Ariki of the ship. After this I was no longer to doubt the dignity of this sullen chief. Early in the morning of the 7th, while the ships were unmooring, I went ashore with Captain Furneaux and Mr. Forster, in order to make some return to the king for his last night's present. We no sooner landed than we found Atargo, of whom we inquired for the king, whose name was Kohadjee to Falangu. He accordingly undertook to conduct us to him, but whether he mistook the man we wanted, or was ignorant where he was, I know not. Certain it is, that he took us a wrong road, in which he had not gone far before he stopped, and after some little conversation between him and another man, we returned back, and presently after the king appeared, with very few attendants. As soon as Atargo saw him coming, he sat down under a tree, and desired us to do the same. The king seated himself on a rising ground, about 12 or 15 yards from us. Here we sat facing one another for some minutes. I waited for Atargo to show us the way, but seeing he did not rise, Captain Furneaux and I got up, went and saluted the king, and sat down by him. We then presented him with a white shirt, which we put on his back, a few yards of red cloth, a brass kettle, a saw, 2 large spikes, 3 looking glasses, a dozen of medals, and some strings of beads. All this time he sat with the same sullen, stupid gravity as the day before. He even did not seem to see or know what we were about. His arms appeared immovable at his sides. He did not so much as raise them when we put on the shirt. I told him, both by words and signs, that we were going to leave his island. He scarcely made the least answer to this, or any other thing we either said or did. We therefore got up and took leave, but I yet remained near him to observe his actions. Soon after he entered into conversation with Atargo and an old woman, whom we took to be his mother. I did not understand any part of the conversation. It however made him laugh, in spite of his assumed gravity. I say assumed, because it exceeded everything of the kind I ever saw, and therefore think it could not be his real disposition, unless he was an idiot, indeed as these islanders, like all the others we had lately visited, have a great deal of levity, and he was in the prime of life. At last he rose up, and retired with his mother and 2 or 3 more. Atargo conducted us to another circle, where were seated the aged chief and several respectable old persons of both sexes, among whom was the priest, who was generally in company with his chief. We observed that this reverend father could walk very well in a morning, but in the evening was obliged to be led home by two people. By this we concluded that the juice of the pepper root had the same effect upon him that wine and other strong liquors have on Europeans who drank a large portion of them. It is very certain that these old people seldom sat down without preparing a bowl of this liquor, which is done in the same manner as at Ulitea. We, however, must do them the justice to believe that it was meant to treat us. Nevertheless, the greatest part, if not the whole, generally fell to their share. I was not well prepared to take leave of this chief, having exhausted almost all our store on the other. However, after rummaging our pockets and treasury bag, which was always carried with me wherever I went, we made up a tolerable present, both for him and his friends. This old chief had an air of dignity about him that commanded respect, which the other had not. He was grave but not sullen, would crack a joke, talk on indifferent subjects, and endeavour to understand us and be understood himself. During this visit the old priest repeated a short prayer or speech, the purport of which we did not understand. Indeed, he would frequently at other times break out in prayer, but I never saw any attention paid to him by any one present. After a stay of near 2 hours we took leave, and returned on board, with Atargo and 2 or 3 more friends, who stayed and breakfasted with us, after which they were dismissed, loaded with presents. Atargo was very importunate with me to return again to this isle, and bring with me cloth, axes, nails, etc. etc., telling me that I should have hogs, fowls, fruit and roots in abundance. He particularly desired me, more than once, to bring him such a suit of clothes as I had on, which was my uniform. This good-natured islander was very serviceable to me on many occasions during our short stay. He constantly came on board every morning soon after it was light, and never quitted us till the evening. He was always ready, either on board or on shore, to do me all the service in his power. His fidelity was rewarded at a small expense, and I find my account in having such a friend. In heaving in the coasting cable, it parted in the middle of its length, being chafed by the rocks. By this accident we lost the other half, together with the anchor, which lay in 40 fathoms water, without any buoy to it. The best bower cable suffered also by the rocks, by which a judgment may be formed of this anchorage. At 10 o'clock we got under sail, but as our decks were much encumbered with fruit, etc., we kept plying under the land till they were cleared. The supplies we got at this isle were about 150 pigs, twice that number of fowls, as many bananos and coconuts as we could find room for, with a few yams, and had our stay been longer, we no doubt might have got a great deal more. This in some degree shows the fertility of the island, of which, together with the neighbouring one of Middleburg, I shall now give a more particular account. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 3 of A Voyage Towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 3. A description of the islands and their produce, with the cultivation, houses, canoes, navigation, manufactures, weapons, customs, government, religion and language of the inhabitants. 1773 October. These islands were first discovered by Captain Tasman in January 1642-3, and by him called Amsterdam and Middelburg, but the former is called by the natives Tonga-Tabou, and the latter Eowie. They are situated between the latitude of 21 degrees 29 minutes and 21 degrees 3 minutes south, and between the longitude of 174 degrees 40 minutes and 175 degrees 15 minutes west, deduced from observations made on the spot. Middelburg, or Eowie, which is the southernmost, is about 10 leagues in circuit, and of a height sufficient to be seen 12 leagues. The skirts of this isle are mostly taken up in the plantations, the southwest and northwest sides especially. The interior parts are but little cultivated, though very fit for cultivation. However, the want of it added greatly to the beauty of the isle, for here are, agreeably dispersed, groves of cocoa-nut and other trees, lawns covered with thick grass, here and there plantations, and paths leading to every part of the island, in such beautiful disorder as greatly enlivens the prospect. The anchorage, which I named English Road, being the first who anchored there, is on the northwest side in latitude 21 degrees 20 minutes 30 seconds south. The bank is of a coarse sand. It extends 2 miles from the land, and on it there is from 20 to 40 fathoms water. The small creek before it affords convenient landing for boats at all times of the tide, which here, as well as at the other islands, rises about 4 or 5 feet, and is high water on the full and change days about 7 o'clock. The island of Tonga-Tabou is shaped something like an isosceles triangle, the longest sides whereof are 7 leagues each, and the shortest 4. It lies nearly in the direction of east-south-east and west-north-west, is nearly all of an equal height, rather low, not exceeding 60 or 80 feet above the level of the sea. This island, and also that of Eowie, is guarded from the sea by a reef of coral rocks, extending out from the shore 100 fathoms more or less. On this reef the force of the sea is spent before it reaches the land or shore. Indeed, this is in some measure the situation of all the tropical isles in this sea that I have seen, and thus nature has effectually secured them from the encroachments of the sea, though many of them are mere points when compared to this vast ocean. Van Diemen's Road, where we anchored, is under the northwest part of the island, between the most northern and western points. There lies a reef of rocks without it, bearing northwest by west, over which the sea breaks continually. The bank does not extend more than 3 cables' length from the shore. Without that is an unfathomable depth. The loss of an anchor, and the damage our cable sustained, are sufficient proofs that the bottom is none of the best. On the east side of the north point of the island, as Mr. Gilbert, whom I sent to survey the parts, informed me, is a very snug harbour, of 1 mile or more in extent, wherein is 7, 8, and 10 fathoms water, with a clean sandy bottom. The channel, by which he went in and out, lies close to the point, and has only 3 fathoms water. But he believes that farther to the north-east is a channel with a much greater depth, which he had not time to examine. Indeed, it would have taken up far more time than I could spare to have surveyed these parts minutely, as there lies a number of small islets and reefs of rocks along the north-east side of the island, which seem to extend to the north-east farther than the eye could reach. The island of Amsterdam, or Tonga-Tabou, is wholly laid out in plantations, in which are planted some of the richest productions of nature, such as breadfruit, cocoa-nut trees, plantains, bananos, shaddocks, yams, and some other roots, sugar cane, and a fruit like a nectarine, called by them figheia, and at Otaheite ahuya. In short, here are most of the articles which the Society Islands produce, besides some which they have not. Mr Forster tells me that he not only found the same plants here that are at Otaheite and at the neighbouring isles, but several others which are not to be met with there, and I probably have added to their stock of vegetables by leaving with them an assortment of garden seeds, pulses, etc. Breadfruit here, as well as at all the other isles, was not in season, nor was this the time for roots and shaddocks. We got the latter only at Middleburg. The produce and cultivation of this isle is the same as at Amsterdam, with this difference, that a part only of the former is cultivated, whereas the whole of the latter is. The lanes or roads necessary for travelling are laid out in so judicious a manner as to open a free and easy communication from one part of the island to the other. Here are no towns or villages. Most of the houses are built in the plantations, with no other order than what conveniency requires. They are neatly constructed, but do not exceed those in the other isles. The materials of which they are built are the same, and some little variation in the disposition of the framing is all the difference in their construction. The floor is a little raised and covered with thick strung mats. The same sort of matting serves to enclose them on the windward side, the other being open. They have little areas before the most of them, which are generally planted round with trees or shrubs of ornament, whose fragrancy perfumes the very air in which they breathe. Their household furniture consists of a few wooden platters, cocoa-nut shells, and some neat wooden pillows shaped like four-footed stools or forms. Their common clothing, with the addition of a mat, serves them for bedding. We got from them 2 or 3 earthen vessels, which were all we saw among them. One was in the shape of a bombshell, with 2 bowls in it, opposite one another. The others were like pipkins, containing about 5 or 6 pints, and had been in use on the fire. I am of opinion they are the manufacture of some other isle, for if they were of their own, we ought to have seen more of them. Nor am I to suppose they came from Tasman's ships. The time is too long for brittle vessels like these to be preserved. We saw no other domestic animals amongst them but hogs and fowls. The former are of the same sort as at the other isles in this sea, but the latter are far superior, being as large as any we have in Europe, and their flesh equally good, if not better. We saw no dogs, and believe they have none, as they were exceedingly desirous of those we had on board. My friend Otago was complimented with a dog and a bitch, the one from New Zealand, the other from Ulietea. The name of the dog with them is Kuri or Guri, the same as at New Zealand, which shows that they are not wholly strangers to them. We saw no rats in these isles, nor any other wild quadrupeds except small lizards. The land birds are pigeons, turtle doves, parrots, paroquets, owls, bald coots with a blue plumage, a variety of small birds, and large bats in abundance. The produce of the sea we know but little of. It is reasonable to suppose that the same sorts of fish are found here as at the other isles. Their fishing instruments are the same, that is, hooks made of mother of pearl, gigs with 2, 3, or more prongs, and nets made of a very fine thread, with the meshes wrought exactly like ours. But nothing can be a more demonstrative evidence of their ingenuity than the construction and make of their canoes, which, in point of neatness and workmanship, exceed everything of this kind we saw in the sea. They are built of several pieces sewn together with bandage, in so neat a manner that on the outside it is difficult to see the joints. All the fastenings are on the inside, and pass through cants or ridges, which are wrought on the edges and ends of the several boards which compose the vessel for that purpose. They are of two kinds, viz. double and single. The single ones are from 20 to 30 feet long, and about 20 or 22 inches broad in the middle. The stern terminates in a point, and the head something like the point of a wedge. At either end is a kind of deck for about 1/3 part of the whole length, and open in the middle. In some, the middle of the deck is decorated with a row of white shells, stuck on little pegs wrought out of the same piece which composes it. These single canoes have all outriggers, and are sometimes navigated with sails, but more generally with paddles, the blades of which are short, and broadest in the middle. The two vessels which compose the double canoe are each about 60 or 70 feet long, and 4 or 5 broad in the middle, and each end terminates nearly in a point, so that the body or hull differs a little in construction from the single canoe, but is put together exactly in the same manner. These have a rising in the middle round the open part, in the form of a long trough, which is made of boards closely fitted together and well secured to the body of the vessel. Two such vessels are fastened to, and parallel to each other, about 6 or 7 feet asunder, by strong cross beams secured by bandages to the upper part of the risings above mentioned. Over these beams, and others which are supported by stanchions fixed on the bodies of the canoes, is laid a boarded platform. All the parts which compose the double canoe are made as strong and light as the nature of the work will admit, and may be immersed in water to the very platform, without being in danger of filling. Nor is it possible, under any circumstances whatever, for them to sink, so long as they hold together. Thus they are not only vessels of burden, but fit for distant navigation. They are rigged with one mast, which steps upon the platform, and can easily be raised or taken down, and are sailed with a lateen sail, or triangular one, extended by a long yard which is a little bent or crooked. The sail is made of mats. The rope they make use of is exactly like ours, and some of it is 4 or 5 inch. On the platform is built a little shed or hut, which screens the crew from the sun and weather, and serves for other purposes. They also carry a movable fire hearth, which is a square but shallow trough of wood filled with stones. The way into the hold of the canoe is from off the platform, down a sort of uncovered hatchway, in which they stand to bail out the water. I think these vessels are navigated either end foremost, and that, in changing tacks, they have only occasion to shift or jib round the sail, but of this I was not certain, as I had not then seen any under sail, or with the mast and sail an end, but what were a considerable distance from us. Their working tools are made of stone, bone, shells, etc., as at the other islands. When we view the work which is performed with these tools, we are struck with admiration at the ingenuity and patience of the workmen. Their knowledge of the utility of iron was no more than sufficient to teach them to prefer nails to beads, and such trifles. Some, but very few, would exchange a pig for a large nail, or a hatchet. Old jackets, shirts, cloth, and even rags, were in more esteem than the best edge tool we could give them. Consequently they got but few axes from us but what were given as presents. But if we include the nails which were given by the officers and crews of both ships for curiosities, etc., with those given for refreshments, they cannot have got less than 500 weight, great and small. The only piece of iron we saw among them was a small broad awl, which had been made of a nail. Both men and women are of a common size with Europeans, and their colour is that of a lightish copper, and more uniformly so than amongst the inhabitants of Otaheite and the Society Isles. Some of our gentlemen were of opinion these were a much handsomer race. Others maintained a contrary opinion, of which number I was one. Be this as it may, they have a good shape and regular features, and are active, brisk, and lively. The women, in particular, are the merriest creatures I ever met with, and will keep chattering by one's side, without the least invitation, or considering whether they are understood, provided one does but seem pleased with them. In general they appeared to be modest, although there was no want of those of a different stamp; and as we had yet some venereal complaints on board, I took all possible care to prevent the disorder being communicated to them. On most occasions they showed a strong propensity to pilfering, in which they were full as expert as the Otaheitans. Their hair in general is black, but more especially that of the women. Different colours were found among the men, sometimes on the same head, caused by something they put upon it, which stains it white, red, and blue. Both sexes wear it short. I saw but 2 exceptions to this custom, and the most of them combed it upwards. Many of the boys had it cut very close, except a single lock on the top of the head, and a small quantity on each side. The men cut or shaved their beards quite close, which operation is performed with 2 shells. They had fine eyes, and in general good teeth, even to an advanced age. The custom of tattooing, or puncturing the skin, prevails. The men are tattooed from the middle of the thigh to above the hips. The women have it only on their arms and fingers, and there but very slightly. The dress of both sexes consists of a piece of cloth or matting wrapped around the waist, and hanging down below the knees. From the waist upwards they are generally naked, and it seemed to be a custom to anoint these parts every morning. My friend Otago never failed to do it, but whether out of respect to his friend or from custom, I will not pretend to say, although I rather think the latter, as he was not singular in the practice. Their ornaments are amulets, necklaces, and bracelets of bones, shells, and beads of mother of pearl, tortoise shell, etc., which are worn by both sexes. The women also wear on their fingers neat rings made of tortoise shell, and pieces in their ears about the size of a small quill. But ear ornaments are not commonly worn, though all have their ears pierced. They have also a curious apron, made of the outside fibres of the cocoa-nut shell, and composed of a number of small pieces sewed together in such a manner as to form stars, half-moons, little squares, etc. It is studded with beads of shells and covered with red feathers, so as to have a pleasing effect. They make the same kind of cloth and of the same materials as at Otaheite, though they have not such a variety, nor do they make any so fine. But as they have a method of glazing it, it is more durable, and will resist rain for some time, which Otaheite cloth will not. Their colours are black, brown, purple, yellow, and red, all made from vegetables. They make various sorts of matting, some of a very fine texture, which is generally used for clothing, and the thick and stronger sort serves to sleep on, and to make sails for their canoes, etc. Among other useful utensils, they have various sorts of baskets. Some are made of the same materials as their mats, and others of the twisted fibres of cocoa-nuts. These are not only durable but beautiful, being generally composed of different colours, and studded with beads made of shells or bones. They have many little knack-knacks amongst them, which shows that they neither want taste to design, nor skill to execute whatever they take in hand. How these people amuse themselves in their leisure hours I cannot say, as we are but little acquainted with their diversions. The women frequently entertained us with songs, in a manner which was agreeable enough. They accompany the music by snapping their fingers, so as to keep time to it. Not only their voices, but their music was very harmonious, and they have a considerable compass in their notes. I saw but 2 musical instruments amongst them. One was a large flute made of a piece of bamboo, which they fill with their noses as at Otaheite, but these have 4 holes or stops, whereas those of Otaheite have only 2. The other was composed of 10 or 11 small reeds of unequal lengths, bound together side by side, as the Doric pipe of the ancients is said to have been, and the open ends of the reeds into which they blow with their mouths are of equal height or in a line. They have also a drum which, without any impropriety, may be compared to a hollow log of wood. The one I saw was 5 feet 6 inches long and 30 inches in girth, and had a slit in it, from the one end to the other, about 3 inches wide, by means of which it had been hollowed out. They beat on the side of this log with 2 drumsticks, and produce a hollow sound, not quite so musical as that of an empty cask. The common method of saluting one another is by touching or meeting noses, as is done in New Zealand, and their sign of peace to strangers is the displaying a white flag or flags. At least, such were displayed to us when we first drew near the shore. But the people who came first on board brought with them some of a pepper plant, and sent it before them into the ship, a stronger sign of friendship than which one could not wish for. From their unsuspicious manner of coming on board, and of receiving us at first on shore, I am of opinion they are seldom disturbed by either foreign or domestic troubles. They are, however, not unprovided with very formidable weapons, such as clubs and spears, made of hard wood, also bows and arrows. The clubs are from 3 to 5 feet in length, and of various shapes. Their bows and arrows are but indifferent, the former being very slight, and the latter made only of a slender reed, pointed with hard wood. Some of their spears have many barbs, and must be very dangerous weapons where they take effect. On the inside of the bow is a groove, in which is put the arrow, from which it would seem that they use but one. They have a singular custom of putting everything you give them to their heads, by way of thanks, as we conjectured. This manner of paying a compliment is taught them from their very infancy, for when we gave things to little children, the mother lifted up the child's hand to its head. They also used this custom in their exchanges with us. Whatever we gave them for their goods was always applied to the head, just as if it had been given them for nothing. Sometimes they would look at our goods, and if not approved, return them back. But whenever they applied them to the head, the bargain was infallibly struck. When I had made a present to the chief of anything curious, I frequently saw it handed from one to another, and every one, into whose hands it came, put it to the head. Very often the women would take hold of my hand, kiss it, and lift it to their heads. From all this it would seem that this custom, which they call fagafeti, has various significations according as it is applied, all, however, complimentary. It must be observed that the sullen chief or king did not pay me any of these compliments for the presents I made him. A still more singular custom prevails in these isles. We observed that the greater part of the people, both men and women, had lost one or both their little fingers. We endeavoured, but in vain, to find out the reason of this mutilation, for no one would take any pains to inform us. It was neither peculiar to rank, age, or sex, nor is it done at any certain age, as we saw those of all ages on whom the amputation had been just made, and, except some young children, we found few who had both hands perfect. As it was more common among the aged than the young, some of us were of opinion that it was occasioned by the death of their parents, or some other near relations. But Mr. Wales one day met with a man whose hands were both perfect, of such an advanced age that it was hardly possible his parents could be living. They also burn or make incisions in their cheeks near the cheekbone. The reason of this was equally unknown to us. In some the wounds were quite fresh, in others they could only be known by the scars or colour of the skin. I saw neither sick nor lame amongst them. All appeared healthy, strong, and vigorous, a proof of the goodness of the climate in which they live. I have frequently mentioned a king, which implies the government being in a single person, without knowing for certain whether it is so or no. Such a one was however pointed out to us, and we had no reason to doubt it. From this and other circumstances, I am of opinion that the government is much like that of Otaheite, that is, in a king or great chief, who is here called Ariki, with other chiefs under him, who are lords of certain districts, and perhaps sole proprietors, to whom the people seem to pay great obedience. I also observed a third rank, which had not a little authority over the common people. My friend Otago was one of these. I am of opinion that all the land on Tonga Tabou is private property, and that there are here, as at Otaheite, a set of people who are servants or slaves, and have no property in land. It is unreasonable to suppose everything in common in a country so highly cultivated as this. Interest being the greatest spring which animates the hand of industry, few would toil in cultivating and planting the land, if they did not expect to reap the fruit of their labour. Were it otherwise, the industrious man would be in a worse state than the idle sluggard. I frequently saw parties of 6, 8, or 10 people bring down to the landing place fruit and other things to dispose of, where one person, a man or woman, superintended the sale of the whole. No exchanges were made but with his or her consent, and whatever we gave in exchange was always given them, which I think plainly showed them to be the owners of the goods, and the others no more than servants. Though benevolent nature has been very bountiful to these isles, it cannot be said that the inhabitants are wholly exempt from the curse of our forefathers. Part of their bread must be earned by the sweat of their brows. The high state of cultivation their lands are in must have cost them immense labour. This is now amply rewarded by the great produce, of which every one seems to partake. No one wants the common necessaries of life. Joy and contentment are painted in every face. Indeed, it can hardly be otherwise. An easy freedom prevails among all ranks of people. They feel no wants which they do not enjoy the means of gratifying, and they live in a clime where the painful extremes of heat and cold are equally unknown. If nature has been wanting in anything, it is in the article of fresh water, which as it is shut up in the bowels of the earth, they are obliged to dig for. A running stream was not seen, and but one well, at Amsterdam. At Middelburg we saw no water but what the natives had in vessels, but as it was sweet and cool, I have no doubt of its being taken up upon the island, and probably not far from the spot where I saw it. So little do we know of their religion, that I hardly dare mention it. The buildings called Afiatukas before mentioned are undoubtedly set apart for this purpose. Some of our gentlemen were of opinion that they were merely burying places. I can only say from my own knowledge that they are places to which particular persons directed set speeches, which I understood to be prayers, as hath been already related. Joining my opinion with that of others, I was inclined to think that they are set apart to be both temples and burying places, as at Otaheite, or even in Europe. But I have no idea of the images being idols, not only from what I saw myself, but from Mr. Wales's informing me that they set one of them up, for him and others to shoot at. One circumstance showed that these afiatucas were frequently resorted to, for one purpose or another, the areas or open places before them being covered with the green sod, the grass on which was very short. This did not appear to have been cut or reduced by the hand of man, but to have been prevented in its growth by being often trod or sat upon. It cannot be supposed that we could know much either of their civil or religious policy in so short a time as 4 or 5 days, especially as we understood but little of their language. Even the 2 islanders we had on board could not at first understand them, and yet as we became the more acquainted with them, we found their language was nearly the same spoken at Otaheite and the Society Isles, the difference not being greater than what we find betwixt the most northern and western parts of England, as will more fully appear by the vocabulary. End of Book 2, Chapter 3. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 4 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 4. Passage from Amsterdam to Queen Charlotte's Sound, with an account of an interview with the inhabitants, and the final separation of the 2 ships. 1773 October. About the time we were in a condition to make sail, a canoe, conducted by 4 men, came alongside, with one of those drums already mentioned, on which one man kept continually beating, thinking, no doubt, the music would charm us. I gave them a piece of cloth and a nail for the drum, and took an opportunity to send to my friend Otago some wheat, peas, and beans, which I had forgot to give him when he had the other seeds. As soon as this canoe was gone, we made sail to the southward, having a gentle gale at S.E. by E., it being my intention to proceed directly to Queen Charlotte's Sound in New Zealand, there to take in wood and water, and then to go on farther discoveries to the south and east. In the afternoon on the 8th, we made the island of Pilstart, bearing S.W. by W1/2 W, distant 7 or 8 leagues. This island, which was also discovered by Tasman, is situated in the latitude of 22 degrees 26 minutes south, longitude 175 degrees 59 minutes west, and lies in the direction of south 52 degrees west, distant 32 leagues from the south end of Middleburg. It is more conspicuous in height than circuit, having in it 2 considerable hills, seemingly disjoined from each other by a low valley. After a few hours' calm, the wind came to S.W., with which we stretched to the S.E., but on the 10th it veered round by the south to the S.E. and east-S.E., and then we resumed our course to the south-S.W. At 5 o'clock in the morning of the 21st we made the land of New Zealand, extending from N.W. by N to W.S.W. At noon, Table Cape bore west, distant 8 or 10 leagues. I was very desirous of having some intercourse with the natives of this country, as far to the north as possible, that is, about Poverty or Tolago Bays, where I apprehended they were more civilized than at Queen Charlotte's Sound, in order to give them some hogs, fowls, seeds, roots, etc., which I had provided for the purpose. The wind veering to the northwest and north enabled us to fetch in with the land a little to the north of Portland, and we stood as near the shore as we could with safety. We observed several people upon it, but none attempted to come off to us. Seeing this, we bore away under Portland, where we lay to some time, as well to give time for the natives to come off, as to wait for the Adventure. There were several people on Portland, but none seemed inclined to come to us. Indeed, the wind at this time blew rather too fresh for them to make the attempt. Therefore, as soon as the Adventure was up with us, we made sail for Cape Kidnappers, which we passed at 5 o'clock in the morning, and continued our course along shore till 9, when, being about 3 leagues short off Black Head, we saw some canoes put off from the shore. Upon this I brought to, in order to give them time to come on board, but ordered the Adventure, by signal, to stand on, as I was willing to lose as little time as possible. Those in the first canoe which came alongside were fishers, and exchanged some fish for pieces of cloth and nails. In the next were 2 men, whom by their dress and behaviour I took to be chiefs. These 2 were easily prevailed on to come on board, when they were presented with nails and other articles. They were so fond of nails as to seize on all they could find, and with such eagerness as plainly showed they were the most valuable things we could give them. To the principal of these 2 men I gave the pigs, fowls, seeds, and roots. I believe at first he did not think I meant to give them to him, for he took but little notice of them, till he was satisfied they were for himself. Nor was he then in such a rapture as when I gave him a spike nail, half the length of his arm. However, at his going away I took notice, that he very well remembered how many pigs and fowls had been given him, as he took care to have them all collected together, and kept a watchful eye over them, lest any should be taken away. He made me a promise not to kill any, and if he keeps his word, and proper care is taken of them, there were enough to stock the whole island in due time, being 2 boars, 2 sows, 4 hens, and 2 cocks. The seeds were such as are most useful, viz. wheat, French and kidney beans, peas, cabbage, turnips, onions, carrots, parsnips, and yams, etc. With these articles they were dismissed. It was evident that these people had not forgot the Endeavour, being on their coast, for the first words they spoke to us were Mata-au, no te pow-pow, we are afraid of the guns. As they could be no strangers to the affair which happened off Cape Kidnappers in my former voyage, experience had taught them to have some regard to these instruments of death. As soon as they were gone, we stretched off to the southward, the wind having now veered to the west-south-west. In the afternoon it increased to a fresh gale and blew in squalls, in one of which we lost our fore-top-gallant mast, having carried the sail a little too long. The fear of losing the land induced me to carry as much sail as possible. At 7 in the morning we tacked and stretched inshore. Cape Turnagain at this time bore about northwest to half north, distant 6 or 7 leagues. The Adventure, being a good way to leeward, we supposed did not observe the signal, but stood on, consequently was separated from us. During the night, which was spent in plying, the wind increased in such a manner as to bring us under our courses. It also veered to south-west and south-south-west, and was attended with rain. At 9 o'clock in the morning on the 23rd, the sky began to clear up and the gale to abate, so that we could carry close-leafed topsails. At 11 o'clock we were close in with Cape Turnagain, when we tacked and stood off. At noon, the said cape bore west a little northerly, distance 6 or 7 miles. Latitude observed 41° 30' south. Soon after, the wind falling almost to a calm, and flattering ourselves that it would be succeeded by one more favourable, we got up another top-gallant mast, rigged top-gallant yards, and loosed all the reefs out of the topsails. The event was not equal to our wishes. The wind indeed came something more favourable, that is, at west by north, with which we stretched along shore to the southward, but it soon increased in such a manner as to undo what we had but just done, and at last stripped us to our courses, and 2 close reefed topsails, under which sails we continued all night. About daylight the next morning, the gale abating, we were again tempted to loose out the reefs and rig top-gallant yards, which proved all lost labour, for by 9 o'clock we were reduced to the same sail as before. Soon after the Adventure joined us, and at noon Cape Palliser bore west, distant 8 or 9 leagues. This cape is at the northern point of Iahanemorwe. We continued to stretch to the southward till midnight, when the wind abated and shifted to south-east. 3 hours after it fell calm, during which we loosed the reefs out, with the vain hopes that the next wind which came would be favourable. We were mistaken. The wind only took this short repose in order to gain strength and fall the heavier upon us. For, at 5 o'clock in the morning, being the 25th, a gale sprung up at north-west, with which we stretched to south-west. Cape Palliser at this time bore north-north-west, distant 8 or 9 leagues. The wind increased to such a manner as obliged us to take in one reef after another, and at last it came on with such fury as made it necessary to take in all our sails with the utmost expedition, and to lie to under bare poles. The sea rose in proportion with the wind, so that we had a terrible gale and a mountainous sea to encounter. Thus, after beating up against a hard gale for 2 days, and arriving just in sight of our port, we had the mortification to be driven off from the land by a furious storm. 2 favourable circumstances attended it, which gave us some consolation. It was fair overhead, and we were not apprehensive of a lee shore. The storm continued all the day without the least intermission. In the evening we bore down to look for the Adventure, she being out of sight to leeward, and after running the distance we supposed her to be off, brought to again without seeing her, it being so very hazy and thick in the horizon that we could not see a mile round us, occasioned by the spray of the sea being lifted up to a great height by the force of the wind. At midnight the gale abated. Soon after fell little wind, and at last shifted to south-west, when we wore, set the courses and topsails close reefed, and stood in for the land. Soon after the wind freshened and fixed at south. But as the Adventure was some distance astern, we lay by for her till 8 o'clock, when we both made all sail, and steered north by west or half-west for the strait. At noon observed in 42° 27' south, Cape Palliser by judgment bore north, distant 17 leagues. This favourable wind was not of sufficient duration. In the afternoon it fell by little and little, and at length to a calm. This at 10 o'clock was succeeded by a fresh breeze from the north, with which we stretched to the westward. At 3 o'clock next morning we were pretty well in with Cape Campbell on the west side of the strait, when we tacked and stretched over for Cape Palliser, under courses and close reefed topsails, having the wind at north-west, a very strong gale and fair weather. At noon we tacked and stretched to south-west, with the last mentioned cape bearing west, distant 4 or 5 leagues. In the afternoon the gale increased in such a manner as brought us under our courses. We continued to stretch to the south-west till midnight, when we wore and set close reefed topsails. On the 28th, at 8 o'clock in the morning, we wore, and stood again to the south-west till noon, when we were obliged to lie to under the foresail. At this time the high land over Cape Campbell bore west, distant 10 or 12 leagues. The Adventure 4 or 5 miles to leeward. In the afternoon the fury of the gale began to abate, when we set the mainsail, close reefed main topsail, and stood to the windward with a wind at west-north-west and west by north, a strong gale attended with heavy squalls. In the morning of the 29th the wind abated and shifted to south-west, a gentle gale. Of this we took immediate advantage, set all our sails, and stood for Cape Palliser, which at noon bore west by north or half north, distant about 6 leagues. The wind continued between the southwest and south till 5 in the evening, when it fell calm. At this time we were about 3 leagues from the Cape. At 7 o'clock the calm was succeeded by a gentle breeze from N.N.E., as fair as we could wish, so that we began to reckon what time we should reach the Sound the next day. But at 9 the wind shifted to its old quarter northwest and blew a fresh gale, with which we stretched to the southwest under single reef topsails and courses, with the Adventure in company. She was seen until midnight, at which time she was 2 or 3 miles astern, and presently after she disappeared, nor was she to be seen at daylight. We supposed she had tacked and stood to the northeast, by which manoeuvre we lost sight of her. We continued to stretch to the westward with the wind at N.N.W., which increased in such a manner as to bring us under our 2 courses, after splitting a new main topsail. At noon Cape Campbell bore west by north, distant 7 or 8 leagues. At 3 in the afternoon the gale began to abate, and to veer more to the north, so that we fetched in with the land under the Snowy Mountains, about 4 or 5 leagues to windward of the lookers on, where there was the appearance of a large bay. I now regretted the loss of the Adventure, for had she been with me, I should have given up all thoughts of going to Queen Charlotte's Sound to wood and water, and to have sought for a place to get these articles farther south, as the wind was now favourable for ranging along the coast. But our separation made it necessary for me to repair to the Sound, that being the place of rendezvous. As we approached the land, we saw smoke in several places along the shore, a sure sign that the coast was inhabited. Our soundings were from 47 to 25 fathoms, that is, at the distance of 3 miles from the shore, 47 fathoms, and 25 fathoms at a distance of 1 mile, where we tacked and stood to the eastward, under the 2 courses and close reef topsails. But the latter we could not carry long before we were obliged to hand them. We continued to stand to the eastward all night, in hopes of meeting with the Adventure in the morning. Seeing nothing of her then, we wore and brought to under the foresail and mizzen staysail, the wind having increased to a perfect storm, but we had not been long in this situation before it abated, so as to permit us to carry the 2 courses, under which we stood to the west, and at noon the Snowy Mountains bore W.N.W., distant 12 or 14 leagues. At 6 o'clock in the evening the wind quite ceased, but this proved only a momentary repose, for presently after it began to blow with redoubled fury, and obliged us to lie to under the mizzen staysail, in which situation we continued till midnight, when the storm lessened, and 2 hours after it fell calm. 1773 November. On the 1st of November, at 4 o'clock in the morning, the calm was succeeded by a breeze from the south. This soon after increased to a fresh gale, attended with hazy rainy weather, which gave us hopes that the northwest winds were done, for it must be observed that they were attended with clear and fair weather. We were not wanting in taking immediate advantage of this favourable wind, by setting all our sails and steering for Cape Campbell, which at noon bore north, distant 3 or 4 leagues. At 2 o'clock we passed the Cape, and entered the strait, with a brisk gale astern, and so likely to continue, that we thought of nothing less than reaching our port the next morning. Once more we were to be deceived. At 6 o'clock, being off Cloudy Bay, our favourable wind was succeeded by one from the north, which soon after veered to northwest and increased to a fresh gale. We spent the night plying. Our tacks proved disadvantageous, and we lost more on the ebb than we gained on the flood. Next morning we stretched over for the shore of Ihainamoe. At sunrise, the horizon being extraordinarily clear to leeward, we looked well out for the Adventure, but as we saw nothing of her, judged that she had got into the Sound. As we approached the above-mentioned shore, we discovered on the east side of Cape Tarawite a new inlet I had never observed before. Being tired with beating against the northwest winds, I resolved to put into this place if I found it practicable, or to anchor in the bay which lies before it. The flood being favourable, after making a stretch off, we fetched under the cape, and stretched into the bay along the western shore, having from 35 to 12 fathoms, the bottom everywhere good anchorage. At 1 o'clock we reached the entrance of the inlet, just as the tide of ebb was making out. The wind being likewise against us, we anchored in 12 fathoms water, the bottom a fine sand. The easternmost of the black rocks, which lie on the larboard side of the entrance of the inlet, bore north by east 1 mile distance. Cape Terra or the west point of the bay, west, distant about 2 leagues, and the east point of the bay, north by east 4 or 5 miles. Soon after we had anchored, several of the natives came off in their canoes, 2 from one shore and 1 from the other. It required but little address to get 3 or 4 of them on board. These people were extravagantly fond of nails above every other thing. To one man I gave 2 cocks and 2 hens, which he received with so much indifference, as gave me little hopes he would take proper care of them. We had not been at anchor here above 2 hours before the wind veered to north-east, with which we weighed, but the anchor was hardly at the bows before it shifted to the south. With this we could but just lead out of the bay, and then bore away from the sound under all the sail we could set, having the advantage, or rather disadvantage, of an increasing gale, which already blew too hard. We hauled up into the sound just at dark, after making 2 boards, in which most of our sails were split, and anchored in 18 fathoms water, between the White Rocks and the north-west shore. The next morning the gale abated, and was succeeded by a few hours calm. After that a breeze sprang up at north-west, with which we weighed, and ran up into Ship Cove, where we did not find the Adventure, as was expected. End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 5 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 5. Transactions at Queen Charlotte Sound, with an account of the inhabitants being cannibals, and various other incidents. Departure from the Sound, and our endeavours to find the Adventure, and some description of the coast. 1773 November. The first thing we did after mooring the ship was to unbend all the sails, there not being one but what wanted repair. Indeed, both our sails and rigging had sustained much damage in beating off the strait's mouth. We had no sooner anchored than we were visited by the natives, several of whom I remember to have seen when I was here in the Endeavour, particularly an old man named Gubaya. In the afternoon I gave orders for all the empty water casks to be landed, in order to be repaired, cleaned, and filled, tents to be set up for the sailmakers, coopers, and others, whose business made it necessary for them to be on shore. The next day we began to caulk the ship's sides and decks, to overhaul her rigging, repair the sails, cut wood for fuel, and set up the smith's forge to repair the ironwork, all of which were absolutely necessary. We also made some hauls with the seine, but caught no fish, which deficiency the natives in some measure made up, by bringing us a good quantity, and exchanging them for pieces of Otaheitan cloth, etc. On the 5th, the most part of our bread being in casks, I ordered some to be opened, when, to our mortification, we found a good deal of it damaged. To repair this loss in the best manner we could, all the casks were opened, the bread was picked, and the copper oven set up, to bake such parcels of it as, by that means, could be recovered. Some time this morning the natives stole, out of one of the tents, a bag of clothes belonging to one of the seamen. As soon as I was informed of it, I went to them in an adjoining cove, demanded the clothes again, and, after some time spent in friendly application, recovered them. Since we were among thieves, and had come off so well, I was not sorry for what had happened, as it taught our people to keep a better look-out for the future. With these people I saw the youngest of the two sows Captain Furneaux had put on shore in Cannibal Cove when we were last here. It was lame of one of its hind legs, otherwise in good case and very tame. If we understood these people right, the boar and other sow were also taken away and separated, but not killed. We were likewise told that the 2 goats I had put on shore up the sound had been killed by that old rascal Goubiah. Thus all our endeavours to stock this country with useful animals were likely to be frustrated by the very people we meant to serve. Our gardens had fared somewhat better. Everything in them, except the potatoes, they had left entirely to nature, who had acted her part so well, that we found most articles in a flourishing state, a proof that the winter must have been mild. The potatoes had most of them been dug up. Some, however, still remained, and were growing, though I think it probable that they will never be got out of the ground. Next morning I sent over to the cove where the natives reside to haul the seine, and took with me a boar and a young sow, 2 cocks and 2 hens, we had brought from the isles. These I gave to the natives, being persuaded they would take proper care of them, by their keeping Captain Furneaux's sow near 5 months, for I am to suppose it was caught soon after we sailed. We had no better success with the seine than before. Nevertheless we did not return on board quite empty, having purchased a large quantity from the natives. When we were upon this traffic, they shewed a great inclination to pick my pockets, and to take away the fish with one hand, which they had just given me with the other. This evil one of the chiefs undertook to remove, and with fury in his eyes made a show of keeping the people at a proper distance. I applauded his conduct, but at the same time kept so good a look-out as to detect him in picking my pocket of a handkerchief, which I suffered him to put in his bosom, before I seemed to know anything of the matter, and then told him what I had lost. He seemed quite ignorant and innocent, till I took it from him, and then he put it off with a laugh, acting his part with so much address, that it was hardly possible for me to be angry with him, so that we remained good friends, and he accompanied me on board to dinner. About that time we were visited by several strangers, in 4 or 5 canoes, who brought with them fish and other articles, which they exchanged for cloth, etc. These newcomers took up their quarters in a cove near us, but very early the next morning moved off with 6 of our small water casks, and with them all the people we found here on our arrival. The precipitate retreat of these last we supposed was owing to the theft the others had committed. They left behind them some of their dogs, and the boar I had given them the day before, which I now took back again, as I had not another. Our casks were the least loss we felt by these people leaving us. While they remained we were generally well supplied with fish at a small expense. We had fair weather, with a wind at N.E. on the 9th, which gave us some hopes of seeing the Adventure, but these hopes vanished in the afternoon, when the wind shifted to the westward. The next morning our friends the natives returned again, and brought with them a quantity of fish, which they exchanged for 2 hatchets. Fair weather on the 12th enabled us to finish picking, airing, and baking our biscuit, 4,292 pounds of which we found totally unfit to eat. and about 3000 pounds more could only be eaten by people in our situation. On the 13th, clear and pleasant weather. Early in the morning the natives brought us a quantity of fish, which they exchanged as usual. But their greatest branch of trade was the green talc or stone, called by them po nam moo, a thing of no great value. Nevertheless it was so much sought after by our people, that there was hardly a thing they would not give for a piece of it. The 15th being a pleasant morning, a party of us went over to the East Bay, and climbed one of the hills which overlooked the eastern part of the strait, in order to look for the Adventure. We had a fatiguing walk to little purpose, for when we came to the summit, we found the eastern horizon so foggy, that we could not see above 2 miles. Mr Forster, who was one of the party, profited by this excursion in collecting some new plants. I now began to despair of seeing the Adventure any more, but was totally at a loss to conceive what was become of her. Till now I thought she had put into some port in the strait, when the wind came to northwest the day we anchored in the cove, and waited to complete her water. This conjecture was reasonable enough at first, but it was now hardly probable that she could be 12 days in our neighbourhood, without our either hearing or seeing something of her. The hill we now mounted is the same that I was upon in 1770, when I had the second view of the strait. We then built a tower with the stones we found there, which we now saw had been levelled to the ground, no doubt by the natives, with a view of finding something hid in it. When we returned from the hill, we found a number of them collected round our boat. After some exchanges, and making them some presents, we re-embarked in order to return on board, and, in our way, visited others of the inhabitants, by whom we were kindly received. Our friends the natives employed themselves on the 17th in fishing in our neighbourhood, and as fast as they caught the fish, came and disposed of them to us, insomuch that we had more than we could make use of. From this day to the 22nd nothing remarkable happened, and we were occupied in getting everything in readiness to put to sea, being resolved to wait no longer than the assigned time for the Adventure. The winds were between the south and west, stormy with rain till the 23rd, when the weather became settled, clear, and pleasant. Very early in the morning we were visited by a number of the natives in 4 or 5 canoes, very few of whom we had seen before. They brought with them various articles, curiosities, which they exchanged for Otaheitean cloth, etc. At first the exchanges were very much in our favour, till an old man, who was no stranger to us, came and assisted his countrymen with his advice, which in a moment turned the trade above 1000% against us. After these people were gone, I took 4 hogs, that is 3 sows and 1 boar, 2 cocks and 2 hens, which I landed in the bottom of the West Bay, carrying them a little way into the woods, where we left them with as much food as would serve them 10 or 12 days. This was done with a view of keeping them in the woods, lest they should come down to the shore in search of food, and be discovered by the natives, which however seemed not probable, as this place had never been frequented by them, nor were any traces of them to be seen near it. We also left some cocks and hens in the woods in Ship Cove, but these will have a chance of falling into the hands of the natives, whose wandering way of life will hinder them from breeding, even suppose they should be taken proper care of. Indeed, they took rather too much care of those which I had already given them, by keeping them continually confined, for fear of losing them in the woods. The sow pig we had not seen since the day they had her from me, but we were now told she was still living, as also the old boar and sow given them by Captain Furneaux, so that there is reason to hope they may succeed. It will be unfortunate indeed if every method I have taken to provide this country with useful animals should be frustrated. We were likewise told that the 2 goats were still alive and running about. But I gave more credit to the first story than this. I should have replaced them by leaving behind the only 2 I had left, but had the misfortune to lose the ram soon after our arrival here, in a manner we could hardly account for. They were both put ashore at the tents, where they seemed to thrive very well. At last the ram was taken with fits bordering on madness. We were at a loss to tell whether it was occasioned by anything he had eaten, or by being stung with nettles, which were in plenty about the place, but supposed it to be the latter, and therefore did not take the care of him we ought to have done. One night, while he was lying by the sentinel, he was seized with one of these fits and ran headlong into the sea, but soon came out again and seemed quite easy. Presently after he was seized with another fit, and ran along the beach with the she-goat after him. Some time after she returned, but the other was never seen more. Diligent search was made for him in the woods to no purpose. We therefore supposed he had run into the sea a second time, and had been drowned. After this accident it would have been in vain to leave the she-goat, as she was not with kid, having kidded but a few days before we arrived, and the kids dead. Thus the reader will see how every method I have taken to stock this country with sheep and goats has proved ineffectual. When I returned on board in the evening, I found our good friends the natives had brought us a large supply of fish. Some of the officers visiting them at their habitations saw, among them, some human thigh bones, from which the flesh had been but lately picked. This, and other circumstances, led us to believe that the people, whom we took for strangers this morning, were of the same tribe, that they had been out on some war expedition, and that those things they sold us were the spoils of their enemies. Indeed, we had some information of this sort the day before, for a number of women and children came off to us in a canoe, from whom we learnt that a party of men were then out, for whose safety they were under some apprehension, but this report found little credit with us, as we soon after saw some canoes come in from fishing, which we judged to be them. Having now got the ship in a condition for sea, and to encounter the southern latitudes, I ordered the tents to be struck, and everything to be got on board. The boatswain, with a party of men, being in the woods cutting broom, some of them found a private hut of the natives, in which was deposited most of the treasure they had received from us, as well as other articles of their own. It is very probable some were set to watch this hut, as, soon after it was discovered, they came and took all away. But missing some things, they told our people they had stolen them, and in the evening came and made their complaint to me, pitching upon one of the party as the person who had committed the theft. Having ordered this man to be punished before them, they went away seemingly satisfied, although they did not recover any of the things they had lost. Nor could I by any means find out what had become of them, though nothing was more certain than that something had been stolen by some of the party, if not by the very man the natives had pitched upon. It was ever a maxim with me to punish the least crimes any of my people committed against these uncivilized nations. Their robbing us with impunity is, by no means, a sufficient reason why we should treat them in the same manner, a conduct, we see, they themselves cannot justify. They found themselves injured, and sought for redress in a legal way. The best method, in my opinion, to preserve a good understanding with such people is, first by showing them the use of firearms, to convince them of the superiority they give you over them, and then to be always upon your guard. When once they are sensible of these things, a regard for their own safety will deter them from disturbing you, or from being unanimous in forming any plan to attack you, and strict honesty and gentle treatment on your part will make it their interest not to do so. Calm or light airs from the north all day on the 23rd hindered us from putting to sea as intended. In the afternoon some of the officers went on shore to amuse themselves among the natives, where they saw the head and bowels of a youth, who had lately been killed, lying on the beach, and the heart stuck on a forked stick, which was fixed to the head of one of the largest canoes. One of the gentlemen bought the head, and brought it on board, where a piece of the flesh was broiled and eaten by one of the natives, before all the officers and most of the men. I was on shore at this time, but soon after returning on board was informed of the above circumstances, and found the quarter-deck crowded with the natives, and the mangled head, or rather part of it, for the under jaw and lip were wanting, lying on the taffrail. The skull had been broken on the left side just above the temples, and the remains of the face had all the appearance of a youth under 20. The sight of the head, and the relation of the above circumstances, struck me with horror, and filled my mind with indignation against these cannibals. Curiosity, however, got the better of my indignation, especially when I considered that it would avail but little, and being desirous of becoming an eye-witness of a fact which many doubted, I ordered a piece of the flesh to be broiled and brought to the quarter-deck, where one of these cannibals ate it with surprising avidity. This had such an effect on some of our people as to make them sick. Oedii, who came on board with me, was so affected with the sight as to become perfectly motionless, and seemed as if metamorphosed into the statue of horror. It is utterly impossible for art to describe that passion with half the force that it appeared in his countenance. When roused from this state by some of us, he burst into tears, continued to weep and scold by turns, told them they were vile men, and that he neither was, nor would be any longer their friend. He even would not suffer them to touch him. He used the same language to one of the gentlemen who cut off the flesh, and refused to accept or even touch the knife with which it was done. Such was Oedii's indignation against the vile custom, and worthy of imitation by every rational being. I was not able to find out the reason for their undertaking this expedition. All I could understand for certain was, that they went from hence into Admiralty Bay, the next inlet to the west, and there fought with their enemies, many of whom they killed. They counted to me 50, a number which exceeded probability, as they were not more if so many themselves. I think I understood them clearly, that this youth was killed there, and not brought away prisoner and afterwards killed. Nor could I learn that they had brought away any more than this one, which increased the improbability of their having killed so many. We had also reason to think that they did not come off without loss, for a young woman was seen, more than once, to cut herself, as is the custom when they lose a friend or relation. That the New Zealanders are cannibals can now no longer be doubted. The account given of this in my former voyage, being partly founded on circumstances, was, as I afterwards understood, discredited by many persons. Few consider what a savage man is in his natural state, and even after he is in some degree civilized. The New Zealanders are certainly in some state of civilization. Their behaviour to us was manly and mild, showing on all occasions a readiness to oblige. They have some arts among them which they execute with great judgment and unwearied patience. They are far less addicted to thieving than the other islanders of the South Sea, and I believe those in the same tribe, or such as are at peace one with another, are strictly honest among themselves. This custom of eating their enemies slain in battle, for I firmly believe they eat the flesh of no others, has undoubtedly been handed down to them from the earliest times, and we know it is not an easy matter to wean a nation from their ancient customs, let them be ever so inhuman and savage, especially if that nation has no manner of connection or commerce with strangers. For it is by this that the greatest part of the human race has been civilized, an advantage which the New Zealanders, from their situation, never had. An intercourse with foreigners would reform their manners and polish their savage minds. Or, were they more united under a settled form of government, they would have fewer enemies, consequently this custom would be less in use, and might in time be in a manner forgotten. At present they have but little idea of treating others as themselves would wish to be treated, but treat them as they expect to be treated. If I remember right, one of the arguments they made use of to Tupia, who frequently expostulated with them against this custom, was that there could be no harm in killing and eating the man who would do the same by them if it was in his power. For, said they, can there be any harm in eating our enemies whom we have killed in battle? Would not those very enemies have done the same for us? I have often seen them listen to Tupia with great attention, but I never found his arguments have any weight with them, or that with all his rhetoric he could persuade any one of them that this custom was wrong. And when Oedidee and several of our people showed their abhorrence of it, they only laughed at them. Among many reasons which I have heard assigned for the prevalence of this horrid custom, the want of animal food has been one, but how far this is deducible either from facts or circumstances, I shall leave those to find out who advanced it. In every part of New Zealand where I have been, fish was in such plenty that the natives generally caught as much as served both themselves and us. They have also plenty of dogs, nor is there any want of wild fowl, which they know very well how to kill. So that neither this nor the want of food of any kind can, in my opinion, be the reason. But whatever it may be, I think it was but too evident that they have a great liking for this kind of food. I must here observe that Oedidee soon learnt to converse with these people, as I am persuaded he would have done with the people of Amsterdam, had he been a little longer with them. For he did not understand the New Zealanders at first any more or not so much as he understood the people of Amsterdam. At 4 o'clock in the morning on the 24th we unmoored with an intent to put to sea, but the wind being at north and northeast without, and blowing strong puffs into the cove, made it necessary for us to lie fast. While we were unmooring, some of our old friends came on board to take their leave of us, and afterwards left the cove with all their effects. But those who had been out on the late expedition remained, and some of the gentlemen having visited them, found the heart still sticking on the canoe, and the intestines lying on the beach, but the liver and lungs were now wanting. Probably they had eaten them, after the carcass was all gone. On the 25th, early in the morning, we weighed, with a small breeze out of the cove, which carried us no farther than between Motuara and Long Island, where we were obliged to anchor. But presently, after a breeze springing up at north, we weighed again, turned out of the Sound, and stood over for Cape Terawhite. During our stay in the Sound we were plentifully supplied with fish, procured from the natives at a very easy rate, and besides the vegetables our own gardens afforded, we found everywhere plenty of scurvy grass and celery, which I caused to be dressed every day for all hands. By this means they had been mostly on a fresh diet for the 3 preceding months, and at this time we had neither a sick nor scorbutic man on board. It is necessary to mention, for the information of others, that we had now some pork on board, salted at Ulietea, and as good as any I ever ate. The manner in which we cured it was this. In the cool of the evening the hogs were killed, dressed, cut up, the bones cut out, and the flesh salted while it was yet hot. The next morning we gave it a second salting, packed it into a cask, and put to it a sufficient quantity of strong pickle. Great care is to be taken that the meat be well covered with pickle, otherwise it will soon spoil. The morning before we sailed I wrote a memorandum, setting forth the time we last arrived, the day we sailed, the route I intended to take, and such other information as I thought necessary for Captain Furneaux, in case he should put into the Sound, and buried it in a bottle under the root of a tree in the garden, which is in the bottom of the cove, in such a manner as must be found by him or any other European who might put into the cove. I, however, had little reason to hope it would fall into the hands of the person for whom it was intended, thinking it hardly possible that the Adventure could be in any port in New Zealand, as we had not heard of her all this time. Nevertheless, I was resolved not to leave the coast without looking for her, where I thought it most likely for her to be. It was with this view that I stood over for Cape Terawhite, and afterwards ran along shore from point to point to Cape Palliser, firing guns every half hour, but all to no effect. At 8 o'clock we brought to for the night, Cape Palliser bearing S.E. by E. distant 3 leagues, in which situation we had 50 fathoms water. I had now an opportunity of making the following remarks on the coast between Cape Terawhite and Cape Palliser. The bay, which lies on the west side of the last cape, does not appear to run so far inland to the northward as I at first thought, the deception being caused by the land in the bottom of it being low. It is, however, at least 5 leagues deep, and full as wide at the entrance. Though it seems to be exposed to southerly and south-westerly winds, it is probable there may be places in the bottom of it sheltered even from these. The bay or inlet on the east side of Cape Terawhite, before which we anchored, lies in north, inclining to the west, and seemed to be sheltered from all winds. The middle cape, or point of land that disjoins these 2 bays, rises to a considerable height, especially inland; for close to the sea is a skirt of low land, off which lie some pointed rocks, but so near to the shore as to be no ways dangerous. Indeed, the navigation of this side of the strait seems much safer than the other, because the tides here are not near so strong. Cape Terawhite and Cape Palliser lie in the direction of north 69° west and south 69° east, from each other, distant 10 leagues. The cape which disjoins the 2 bays above mentioned lies within, or north of this direction. All the land near the coast, between and about these capes, is exceedingly barren, probably owing to its being so much exposed to the cold southerly winds. From Cape Terawhite to the 2 Brothers, which lie off Cape Kaumuru, the course is nearly N.W. by W, distant 16 miles. North of Cape Terawhite, between it and Entry Island, is an island lying pretty near the shore. I judged this to be an island when I saw it in my former voyage, but not being certain, left it undetermined in my chart of the strait, which is the reason of my taking notice of it now, as also of the bays, etc. above mentioned. At daylight in the morning on the 26th we made sail round Cape Palliser, firing guns as usual, as we ran along the shore. In this manner we proceeded till we were 3 or 4 leagues to the north-east of the cape. When the wind shifted to north-east, we bore away for Cape Campbell, on the other side of the strait. Soon after, seeing a smoke ascend, at some distance inland, away to the north-east, we hauled the wind, and continued to ply till 6 o'clock in the evening, which was several hours after the smoke disappeared, and left us not the least signs of people. Every one being unanimously of opinion that the Adventure could neither be stranded on the coast, nor be in any of the harbours thereof, I gave up looking for her, and all thoughts of seeing her any more during the voyage, as no rendezvous was absolutely fixed upon after leaving New Zealand. Nevertheless, this did not discourage me from fully exploring the southern parts of the Pacific Ocean, in the doing of which I intended to employ the whole of the ensuing season. On our quitting the coast, and consequently all hopes of being joined by our consort, I had the satisfaction to find that not a man was dejected, or thought the dangers we had yet to go through were in the least increased by being alone, but as cheerfully proceeding to the south, or wherever I might think proper to lead them, as if the Adventure, or even more ships, had been in our company. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 6, Part 1 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 6. Route of the ship from New Zealand in search of a continent, with an account of the various obstructions met with from the ice, and the methods pursued to explore the southern Pacific Ocean. 1773 November. At 8 o'clock in the evening of the 26th, we took our departure from Cape Palliser, and steered to the south, inclining to the east, having a favourable gale from the northwest and southwest. We daily saw some rockweeds, seals, Port Egmont hens, albatrosses, pintadoes, and other petrels. 1773 December. And on the 2nd of December, being in the latitude of 48 degrees 23 minutes south, longitude 179 degrees 16 minutes west, we saw a number of red-billed penguins, which remained about us for several days. On the 5th, being in the latitude 50 degrees 17 minutes south, longitude 179 degrees 40 minutes east, the variation was 18 degrees 25 minutes east. At half an hour past 8 o'clock the next evening, we reckoned ourselves antipodes to our friends in London, consequently as far removed from them as possible. On the 8th, being in the latitude 55 degrees 39 minutes, longitude 178 degrees 53 minutes west, we ceased to see penguins and seals, and concluded that those we had seen retired to the southern parts of New Zealand whenever it was necessary for them to be at land. We had now a strong gale at northwest and a great swell from southwest. This swell we got as soon as the south point of New Zealand came in that direction, and as we had had no wind from that quarter the 6 preceding days, but on the contrary it had been at east, north, and northwest, I conclude there can be no land to the southward, under the meridian of New Zealand, but what must lie very far to the south. The 2 following days we had very stormy weather, sleet and snow, winds between the north and southwest. The 11th the storm abated, and the weather clearing up, we found the latitude to be 61 degrees 15 minutes south, longitude 173 degrees 4 minutes west. This fine weather was of short duration. In the evening the wind increased to a strong gale at southwest, blew in squalls attended with thick snow showers, hail and sleet. The mercury in the thermometer fell to 32. Consequently the weather was very cold, and seemed to indicate that ice was not far off. At 4 o'clock the next morning, being in the latitude of 62 degrees 10 minutes south, longitude 172 degrees west, we saw the first ice island, 11½ degrees further south than the first ice we saw the preceding year, after leaving the Cape of Good Hope. At the time we saw this ice, we also saw an Antarctic petrel, some grey albatrosses, and our old companions pintadoes and blue petrels. The wind kept veering from southwest by the northwest to north-northeast, for the most part a fresh gale, attended with thick haze and snow, on which account we steered to the southeast and east, keeping the wind always on the beam, that it might be our power to return back nearly on the same track, should our course have been interrupted by any danger whatever. For some days we had a great sea from the northwest and southwest, so that it is not probable there can be any land near between these 2 points. We fell in with several large islands on the 14th, and about noon with a quantity of loose ice, through which we sailed, latitude 64 degrees 55 minutes south, longitude 163 degrees 20 minutes west. Grey albatrosses, blue petrels, pintadoes, and fulmars were seen. As we advanced to the southeast by east with a fresh gale at west, we found the number of ice islands increase fast upon us. Between noon and 8 in the evening we saw but 2, but before 4 o'clock in the morning of the 15th we had passed 17, besides a quantity of loose ice which we ran through. At 6 o'clock we were obliged to haul to the northeast, in order to clear an immense field that lay to the south and southeast. The ice, in most part of it, lay close packed together. In other places there appeared partitions in the field, and a clear sea beyond it. However, I did not think it safe to venture through, as the wind would not permit us to return the same way that we must go in. Besides, as it blew strong, and the weather at times was exceedingly foggy, it was the more necessary for us to get clear of this loose ice, which is rather more dangerous than the great islands. It was not such ice as is usually found in bays or rivers and near shore, but such as breaks off from the islands, and may not improperly be called parings of the large pieces, or the rubbish or fragments which fall off when the great islands break loose from the place where they are formed. We had not stood long to the northeast before we found ourselves embayed by the ice, and were obliged to tack and stretch to the southwest, having the field or loose ice to the south, and many huge islands to the north. After standing 2 hours on this tack, the wind very luckily veering to the westward, we tacked, stretched to the north, and soon got clear of the loose ice, but not before we had received several hard knocks from the larger pieces, which, with all our care, we could not avoid. After clearing one danger, we still had another to encounter. The weather remained foggy, and many large islands lay in our way, so that we had to luff for one and bear up for another. Once we were very near falling aboard of, and, if it had happened, this circumstance would never have been related. These difficulties, together with the improbability of finding land farther south, and the impossibility of exploring it, on account of the ice, if we should find any, determined me to get more to the north. At the time we last tacked, we were in the longitude of 159 degrees 20 minutes west, and in the latitude of 66 degrees 0 minutes south. Several penguins were seen on some of these islands, and a few Antarctic petrels on the wing. We continued to stand to the north, with a fresh gale at west, and tended with thick snow showers, till 8 o'clock in the evening, when the wind abated, the sky began to clear up, and at 6 o'clock in the morning of the 16th it fell calm. 4 hours later it was succeeded by a breeze at northeast, with which we stretched to the southeast, having thick hazy weather, with snow showers, and all our rigging coated with ice. In the evening we attempted to take some up out of the sea, but were obliged to desist, the sea running too high, and the pieces being so large, that it was dangerous for the boat to come near them. The next morning, being the 17th, we succeeded better; for falling in with a quantity of loose ice, we hoisted out 2 boats, and by noon got on board as much as we could manage. We then made sail for the east, with a gentle breeze northerly, attended with sleet and snow, which froze to the rigging as it fell. At this time we were in the latitude of 64° 41' south, longitude 155° 44' west. The ice we took up proved to be none of the best, being chiefly composed of frozen snow, on which account it was porous, and had imbibed a good deal of salt water; but this drained off, after lying a while on deck, and the water then yielded was fresh. We continued to stretch to the east, with a piercing cold northerly wind, attended with a thick fog, snow and sleet, that decorated all our rigging with icicles. We were hourly meeting with some of the large ice islands, which in these high latitudes render navigation so very dangerous. At 7 in the evening, falling in with a cluster of them, we narrowly escaped running aboard of one, and with difficulty wore clear of the others. We stood back to the west till 10 o'clock, at which time the fog cleared away, and we resumed our course to the east. At noon the next day we were in the latitude of 64° 49' south, longitude 149° 19' west. Some time after, our longitude, by observed distance of the sun and moon, was 149° 19' west; by Mr Kendal's watch 148° 36', and by my reckoning 148° 43', latitude 64° 48' south. The clear weather, and the wind veering to northwest, tempted me to steer south, which course we continued till 7 in the morning of the 20th, when the wind changing to northeast and the sky becoming clouded, we hauled up southeast in the afternoon. The wind increased to a strong gale, attended with a thick fog, snow, sleet, and rain, which constitutes the very worst of weather. Our rigging, at this time, was so loaded with ice, that we had enough to do to get our topsails down, to double the reef. At 7 o'clock in the evening, in the longitude of 147° 46', we came, the second time, within the Antarctic or Polar Circle, continuing our course to the south-east till 6 o'clock the next morning. At that time, being in the latitude of 67° 5' south, all at once we got in among a cluster of very large ice islands, and a vast quantity of loose pieces, and as the fog was exceedingly thick, it was with the utmost difficulty we wore clear of them. This done, we stood to the northwest till noon, when, the fog being somewhat dissipated, we resumed our course again to the southeast. The ice islands we met with in the morning were very high and rugged, forming at their tops many peaks, whereas the most of them we had seen before were flat at top, and not so high, though many of them were between 200 and 300 feet in height, and between 2 and 3 miles in circuit, with perpendicular cliffs or sides, astonishing to behold. Most of our winged companions had now left us. The grey albatrosses only remained, and instead of the other birds, we were visited by a few Antarctic petrels. The 22nd we steered east-south-east, with a fresh gale at north, blowing in squalls, one of which took hold of the mizzen topsail, tore it all to rags, and rendered it for ever after useless. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the wind veering towards the west, our course was east northerly. At this time we were in the latitude of 67° 31', the highest we had yet been in, longitude 142 degrees 54 minutes west. We continued our course to the east by north till noon, the 23rd, when being in the latitude of 67 degrees 12 minutes, longitude 138 degrees 0 minutes, we steered southeast, having then 23 ice islands in sight from off the deck, and twice that number from the masthead, and yet we could not see above 2 or 3 miles round us. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in the latitude of 67 degrees 20 minutes, longitude 137 degrees 12 minutes, we fell in with such a quantity of field or loose ice as covered the sea in the whole extent from south to east, and was so thick and close as wholly to obstruct our passage. At this time, the wind being pretty moderate and the sea smooth, we brought to at the outer edge of the ice, hoisted out 2 boats, and sent them to take some up. In the mean time we laid hold of several large pieces alongside, and got them on board with our tackle. The taking up ice proved such cold work, that it was 8 o'clock by the time the boats had made 2 trips, when we hoisted them in, and made sail to the west, under double reefed topsails and courses, with a strong gale at north, attended with sleet and snow, which froze to the rigging as it fell, making the ropes like wires, and the sails like boards or plates of metal. The sheaves also were frozen so fast in the block, that it required our utmost efforts to get a topsail down and up, the cold so intense as hardly to be endured, the whole sea in a manner covered with ice, a hard gale and a thick fog. Under all these unfavourable circumstances, it was natural for me to think of returning more to the north, seeing no probability of finding any land here, nor a possibility of getting further south; and to have proceeded to the east in this latitude must have been wrong, not only on account of the ice, but because we must have left a vast space of sea to the north unexplored, a space of 24 degrees of latitude, in which a large tract of land might have lain. Whether such a supposition was well grounded, could only be determined by visiting those parts. While we were taking up ice, we got 2 of the Antarctic petrels so often mentioned, by which our conjectures were confirmed, of their being of the petrel tribe. They are about the size of a large pigeon. The feathers of the head, back, and part of the upper side of the wings are of a light brown; the belly and under side of the wings white; the tail feathers are also white, but tipped with brown. At the same time we got another new petrel, smaller than the former, and all of a dark grey plumage. We remarked that these birds were fuller of feathers than any we had hitherto seen. Such care has nature taken to clothe them suitably to the climate in which they live. At the same time we saw a few chocolate coloured albatrosses. These, as well as the petrels above mentioned, we nowhere saw but among the ice. Hence one may with reason conjecture that there is land to the south. If not, I must ask where these birds breed; a question which perhaps will never be determined, for hitherto we have found these lands, if any, quite inaccessible. Besides these birds we saw a very large seal, which kept playing about us some time. One of our people who had been at Greenland called it a sea horse, but every one else took it for what I have said. Since our first falling in with the ice, the mercury in the thermometer had been from 33 to 31 at noonday. On the 24th the wind abated, veering to the northwest, and the sky cleared up, in the latitude of 67 degrees 0 minutes, longitude 138 degrees 15 minutes. As we advanced to the northeast with a gentle gale at northwest, the ice islands increased so fast upon us that this day at noon we could see near 100 round us, besides an immense number of small pieces. Perceiving that it was likely to be calm, I got the ship into as clear a berth as I could, where she drifted along with the ice, and by taking the advantage of every light air of wind, was kept from falling aboard any of these floating isles. Here it was we spent Christmas Day, much in the same manner as we did the preceding one. We were fortunate in having continual daylight and clear weather, for had it been as foggy as on some of the preceding days, nothing less than a miracle could have saved us from being dashed to pieces. In the morning of the 26th the whole sea was in a manner covered with ice, 200 large islands and upwards, being seen within the compass of 4 or 5 miles, which was the limits of our horizon, besides smaller pieces innumerable. Our latitude at noon was 66 degrees 15 minutes, longitude 134 degrees 22 minutes. By observation we found that the ship had drifted or gone about 20 miles to the northeast or east-northeast, whereas by the ice islands it appeared that she had gone little or nothing, from which we concluded that the ice drifted nearly in the same direction and at the same rate. At 4 o'clock a breeze sprang up at W.S.W. and enabled us to steer north, the most probable course to extricate ourselves from these dangers. We continued our course to the north with a gentle breeze at west, attended with clear weather, till 4 o'clock the next morning, when meeting with a quantity of loose ice we brought to, and took on board as much as filled all our empty casks, and for several days' present expense. This done, we made sail and steered north-west with a gentle breeze at north-east. Clear frosty weather. Our latitude at this time was 65 degrees 53 minutes south, longitude 133 degrees 42 minutes west. Islands of ice not half so numerous as before. At 4 in the morning of the 28th, the wind having veered more to the east and southeast, increased to a fresh gale, and was attended with snow showers. Our course was north till noon the next day, being then in the latitude of 62 degrees 24 minutes, longitude 134 degrees 37 minutes. We steered northwest by north. Some hours after the sky cleared up, and the wind abating, veered more to the south. On the 30th had little wind westerly, dark gloomy weather, with rain and sleet at times. Several whales seen playing about the ship, but very few birds. Islands of ice in plenty, and a swell from W.N.W. On the 31st little wind from the westward, fair and clear weather, which afforded an opportunity to air the spare sails, and to clean and smoke the ship between decks. At noon our latitude was 59 degrees 40 minutes south, longitude 135 degrees 11 minutes west. Our observation today gave us reason to conjecture that we had a southerly current. Indeed, this was no more than what might reasonably be supposed to account for such huge masses of ice being brought from the south. In the afternoon we had a few hours calm, succeeded by a breeze from the east, which enabled us to resume our northwest by north course. 1774 January. January 1st. The wind remained not long at east, but veered round by the south to the west, blew fresh, attended with snow showers. In the evening, being in the latitude of 58 degrees 39 minutes south, we passed 2 islands of ice, after which we saw no more till we stood again to the south. At 5 o'clock in the morning on the 2nd, it fell calm. Being at this time in the latitude of 58 degrees 2 minutes, longitude 137 degrees 12 minutes. The calm being succeeded by a breeze at east, we steered northwest by west. My reason for steering this course was to explore part of the great space of sea between us and our track to the south. On the 3rd at noon, being in latitude 56 degrees 46 minutes, longitude 139 degrees 45 minutes, the weather became fair and the wind veered to southwest. At about this time we saw a few small divers, as we call them, of the petrel tribe, which we judged to be such as are usually seen near land, especially in the bays, and on the coast of New Zealand. I cannot tell what to think of these birds. Had there been more of them, I should have been ready enough to believe that they were, at this time, not very far from land, as I never saw one so far from known land before. Probably these few had been drawn thus far by some shoal of fish, for such were certainly about us, by the vast number of blue petrels, albatrosses, and such other birds as are usually seen in the great ocean, all or most of which left us before night. 2 or 3 pieces of seaweed were also seen, but these appeared old and decayed. At 8 o'clock in the evening, being in the latitude of 56 degrees south, longitude 140 degrees 31 minutes west, the wind fixing in the westerly board, obliged us to steer north-easterly, and laid me under the necessity of leaving unexplored a space of sea to the west, containing nearly 40 degrees of longitude, and half that of latitude. Had the wind continued favourable, I intended to have run 15 or 20 degrees of longitude more to the west in the latitude we were then in, and back again to the east in the latitude of 50 degrees. This route would have so intersected the space above mentioned, as hardly to have left room for the bare supposition of any kind of land lying there. Indeed, as it was, we have little reason to believe that there is, but rather the contrary, from the great hollow swell we had had, for several days, from the west and northwest, though the wind had blown from a contrary direction a great part of the time, which is a great sign that we had not been covered by any land between these 2 points. While we were in the high latitudes, many of our people were attacked with a slight fever, occasioned by colds. It happily yielded to the simplest remedies, was generally removed in a few days, and at this time we had not above 1 or 2 on the sick list. We proceeded N.E. by north till the 6th at noon, being then in the latitude of 52 degrees 0 minutes south, longitude 135 degrees 32 minutes west, and about 200 leagues from our track to Otaheite, in which space it was not probable, all circumstances considered, there is any extensive land, and it being still less probable any lay to the west, from the great mountainous billows we had had, and still continued to have, from that quarter. I therefore steered north-east with a fresh gale at west-south-west. At 8 o'clock in the morning on the 7th, being in the latitude of 50 degrees 49 minutes south, we observed several distances of the sun and moon, which gave the longitude as follows, viz. By Mr. Wales, 133 degrees 24 minutes 0 seconds west, Gilbert, 133 degrees 10 minutes 0 seconds, Clark, 133 degrees 0 minutes 0 seconds, Smith, 133 degrees 37 minutes 25 seconds, myself, 133 degrees 37 minutes 0 seconds, Mean, 133 degrees 21 minutes 43 seconds. By the watch, 133 degrees 44 minutes 0 seconds west. My reckoning, 133 degrees 39 minutes 0 seconds. Variation of the compass, 6 degrees 2 minutes 0 seconds east. Thermometer, 50 degrees. The next morning we observed again, and the results were agreeable to the preceding observations, allowing for the ship's run. I must here take notice that our longitude can never be erroneous, while we have so good a guide as Mr. Kendal's watch. This day at noon we steered east-north-east 1/2 east, being then in the latitude of 49 degrees 7 minutes south, longitude 131 degrees 2 minutes west. On the 9th, in latitude 48 degrees 17 minutes south, longitude 127 degrees 10 minutes west. We steered east, with a fine fresh gale at west, attended with clear present weather, and a great swell from the same direction as the wind. In the morning of the 10th, having but little wind, we put a boat in the water, in which some of the officers went and shot several birds. These afforded us a fresh meal. They were of the petrel tribe, and such as are usually seen at any distance from land. Indeed, neither birds nor any other thing was to be seen that could give us the least hopes of finding any, and therefore at noon the next day, being then in the latitude of 47 degrees 51 minutes south, longitude 122 degrees 12 minutes west, and a little more than 200 leagues from my track to Otaheite in 1769, I altered the course and steered south-east, with a fresh gale at south-west by west. In the evening, when our latitude was 48 degrees 22 minutes south, longitude 121 degrees 29 minutes west, we found the variation to be 2 degrees 34 minutes east, which is the least variation we had found without the tropic. In the evening of the next day we found it to be 4 degrees 30 minutes east. Our latitude at that time was 50 degrees 5 minutes south, longitude 119 degrees half west. Our course was now more southerly, till the evening of the 13th, when we were in the latitude of 53 degrees 0 minutes south, longitude 118 degrees 3 minutes west. The wind being then at northwest, a strong gale with a thick fog and rain, which made it unsafe to steer large, I hauled up southwest and continued this course till noon the next day, when our latitude was 56 degrees 4 minutes south, longitude 122 degrees 1 minute west. The wind having veered to the north, and the fog continuing, I hauled to the east under courses and close reefed topsails. But this sail we could not carry long, for before 8 o'clock in the evening the wind increased to a perfect storm, and obliged us to lie to, under the mizzen staysail, till the morning of the 16th, when the wind having a good deal abated and veered to west, we set the courses, reefed topsails, and stood to the south. Soon after the weather cleared up, and in the evening we found the latitude to be 56 degrees 48 minutes south, longitude 119 degrees 8 minutes west. We continued to steer to the south, inclining to the east till the 18th, when we stood to the southwest with the wind at southeast, being at this time in the latitude of 61 degrees 9 minutes south, longitude 116 degrees 7 minutes west. At 10 o'clock in the evening it fell calm, which continued till 2 the next morning, when a breeze sprung up at north, which soon after increased to a fresh gale, and fixed at northeast. With this we steered south till noon on the 20th, when being now in the latitude of 62 degrees 34 minutes south, longitude 116 degrees 24 minutes west, we were again becalmed. End of Book 2, Chapter 6, Part 1. Book 2, Chapter 6, Part 2 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Book 2, Chapter 6, Route of the Ship from New Zealand in Search of a Continent, Part 2. In this situation we had 2 ice islands in sight, one of which seemed to be as large as any we had seen. It could not be less than 200 feet in height, and terminated in a peak not unlike the cupola of St. Paul's Church. At this time we had a great westerly swell, which made it improbable that any land should lie between us and the meridian of 133½ degrees, which was our longitude, under the latitude we were now in, when we stood to the north. In all this route we had not seen the least thing that could induce us to think we were ever in the neighbourhood of any land. We had indeed frequently seen pieces of seaweed, but this, I am well assured, is no sign of the vicinity of land, for weed is seen in every part of the ocean. After a few hours' calm we got a wind from south-east, but it was very unsettled and attended with thick snow showers. At length it fixed at south by east, and we stretched to the east. The wind blew fresh, was piercing cold, and attended with snow and sleet. On the 22nd, being in the latitude of 62 degrees 5' south, longitude 112 degrees 24' west, we saw an ice island, an Antarctic petrel, several blue petrels, and some other known birds, but no one thing that gave us the least hopes of finding land. On the 23rd at noon we were in the latitude of 62 degrees 22' south, longitude 110 degrees 24'. In the afternoon we passed an ice island. The wind, which blew fresh, continued to veer to the west, and at 8 o'clock the next morning it was to the north of west, when I steered south by west and south-south-west. At this time we were in the latitude of 63 degrees 20' south, longitude 108 degrees 7' west, and had a great sea from south-west. We continued this course till noon the next day, the 25th, when we steered due south. Our latitude at this time was 65 degrees 24' south, longitude 109 degrees 31' west. The wind was at north. The weather mild and not unpleasant, and not a bit of ice in view. This we thought a little extraordinary, as it was but a month before, and not quite 200 leagues to the east, that we were in a manner blocked up with large islands of ice in this very latitude. Saw a single pintado petrel, some blue petrels, and a few brown albatrosses in the evening, being under the same meridian and in the latitude of 65 degrees 44' south. The variation was 19 degrees 27' east. But the next morning in the latitude of 66 degrees 20' south, longitude the same as before, it was only 18 degrees 20' east. Probably the mean between the two is the nearest the truth. At this time we had 9 small islands in view, and soon after we came, the third time, within the Antarctic polar circle, in the longitude of 109 degrees 31' west. About noon, seeing the appearance of land to the south-east, we immediately trimmed our sails and stood towards it. Soon after it disappeared, but we did not give it up till 8 o'clock the next morning, when we were well assured that it was nothing but clouds or a fog bank, and then we resumed our course to the south, with a gentle breeze at north-east, attended with a thick fog, snow, and sleet. We now began to meet with ice islands more frequently than before, and in the latitude of 69 degrees 38' south, longitude 108 degrees 12' west, we fell in with a field of loose ice. As we began to be in want of water, I hoisted out 2 boats, and took up as much as yielded about 10 tons. This was cold work, but it was now familiar to us. As soon as we had done, we hoisted in the boats, and thereafterwards made short boards over that part of the sea we had in some measure made ourselves acquainted with. For we had now so thick a fog that we could not see 200 yards round us; and as we knew not the extent of the loose ice, I durst not steer to the south till we had clear weather. Thus we spent the night, or rather that part of 24 hours which answered to night; for we had no darkness but what was occasioned by fogs. At 4 o'clock in the morning of the 29th, the fog began to clear away, and the day becoming clear and serene, we again steered to the south with a gentle gale at north-east and north-north-east. The variation was found to be 22 degrees 41' east. This was in the latitude of 69 degrees 45' south, longitude 108 degrees 5' west. And in the afternoon, being in the same longitude and in the latitude of 70 degrees 23' south, it was 24 degrees 31' east. Soon after the sky became clouded and the air very cold. We continued our course to the south, and passed a piece of weed covered with barnacles, which a brown albatross was picking off. At 10 o'clock we passed a very large ice island. It was not less than 3 or 4 miles in circuit. Several more being seen ahead, and the weather becoming foggy, we hauled the wind to the northward; but in less than 2 hours the weather cleared up, and we again stood south. On the 30th, at 4 o'clock in the morning, we perceived the clouds over the horizon to the south to be of an unusual snow-white brightness, which we knew denounced our approach to field ice. Soon after it was seen from the topmast head, and at 8 o'clock we were close to its edge. It extended east and west far beyond the reach of our sight. In the situation we were in, just the southern half of our horizon was illuminated by the rays of light reflected from the ice to a considerable height. 97 ice hills were distinctly seen within the field, besides those on the outside, many of them very large, and looking like a ridge of mountains, rising one above another till they were lost in the clouds. The outer or northern edge of this immense field was composed of loose or broken ice close packed together, so that it was not possible for anything to enter it. This was about a mile broad, within which was solid ice in one continued compact body. It was rather low and flat, except the hills, but seemed to increase in height as you traced it to the south, in which direction it extended beyond our sight. Such mountains of ice as these, I believe, were never seen in the Greenland seas, at least not that I ever heard or read of, so that we cannot draw a comparison between the ice here and there. It must be allowed that these prodigious ice mountains must add such additional weight to the ice fields which enclose them, as cannot but make a great difference between the navigating this icy sea and that of Greenland. I will not say it was impossible anywhere to get farther to the south, but the attempting it would have been a dangerous and rash enterprise, and what, I believe, no man in my situation would have thought of. It was indeed my opinion, as well as the opinion of most on board, that this ice extended quite to the pole, or perhaps joined on some land, to which it had been fixed from the earliest time, and that it is here, that is, to the south of this parallel, where all the ice we find scattered up and down to the north is first formed, and afterwards broken off by gales of wind or other causes, and brought to the north by the currents, which we always found to set in that direction in the higher latitudes. As we drew near this ice, some penguins were heard, but none seen, and but few other birds or any other thing that it would induce us to think that any land was near. And yet I think there must be some to the south behind this ice, but if there is, it can afford no better retreat for birds or any other animals than the ice itself, with which it must be wholly covered. I, who had ambition not only to go farther than any one had been before, but as far as it was possible for man to go, was not sorry at meeting with this interruption, as it in some measure relieved us, at least shortened the dangers and hardships inseparable from the navigation of the southern polar regions. Since, therefore, we could not proceed 1 inch farther to the south, no other reason need be assigned for my tacking and standing back to the north, being at this time in the latitude of 71 degrees 10' south, longitude 106 degrees 54' west. It was happy for us that the weather was clear when we fell in with this ice, and that we discovered it as soon as we did, for we had no sooner tacked than we were involved in a thick fog. The wind was at east and blew a fresh breeze, so that we were enabled to return back over that space we had already made ourselves acquainted with. At noon, the mercury in the thermometer stood at 32.5°, and we found the air exceedingly cold. The thick fog, continuing with showers of snow, gave a coat of ice to our rigging of near an inch thick. In the afternoon of the next day the fog cleared away at intervals, but the weather was cloudy and gloomy, and the air excessively cold. However, the sea within our horizon was clear of ice. 1774 February. We continued to stand to the north with the wind easterly till the afternoon on the 1st of February, when, falling in with some loose ice which had been broken from an island to windward, we hoisted out 2 boats, and having taken some on board, resumed our course to the north and north-east, with gentle breezes from south-east, attended sometimes with fair weather, and at other times with snow and sleet. On the 4th we were in the latitude of 65° 42' south, longitude 99° 44'. The next day the wind was very unsettled both in strength and position, and attended with snow and sleet. At length, on the 6th, after a few hours calm, we got a breeze at south, which soon after freshened, fixed at west-south-west, and was attended with snow and sleet. I now came to the resolution to proceed to the north, and to spend the ensuing winter within the tropic, if I met with no employment before I came there. I was now well satisfied no continent was to be found in this ocean, but what must lie so far to the south as to be wholly inaccessible on account of ice; and that if one should be found in the southern Atlantic Ocean, it would be necessary to have the whole summer before us to explore it. On the other hand, upon a supposition that there is no land there, we undoubtedly might have reached the Cape of Good Hope by April, and so have put an end to the expedition, so far as it related to the finding a continent, which indeed was the first object of the voyage. But for me at this time to have quitted the southern Pacific Ocean, with a good ship expressly sent out on discoveries, a healthy crew, and not in want either of stores or of provisions, would have been betraying not only a want of perseverance, but of judgment, in supposing the South Pacific Ocean to have been so well explored that nothing remained to be done in it. This, however, was not my opinion; for though I had proved that there was no continent but what must lie far to the south, there remained nevertheless room for very large islands, in places wholly unexamined, and many of those which were formerly discovered are but imperfectly explored, and their situations as imperfectly known. I was besides of opinion that my remaining in this sea some time longer would be productive of improvements in navigation and geography as well as in other sciences. I had several times communicated my thoughts on this subject to Captain Furneaux, but as it then wholly depended on what we might meet with to the south, I could not give it in orders without running a risk of drawing us from the main object. Since now nothing had happened to prevent me from carrying these views into execution, my intention was first to go in search of the land said to have been discovered by Juan Fernandez above a century ago in about the latitude of 38°. If I should fail in finding this land, then to go in search of Easter Island or Davis's Land, whose situation was known with so little certainty that the attempts lately made to find it had miscarried. I next intended to go within the tropic, and then proceed to the west, touching at, and settling the situations of such islands as we might meet with, till we arrived at Otaheite, where it was necessary I should stop to look for the Adventure. I had also thoughts of running as far west as the Terra Australians de Espiritu Santo, discovered by Quiros, and to which M. de Bougainville calls the Great Cyclades. Quiros speaks of this land as being large, or lying in the neighbourhood of large lands, and as this was a point which M. de Bougainville had neither confirmed nor refuted, I thought it was worth clearing up. From this land my design was to steer to the south, and so back to the east, between the latitudes of 50 and 60 degrees, intending, if possible, to be the length of Cape Horn in November next, when we should have the best part of a summer before us, to explore the southern part of the Atlantic Ocean. Great as this design appeared to be, I however thought it possible to be executed, and when I came to communicate it to the officers, I had the satisfaction to find that they all heartily concurred in it. I should not do these gentlemen justice if I did not take some opportunity to declare that they always showed the utmost readiness to carry into execution, in the most effectual manner, every measure I thought proper to take. Under such circumstances it is hardly necessary to say that the seamen were always obedient and alert, and on this occasion they were so far from wishing the voyage at an end, that they rejoiced at the prospect of its being prolonged another year, and of soon enjoying the benefits of a milder climate. I now steered north, inclining to the east, and in the evening we were overtaken with a furious storm at west-south-west, attended with snow and sleet. It came so suddenly upon us, that before we could take in our sails, 2 old topsails, which we had bent to the yards, were blown to pieces, and the other sails much damaged. The gale lasted, without the least intermission, till the next morning, when it began to abate. It continued, however, to blow very fresh till noon on the 12th, when it ended in a calm. At this time we were in the latitude of 50 degrees 14' south, longitude 95 degrees 18' west. Some birds being about the ship, we took the advantage of the calm to put a boat in the water and shot several birds, on which we feasted the next day. One of these birds was of that sort which has been so often mentioned in this journal, under the name of Port Egmont hens. They are of the gull kind, about the size of a raven, with a dark brown plumage except the underside of each wing, where there are some white feathers. The rest of the birds were albatrosses and shearwaters. After a few hours calm, having got a breeze at north-west, we made a stretch to the south-west for 24 hours, in which route we saw a piece of wood, a bunch of weed, and a diving petrel. The wind having veered more to the west, made us tack and stretch to the north till noon on the 14th, at which time we were in the latitude of 49 degrees 32' south, longitude 95 degrees 11' west. We had now calms and light breezes succeeding each other till the next morning, when the wind freshened at west-north-west, and was attended with a thick fog and drizzling rain the 3 following days, during which time we stretched to the north, inclining to the east, and crossed my track to Otaheite in 1769. I did intend to have kept more to the west, but the strong winds from that direction put it out of my power. On the 18th the wind veered to south-west and blew very fresh, but was attended with clear weather, which gave us an opportunity to ascertain our longitude by several lunar observations made by Messrs. Wales, Clark, Gilbert, and Smith. The mean result of all was 94 degrees 19' 30" west. Mr. Kendall's watch at the same time gave 94 degrees 46' west. Our latitude was 43 degrees 53' south. The wind continued not long at south-west before it veered back to the west and west-north-west. As we advanced to the north, we felt a most sensible change in the weather. The 20th at noon we were in the latitude of 39 degrees 58' south, longitude 94 degrees 37' west. The day was clear and pleasant, and, I may say, the only summer's day we had had since we left New Zealand. The mercury in the thermometer rose to 66. We still continued to steer to the north, as the wind remained in the old quarter, and the next day at noon we were in the latitude of 37 degrees 54 minutes south, which was the same that Juan Fernandez's discovery is said to lie in. We, however, had not the least signs of any land lying in our neighbourhood. The next day at noon we were in latitude 36 degrees 10 minutes south, longitude 94 degrees 56 minutes west. Soon after, the wind veered to south-south-east, and enabled us to steer west-south-west, which I thought the most probable direction to find the land of which we were in search. And yet I had no hopes of succeeding, as we had a large hollow swell from the same point. We, however, continued this course till the 25th, when the wind having veered again round to the westward, I gave it up, and stood away to the north, in order to get into the latitude of Easter Island. Our latitude this time was 37 degrees 52 minutes, longitude 101 degrees 10 minutes west. I was now well assured that the discovery of Juan Fernandez, if any such was ever made, can be nothing but a small island, there being hardly room for a large land, as will fully appear by the tracks of Captain Wallis, Bougainville of the Endeavour, and this of the Resolution. Whoever wants to see an account of the discovery in question will meet with it in Mr. Dalrymple's collection of voyages to the South Seas. This gentleman places it under the meridian of 90 degrees, which I think it cannot be, for Monsieur de Bougainville seems to have run down under that meridian, and we had now examined the latitude in which it is said to lie, from the meridian of 94 degrees to 101 degrees. It is not probable it can lie to the east of 90 degrees, because if it did, it must have been seen, at one time or other, by ships bound from the northern to the southern parts of America. Mr. Pangray, in a little treatise concerning the transit of Venus, published in 1768, gives some account of land having been discovered by the Spaniards in 1714, in the latitude of 38 degrees, and 550 leagues from the coast of Chile, which is in the longitude of 110 or 111 degrees west, and within a degree or two of my track in the Endeavour, so that this can hardly be its situation. In short, the only probable situation it can have must be about the meridian of 106 degrees or 108 degrees west, and then it can only be a small isle, as I have already observed. I was now taken ill of the bilious colic, which was so violent as to confine me to my bed, so that the management of the ship was left to Mr. Cooper, the first officer, who conducted her very much to my satisfaction. It was several days before the most dangerous symptoms of my disorder were removed, during which time Mr. Patten the surgeon was to me not only a skilful physician, but an affectionate nurse; and I should ill deserve the care he bestowed on me, if I did not make this public acknowledgment. When I began to recover, a favourite dog belonging to Mr. Forster fell a sacrifice to my tender stomach. We had no other fresh meat on board, and I could eat of this flesh, as well as broth made of it, when I could taste nothing else. Thus I received nourishment and strength from food which would have made most people in Europe sick. So true it is, that necessity is governed by no law. On the 28th, in the latitude of 33 degrees 7 minutes south, longitude 102 degrees 33 minutes west, we began to see flying fish, egg birds, and noddies, which are said not to go above 60 or 80 leagues from land. But of this we have no certainty. No one yet knows to what distance any of the oceanic birds go to sea. For my own part, I do not believe there is one in the whole tribe that can be relied on, in pointing out the vicinity of land. In the latitude of 30 degrees 30 minutes south, longitude 101 degrees 45 minutes west, we began to see men of war birds. In the latitude of 29 degrees 44 minutes, longitude 100 degrees 45 minutes west, we had a calm of nearly 2 days together, during which time the heat was intolerable, but what ought to be remarked, there was a great swell from the southwest. 1774 March. On the 6th of March the calm was succeeded by an easterly wind, with which we steered northwest till noon the 8th, when, being in the latitude of 27 degrees 4 minutes south, longitude 103 degrees 58 minutes west, we steered west, meeting every day with great numbers of birds, such as men of war, tropic and egg birds, poddies, shearwaters, etc. And once we passed several pieces of sponge, and a small dried leaf, not unlike a bay one. Soon after we saw a sea snake, in every respect like those we had before seen at the tropical islands. We also saw plenty of fish, but we were such bad fishers that we caught only 4 albacores, which were very acceptable to me especially, who was just recovering from my late illness. End of Book 2, Chapter 6, Part 2. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 7 of A Voyage Towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Book 2, Chapter 7. Sequel of the Passage from New Zealand to Easter Island and Transactions there, with an account of an expedition to discover the inland part of the country, and a description of some of the surprising gigantic statues found in the island. 1774 March. At 8 o'clock in the morning on the 11th, land was seen from the masthead, bearing west, and at noon from the deck, extending from west 3/4 north to west by south, about 12 leagues distance. I made no doubt that this was Davis's Land, or Easter Island, as its appearance from this situation corresponded very well with Wafer's account, and we expected to have seen the low sandy isle that Davis fell in with, which would have been a confirmation. But in this we were disappointed. At 7 o'clock in the evening the island bore from north 62 west to north 87 west, about 5 leagues distance, in which situation we sounded without finding ground with a line of 140 fathoms. Here we spent the night, having alternately light airs and calms, till 10 o'clock the next morning, when a breeze sprung up at west-south-west. With this we stretched in for the land, and with the help of our glass discovered people, and some of those colossal Ian statues or idols mentioned in the account of Roggevein's voyage. At 4 o'clock p.m. we were half a league south-south-east and north-north-west of the north-east point of the island, and on sounding found 35 fathoms, a dark sandy bottom. I now tacked and endeavoured to get into what appeared to be a bay on the west side of the point or southeast side of the island. But before this could be accomplished, night came upon us, and we stood on and off under the land till the next morning, having sounding from 75 to 110 fathoms, the same bottom as before. On the 13th, about 8 o'clock in the morning, the wind, which had been variable most part of the night, fixed at south-east and blew in squalls, accompanied with rain, but it was not long before the weather became fair. As the wind now blew right to the south-east shore, which does not afford that shelter I at first thought, I resolved to look for anchorage on the west and north-west sides of the island. With this view I bore up round the south point, of which lie 2 small islets, the one nearest the point high and peaked, and the other low and flattish. After getting round the point and coming before a sandy beach, we found soundings 30 and 40 fathoms, sandy ground, and about 1 mile from the shore. Here a canoe, conducted by 2 men, came off to us. They brought with them a bunch of plantains, which they sent into the ship by a rope, and then they returned ashore. This gave us a good opinion of the islanders, and inspired us with hopes of getting some refreshments, which we were in great want of. I continued to range along the coast till we opened the northern point of the isle, without seeing a better anchoring place than the one we had passed. We therefore tacked and plied back to it, and in the meantime sent away the master in a boat to sound the coast. He returned about 5 o'clock in the evening, and soon after we came into an anchor in 36 fathoms water, before the sandy beach above mentioned. As the master drew near the shore with a boat, one of the natives swam off to her, and insisted on coming aboard the ship, where he remained 2 nights and a day. The first thing he did after coming aboard was to measure the length of the ship by fathoming her from the taffrail to the stern, and as he counted the fathoms, we observed that he called the numbers by the same names that they do at Otaheite. Nevertheless, his language was in a manner wholly unintelligible to all of us. Having anchored too near the edge of a bank, a fresh breeze from the land, about 3 o'clock the next morning, drove us off it, on which the anchor was heaved up and sail made to regain the bank again. While the ship was plying in, I went ashore, accompanied by some of the gentlemen, to see what the island was likely to afford us. We landed at the sandy beach, where some hundreds of the natives were assembled, and who were so impatient to see us, that many of them swam off to meet the boats. Not one of them had so much as a stick or weapon of any sort in their hands. After distributing a few trinkets amongst them, we made signs for something to eat, on which they brought down a few potatoes, plantains, and sugar canes, and exchanged them for nails, looking glasses, and pieces of cloth. We presently discovered that they were as expert thieves and as tricking in their exchanges as any people we had yet met with. It was with some difficulty that we could keep the hats on our heads, but hardly possible to keep anything in our pockets, not even what themselves had sold us, for they would watch every opportunity to snatch it from us, so that we sometimes bought the same thing 2 or 3 times over, and after all did not get it. Before I sailed from England, I was informed that a Spanish ship had visited this isle in 1769. Some signs of it were seen among the people now about us. One man had a pretty good broad-brimmed European hat on, another had a grego jacket, and another a red silk handkerchief. They also seemed to know the use of a musket, and to stand in much awe of it, but this they probably learned from Roggevine, who, if we are to believe the authors of that voyage, left them sufficient tokens. Near the place where we landed were some of those statues before mentioned, which I shall describe in another place. The country appeared barren and without wood. There were, nevertheless, several plantations of potatoes, plantains, and sugar canes. We also saw some fowls, and found a well of brackish water. As these were articles we were in want of, and as the natives seemed not unwilling to part with them, I resolved to stay a day or 2. With this view I repaired on board, and brought the ship to an anchor in 32 fathoms water, the bottom a fine dark sand. Our station was about a mile from the nearest shore, the south point of a small bay, in the bottom of which is the sandy beach before mentioned, being east-south-east, distant 1.5 miles. The 2 rocky islets lying off the south point of the island were just shut behind a point to the north of them. They bore south 3/4 west, 4 miles distant, and the other extreme of the island bore north 25 degrees east, distant about 6 miles. But the best mark for this anchoring place is the beach, because it is the only one on this side of the island. In the afternoon we got on board a few casks of water, and opened a trade with the natives for such things as they had to dispose of. Some of the gentlemen also made an excursion into the country to see what it produced, and returned again in the evening with the loss only of a hat, which one of the natives snatched off the head of one of the party. Early next morning I sent Lieutenants Pickersgill and Edgecombe with a party of men, accompanied by several of the gentlemen, to examine the country. As I was not sufficiently recovered from my late illness to make one of the party, I was obliged to content myself with remaining at the landing place among the natives. We had at one time a pretty brisk trade with them for potatoes, which we observed they dug up out of an adjoining plantation. But this traffic, which was very advantageous to us, was soon put a stop to by the owner, as we supposed, of the plantation coming down, and driving all the people out of it. By this we concluded that he had been robbed of his property, and that they were not less scrupulous of stealing from one another than from us, on whom they practised every little fraud they could think of, and generally with success. For we no sooner detected them in one than they found out another. About 7 o'clock in the evening, the party I had sent into the country returned, after having been over the greatest part of the island. They left the beach about 9 o'clock in the morning, and took a path which led across to the south-east side of the island, followed by a great crowd of the natives, who pressed much upon them. But they had not proceeded far before a middle-aged man, punctured from head to foot, and his face painted with a sort of white pigment, appeared with a spear in his hand, and walked alongside of them, making signs to his countrymen to keep at a distance, and not to molest our people. When he had pretty well effected this, he hoisted a piece of white cloth on his spear, placed himself in the front, and led the way, with his ensign of peace, as they understood it to be. For the greatest part of the distance across, the ground had but a barren appearance, being a dry hard clay, and everywhere covered with stones. But notwithstanding this, there were several large tracts planted with potatoes, and some plantain walks, but they saw no fruit on any of the trees. Towards the highest part of the south end of the island, the soil, which was a fine red earth, seemed much better, bore a longer grass, and was not covered with stones as in the other parts. But here they saw neither house nor plantation. On the east side, near the sea, they met with 3 platforms of stonework, or rather the ruins of them. On each had stood 4 of those large statues, but they were all fallen down from 2 of them, and also one from the 3rd. All except one were broken by the fall, or in some measure defaced. Mr. Wales measured this one, and found it to be 15 feet in length, and 6 feet broad over the shoulders. Each statue had on its head a large cylindric stone of a red colour, wrought perfectly round. The one they measured, which was not by far the largest, was 52 inches high and 66 in diameter. In some, the upper corner of the cylinder was taken off in a sort of concave quarter round, but in others the cylinder was entire. From this place they followed the direction of the coast to the northeast, the man with the flag still leading the way. For about 3 miles they found the country very barren, and in some places stripped of the soil to the bare rock, which seemed to be a poor sort of iron ore. Beyond this, they came to the most fertile part of the island they saw, it being interspersed with plantations of potatoes, sugar canes, and plantain trees, and these not so much encumbered with stones as those which they had seen before. But they could find no water, except what the natives twice or thrice brought them, which, though brackish and stinking, was rendered acceptable by the extremity of their thirst. They also passed some huts, the owners of which met them with roasted potatoes and sugar canes, and placing themselves ahead of the foremost party, for they marched in a line in order to have the benefit of the path, gave one to each man as he passed by. They observed the same method in distributing the water which they brought, and were particularly careful that the foremost did not drink too much, lest none should be left for the hindmost. But at the very time these were relieving the thirsty and hungry, there were not wanting others who endeavoured to steal from them the very things which had been given them. At last, to prevent worse consequences, they were obliged to fire a load of small shot at one who was so audacious as to snatch from one of the men the bag which contained everything they carried with them. The shot hit him on the back, on which he dropped the bag, ran a little way, and then fell, but he afterwards got up and walked, and what became of him they knew not, nor whether he was much wounded. As this affair occasioned some delay and drew the natives together, they presently saw the man who had hitherto led the way, and one or two more, coming running towards them, but instead of stopping when they came up, they continued to run round them, repeating in a kind manner a few words until our people set forwards again. Then their old guide hoisted his flag, leading the way as before, and none ever attempted to steal from them the whole day afterwards. As they passed along, they observed on a hill a number of people collected together, some of whom had spears in their hands, but on their being called to by their countrymen, they dispersed, except a few, amongst whom was one seemingly of some note. He was a stout, well-made man, with a fine open countenance. His face was painted, his body punctured, and he wore a better ha-how, or cloth, than the rest. He saluted them as they came up, by stretching out his arms, with both hands clenched, lifting them over his head, opening them wide, and then letting them fall gradually down to his sides. To this man, whom they understood to be chief of the island, their other friend gave his white flag, and he gave him another, who carried it before them the remainder of the day. Towards the eastern end of the island they met with a well whose water was perfectly fresh, being considerably above the level of the sea, but it was dirty owing to the filthiness or cleanliness, call it what you will, of the natives, who never go to drink without washing themselves all over as soon as they have done, and if ever so many of them are together, the first leaps right into the middle of the hole, drinks and washes himself without the least ceremony, after which another takes his place and does the same. They observed that this side of the island was full of those gigantic statues so often mentioned, some placed in groups on platforms of masonry, others single, fixed only in the earth, and that not deep, and these latter are in general much larger than the others. Having measured one which had fallen down, they found it very near 27 feet long, and upwards of 8 feet over the breast or shoulders, and yet this appeared considerably short of the size of one they saw standing, its shade a little past 2 o'clock, being sufficient to shelter all the party, consisting of near 30 persons, from the rays of the sun. Here they stopped to dine, after which they repaired to a hill, from whence they saw all the east and north shores of the isle, on which they could not see either bay or creek fit even for a boat to land in, nor the least signs of fresh water. What the natives brought them here was real salt water, but they observed that some of them drank pretty plentifully of it. So far will necessity and custom get the better of nature. On this account they were obliged to return to the last mentioned well, where, after having quenched their thirst, they directed their route across the island towards the ship, as it was now 4 o'clock. In a small hollow on the highest part of the island they met with several such cylinders as are placed on the heads of the statues. Some of these appeared larger than any they had seen before, but it was now too late to stop to measure any of them. Mr. Wales, from whom I had this information, is of opinion that there had been a quarry here, whence these stones had formerly been dug, and that it would have been no difficult matter to roll them down the hill after they were formed. I think this a very reasonable conjecture, and have no doubt that it has been so. On the declivity of the mountain towards the west they met with another well, but the water was a very strong mineral, had a thick green scum on the top, and stunk intolerably. Necessity, however, obliged some to drink of it, but it soon made them so sick they threw it up the same way that it went down. In all this excursion, as well as the one made the preceding day, only 2 or 3 shrubs were seen. The leaf and seed of one, called by the natives toramedo, were not much unlike those of the common vetch, but the pod was more like that of a tamarind in its size and shape. The seeds have a disagreeable bitter taste, and the natives, when they saw our people chew them, made signs to spit them out, from whence it was concluded that they think them poisonous. The wood is of a reddish colour and pretty hard and heavy, but very crooked, small and short, not exceeding 6 or 7 feet in height. At the southwest corner of the island they found another small shrub, whose leaf was white and brittle, and in some measure, as also its leaf, resembling the ash. They also saw in several places the Otaheitan cloth plant, but it was poor and weak, and not above 2½ feet high at most. They saw not an animal of any sort, and but very few birds, nor indeed anything which can induce ships that are not in the utmost distress to touch at this island. This account of the excursion I had from Mr. Pickersgill and Mr. Wales, men on whose veracity I could depend, and therefore I determined to leave the island the next morning, since nothing was to be obtained that could make it worth my while to stay longer, for the water which we had sent on board was not much better than if it had been taken up out of the sea. We had a calm till 10 o'clock in the morning of the 16th, when a breeze sprung up at west, accompanied with heavy showers of rain, which lasted about an hour. The weather then clearing up, we got under sail, stood to sea, and kept plying to and fro, while an officer was sent on shore with 2 boats, to purchase such refreshments as the natives might have brought down; for I judged this would be the case, as they knew nothing of our sailing. The event proved that I was not mistaken, for the boats made 2 trips before night, when we hoisted them in, and made sail to the northwest, with a light breeze at north-northeast. End of Book 2, Chapter 7. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 8 of A Voyage Towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 8. A description of the island and its produce, situation and inhabitants, their manners and customs, conjectures concerning their government, religion, and other subjects, with a more particular account of the gigantic statues. 1774 March. I shall now give some further account of this island, which is undoubtedly the same that Admiral Roggevane touched at in April 1722, although the description given of it by the authors of that voyage does by no means agree with it now. It may also be the same that was seen by Captain Davis in 1686, for, when seen from the east, it answers very well to Wafer's description, as I have before observed. In short, if this is not the land, his discovery cannot lie far from the coast of America, as this latitude has been well explored from the meridian of 80° to 110°. Captain Carteret carried it much further, but his track seems to have been a little too far south. Had I found fresh water, I intended spending some days in looking for the low sandy isle Davis fell in with, which would have determined the point; but as I did not find water, and had a long run to make before I was assured of getting any, and being in want of refreshments, I declined the search, as a small delay might have been attended with bad consequences to the crew, many of them beginning to be more or less affected with the scurvy. No nation need contend for the honour of the discovery of this island, as there can be few places which afford less convenience for shipping than it does. Here is no safe anchorage, no wood for fuel, nor any fresh water worth taking on board. Nature has been exceedingly sparing of her favours to this spot. As everything must be raised by dint of labour, it cannot be supposed that the inhabitants plant much more than is sufficient for themselves; and as they are but few in number, they cannot have much to spare to supply the wants of visitant strangers. The produce is sweet potatoes, yams, tara or eddy root, plantains and sugar canes, all pretty good, the potatoes especially, which are the best of the kind I ever tasted. Gourds they have also, but so very few, that a cocoa nut shell was the most valuable thing we could give them. They have a few tame fowls, such as cocks and hens, small but well tasted. They have also rats, which it seems they eat, for I saw a man with some dead ones in his hand, and he seemed unwilling to part with them, giving me to understand they were for food. Of land birds there were hardly any, and sea birds but few. These were men of war, tropic and egg birds, noddies, tern, etc. The coast seemed not to abound with fish, at least we could catch none with hook and line, and it was but very little we saw among the natives. Such is the produce of Easter Island, or Davis's Land, which is situated in 27° 5' 30" south, longitude 109° 46' 20" west. It is about 10 or 12 leagues in circuit, hath a hilly and stony surface, and an iron-bound shore. The hills are of such a height as to be seen 15 or 16 leagues. Off the south end are 2 rocky islets, lying near the shore. The north and east points of the island rise directly from the sea to a considerable height. Between them and the south-east side, the shore forms an open bay, in which I believe the Dutch anchored. We anchored, as hath been already mentioned, on the west side of the island, 3 miles to the north of the south point, with the sandy beach bearing east-south-east. This is a very good road with easterly winds, but a dangerous one with westerly, as the other on the south-east side must be with easterly winds. For this, and other bad accommodations already mentioned, nothing but necessity will induce any one to touch at this isle, unless it can be done without getting much out of the way; in which case touching here may be advantageous, as the people willingly and readily part with such refreshments as they have, and at an easy rate. We certainly received great benefit from the little we got, but few ships can come here without being in want of water, and this want cannot be here supplied. The little we took on board could not be made use of, being only salt water which had filtered through a stony beach into a stone well. This the natives had made for the purpose, a little to the southward of the sandy beach so often mentioned, and the water ebbed and flowed into it with the tide. The inhabitants of this island do not seem to exceed 600 or 700 souls, and above 2/3 of those we saw were males. They either have but few females amongst them, or else many were restrained from making their appearance during our stay, for though we saw nothing to induce us to believe the men were of a jealous disposition, or the women afraid to appear in public, something of this kind was probably the case. In colour, features, and language, they bear such an affinity to the people of the more western isles, that no one will doubt they have had the same origin. It is extraordinary that the same nation should have spread themselves over all the isles in this vast ocean, from New Zealand to this island, which is almost 1/4 part of the circumference of the globe. Many of them have now no other knowledge of each other than what is preserved by antiquated tradition, and they have by length of time become, as it were, different nations, each having adopted some peculiar custom or habit, etc. Nevertheless, a careful observer will soon see the affinity each has to the other. In general, the people of this isle are a slender race. I did not see a man that would measure 6 feet. So far are they from being giants, as one of the authors of Roggevein's Voyage asserts. They are brisk and active, have good features, and not disagreeable countenances, are friendly and hospitable to strangers, but as much addicted to pilfering as any of their neighbours. Tattooing, or puncturing the skin, is much used here. The men are marked from head to foot, with figures all nearly alike, only some give them one direction and some another, as fancy leads. The women are but little punctured. Red and white paint is an ornament with them, as also with the men. The former is made of turmeric, but what composes the latter I know not. Their clothing is a piece or two of quilted cloth, about 6 feet by 4, or a mat. One piece wrapped round their loins and another over their shoulders make a complete dress. But the men, for the most part, are in a manner naked, wearing nothing but a slip of cloth betwixt their legs, each end of which is fastened to a cord or belt they wear round the waist. Their cloth is made of the same materials as at Otaheite, viz. Of the bark of the cloth plant, but as they have but little of it, our Otaheitean cloth, or indeed any sort of it, came here to a good market. Their hair in general is black. The women wear it long, and sometimes tied up on the crown of the head, but the men wear it and their beards cropped short. Their headdress is a round fillet adorned with feathers, and a straw bonnet something like a Scotch one, the former, I believe, being chiefly worn by the men, and the latter by the women. Both men and women have very large holes, or rather slits, in their ears, extending to near 3 inches in length. They sometimes turn this slit over the upper part, and then the ear looks as if the flap was cut off. The chief ear ornaments are the white down of feathers and rings, which they wear in the inside of the hole, made of some elastic substance, rolled up like a watch spring. I judged this was to keep the hole at its utmost extension. I do not remember seeing them wear any other ornaments, excepting amulets made of bone or shells. As harmless and friendly as these people seem to be, they are not without offensive weapons, such as short wooden clubs and spears, the latter of which are crooked sticks about 6 feet long, armed at one end with pieces of flint. They have also a weapon made of wood, like the patu patu of New Zealand. Their houses are low miserable huts, constructed by setting sticks upright in the ground at 6 or 8 feet distance, then bending them towards each other, and tying them together at the top, forming thereby a kind of Gothic arch. The longest sticks are placed in the middle, and shorter ones each way, and less distance asunder, by which means the building is highest and broadest in the middle, and lower and narrower towards each end. To these are tied others horizontally, and the whole is thatched over with leaves of sugar cane. The doorway is in the middle of one side, formed like a porch, and so low and narrow as just to admit a man to enter upon all fours. The largest house I saw was about 60 feet long, 8 or 9 feet high in the middle, and 3 or 4 at each end. Its breadth at these parts was nearly equal to its height. Some have a kind of vaulted houses built with stone and partly underground, but I never was in one of these. I saw no household utensils among them except gourds, and of these but very few. They were extravagantly fond of cocoa-nut shells, more so than of any thing we could give them. They dressed their victuals in the same manner as Otaheite, that is, with hot stones in an oven or hole in the ground. The straw or tops of sugar cane, plantain heads, etc., serve them for fuel to heat the stones. Plantains, which require but little dressing, they roast under fires of straw, dried grass, etc., and the whole races of them are ripened or roasted in this manner. We frequently saw 10 or a dozen or more such fires in one place, and most commonly in the mornings and evenings. Not more than 3 or 4 canoes were seen at the whole island, and these very mean, and built of many pieces sewed together with small line. They are about 18 or 20 feet long, head and stem carved or raised a little, are very narrow and fitted with outriggers. They do not seem capable of carrying above 4 persons, and are by no means fit for any distant navigation. As small and mean as these canoes were, it was a matter of wonder to us where they got the wood to build them with, for in one of them was a board 6 or 8 feet long, 14 inches broad at one end and 8 at the other, whereas we did not see a stick on the island that would have made a board half this size, nor indeed was there another piece in the whole canoe half as big. There are 2 ways by which it is possible they may have got this large wood. It may have been left here by the Spaniards, or it might have been driven on the shore of the island from some distant land. It is even possible there may be some land in the neighbourhood from whence they might have got it. We, however, saw no signs of any, nor could we get the least information on this head from the natives, although we tried every method we could think of to obtain it. We were almost as unfortunate in our inquiries for the proper or native name of the island, for on comparing notes I found we had got 3 different names for it, viz. Tamareki, Waihu, and Tiapi. Without pretending to say which, or whether any of them is right, I shall only observe that the last was obtained by Oedidi, who understood their language much better than any of us, though even he understood it but very imperfectly. It appears by the account of Roggewein's voyage, that these people had no better vessels than when he first visited them. The want of materials and not of genius seems to be the reason why they have made no improvement in this art. Some pieces of carving were found amongst them, both well designed and executed. Their plantations are prettily laid out by line, but not enclosed by any fence. Indeed, they have nothing for this purpose but stones. I have no doubt that all these plantations are private property, and that there are here, as at Otaheite, chiefs, which they call Arikis, to whom these plantations belong. But of the power or authority of these chiefs, or of the government of these people, I confess myself quite ignorant. Nor are we better acquainted with their religion. The gigantic statues so often mentioned are not, in my opinion, looked upon as idols by the present inhabitants, whatever they might have been in the days of the Dutch. At least I saw nothing that could induce me to think so. On the contrary, I rather suppose that they are burying places for certain tribes or families. I, as well as some others, saw a human skeleton lying in one of the platforms just covered with stones. Some of these platforms of masonry are 30 or 40 feet long, 12 or 16 broad, and from 3 to 12 in height, which last in some measure depends on the nature of the ground, for they are generally at the brink of the bank facing the sea, so that this face may be 10 or 12 feet or more high, and the other may not be above 3 or 4. They are built, or rather faced, with hewn stones, of a very large size, and the workmanship is not inferior to the best plain piece of masonry we have in England. They use no sort of cement, yet the joints are exceedingly close, and the stones mortised and tenanted one into another in a very artful manner. The side walls are not perpendicular, but inclining a little inwards, in the same manner that breastworks, etc., are built in Europe. Yet had not all this care, pains, and sagacity been able to preserve these curious structures from the ravages of all-devouring time. The statues, or at least many of them, are erected on these platforms, which serve as foundations. They are, as near as we could judge, about half length, ending in a sort of stump at the bottom, on which they stand. The workmanship is rude but not bad, nor are the features of the face ill-formed, the nose and chin in particular, but the ears are long beyond proportion, and as to the bodies, there is hardly anything like a human figure about them. I had an opportunity of examining only 2 or 3 of these statues, which are near the landing place, and they were of a grey stone, seemingly of the same sort as that with which the platforms were built. But some of the gentlemen who travelled over the island and examined many of them, were of opinion that the stone of which they were made was different from any they saw on the island, and had much the appearance of being fractitious. We could hardly conceive how these islanders, wholly unacquainted with any mechanical power, could raise such stupendous figures, and afterwards place the large cylindric stones before mentioned upon their heads. The only method I can conceive is by raising the upper end by little and little, supporting it by stones as it is raised, and building about it till they got it erect. Thus a sort of mount or scaffolding would be made, upon which they might roll the cylinder, and place it upon the head of the statue, and then the stones might be removed from about it. But if the stones are fractitious, the statues might have been put together on the place, in their present position, and the cylinder put on by building a mount round them, as above mentioned. But let them have been made and set up by this or any other method, they must have been a work of immense time, and sufficiently show the ingenuity and perseverance of these islanders in the age in which they were built, for the present inhabitants have most certainly had no hand in them, and they do not even repair the foundations of those which are going to decay. They give different names to them, such as Gotu Moara, Marapate, Canaro, Goe Tugu, Mata Mata, etc., etc., to which they sometimes prefix the word Moi, and sometimes annex Ariki. The latter signifies chief, and the former burying or sleeping place, as well as we could understand. Besides the monuments of antiquity, which were pretty numerous, and nowhere but on or near the sea coast, there were many little heaps of stones piled up in different places along the coast. 2 or 3 of the uppermost stones in each pile were generally white, perhaps always so, when the pile is complete. It will hardly be doubted that these piles of stones had a meaning. Probably they might mark the place where people had been buried, and serve instead of the large statues. The working tools of these people are but very mean, and like those of all the other islands we had visited in this ocean, made of stone, bone, shells, etc. They set but little value on iron or iron tools, which is the more extraordinary as they know their use; but the reason may be, their having but little occasion for them. Book 2, Chapter 8. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 9 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 9. The passage from Easter Island to the Marquesas Islands. Transactions and incidents which happened while the ship lay in Madre de Dios, or Resolution Bay, in the island of St. Christina. 1774 March. After leaving Easter Island I steered northwest by north and north-northwest with a fine easterly gale, intending to touch at the Marquesas, if I met with nothing before I got there. We had not been long at sea, before the bilious disorder made another attack upon me, but not as violent as the former. I believe this second visit was owing to exposing and fatiguing myself too much at Easter Island. On the 22nd, being in the latitude of 19 degrees 20' south, longitude 114 degrees 49' west, steered northwest. Since leaving Easter Island, the variation had not been more than 3 degrees 4 minutes, nor less than 2 degrees 32 minutes east. But on the 26th at 6 a.m., in latitude 15 degrees 7' south, longitude 119 degrees 45' west, it was no more than 1 degree 1 minute east, after which it began to increase. On the 29th, being in the latitude of 10 degrees 20 minutes, longitude 123 degrees 58' west, altered the course to west-northwest, and the next day to west, being then in latitude 9 degrees 24 minutes, which I judged to be the parallel of Marquesas, where, as I have before observed, I intended to touch, in order to settle their situation, which I find different in different charts. Having now a steadily settled trade wind and pleasant weather, I ordered the forge to be set up, to repair and make various necessary articles in the iron way, and the caulkers had already been some time at work caulking the decks, weatherworks, etc. 1774 April. As we advanced to the west, we found the variation to increase but slowly, for on the 3rd of April it was only 4 degrees 40' east, being then in the latitude of 9 degrees 32 minutes, longitude 132 degrees 45 minutes, by observation made at the same time. I continued to steer to the west till the 6th, at 4 in the afternoon, at which time, being in the latitude of 9 degrees 20 minutes, longitude 138 degrees 14' west, we discovered an island, bearing west by south, distant about 9 leagues. 2 hours after we saw another, bearing southwest by south, which appeared more extensive than the former. I hauled up for this island, and ran under an easy sail all night, having squally unsettled rainy weather, which is not very uncommon in this sea, when near high land. At 6 o'clock the next morning, the first island bore northwest, the second southwest a half west, and a third west. I gave orders to steer for the separation between the two last, and soon after a fourth was seen, still more to the west. By this time we were well assured that these were the Marquesas, discovered by Mendana in 1595. The first isle was a new discovery, which I named Hood's Island, after the young gentleman who first saw it. The second was that of St. Pedro, the third La Dominica, and the fourth St. Christina. We ranged the south-east coast of La Dominica, without seeing the least signs of anchorage, till we came to the channel that divides it from St. Christiana, through which we passed hauled over for the last mentioned island, and ran along the coast to the southwest in search of Mendana's port. We passed several coves in which there seemed to be anchorage, but a great surf broke on all the shores. Some canoes put off from these places and followed us down the coast. At length, having come before the port we were in search of, we attempted to turn into it, the wind being right out; but as it blew in violent squalls from this high land, one of these took us just after we had put in stays, paid the ship off again, and before she wore round, she was within a few yards of being driven against the rocks to leeward. This obliged us to stand out to sea, and to make a stretch to windward, after which we stood in again, and without attempting to turn, anchored in the entrance of the bay in 34 fathoms water, a fine sandy bottom. This was no sooner done than about 30 or 40 of the natives came off to us in 10 or 12 canoes, but it required some address to get them alongside. At last a hatchet and some spike nails induced the people in one canoe to come under the quarter gallery, after which all the others put alongside, and having exchanged some breadfruit and fish for small nails, etc., retired ashore, the sun being already set. We observed a heap of stones on the bow of each canoe, and every man to have a sling tied round his hand. Very early next morning the natives visited us again in much greater numbers than before, bringing with them breadfruit, plantains, and one pig, all of which they exchanged for nails, etc. But in this traffic they would frequently keep our goods and make no return, till at last I was obliged to fire a musket ball over one man, who had several times served it in this manner, after which they dealt more fairly, and soon after several of them came on board. At this time we were preparing to warp further into the bay, and I was going in a boat, to look for the most convenient place to moor the ship in. Observing too many of the natives on board, I said to the officers, "You must look well after these people, or they will certainly carry off something or another." I had hardly got into the boat before I was told they had stolen one of the iron stanchions from the opposite gangway, and were making off with it. I ordered them to fire over the canoe till I could get round in the boat, but not to kill any one. But the natives made too much noise for me to be heard, and the unhappy thief was killed at the third shot. 2 others in the same canoe leaped overboard, but got in again just as I came to them. The stanchion they had thrown overboard. One of them, a man grown, sat bailing the blood and water out of the canoe, in a kind of hysteric laugh. The other, a youth about 14 or 15 years of age, looked on the deceased with a serious and dejected countenance. We had afterwards reason to believe he was his son. At this unhappy accident all the natives retired with precipitation. I followed them into the bay, and prevailed upon the people in one canoe to come alongside the boat and receive some nails and other things which I gave them. This in some measure allayed their fears. Having taken a view of the bay, and found that fresh water, which we most wanted, was to be had, I returned on board and carried out a kedge anchor with 3 hawsers upon an end, to warp the ship in by, and hove short on the bower. One would have thought that the natives by this time would have been so sensible of the effect of our firearms as not to have provoked us to fire upon them any more, but the event proved otherwise; for the boat had not sooner left the kedge anchor than 2 men in a canoe put off from the shore, took hold of the buoy rope, and attempted to drag it ashore, little considering what was fast to it. Lest, after discovering their mistake, they should take away the buoy, I ordered a musket to be fired at them. The ball fell short, and they took not the least notice of it; but a second having passed over them, they let go the buoy, and made for the shore. This was the last shot we had occasion to fire at any of them while we lay at this place. It probably had more effect than killing the man, by showing them that they were not safe at any distance. At least we had reason to think so, for they afterwards stood in great dread of the musket. Nevertheless, they would very often be exercising their talent of thieving upon us, which I thought proper to put up with, as our stay was not likely to be long amongst them. The trouble these people gave us retarded us so long, that before we were ready to heave the anchor, the wind began to increase and blow in squalls out of the bay, so that we were obliged to lie fast. It was not long before the natives ventured off to us again. In the first canoe which came, was a man who seemed to be of some consequence. He advanced slowly, with a pig on his shoulder, and speaking something which we did not understand. As soon as he got alongside, I made him a present of a hatchet and several other articles. In return he sent in his pig, and was at last prevailed upon to come himself up to the gangway, where he made but a short stay. The reception this man met with induced the people in all the other canoes to put alongside, and exchanges were presently re-established. Matters being thus settled on board, I went on shore with a party of men, to see what was to be done there. We were received by the natives with great courtesy, and, as if nothing had happened, trafficked with them for some fruit and a few small pigs, and after loading the launch with water, returned aboard. After dinner I sent the boats ashore for water, under the protection of a guard. On their landing the natives all fled but one man, and he seemed much frightened. Afterwards 1 or 2 more came down, and these were all that were seen this afternoon. We could not conceive the reason of this sudden flight. Early in the morning of the 9th the boats were sent as usual for water, and just as they were coming off, but not before, some of the natives made their appearance. After breakfast I landed some little time before the guard, when the natives crowded round me in great numbers, but as soon as the guard landed, I had enough to do to keep them from running off. At length their fears vanished, and a trade was opened for fruit and pigs. I believe the reason of the natives flying from our people the day before was their not seeing me at the head of them, for they certainly would have done the same today had I not been present. About noon a chief of some consequence, attended by a great number of people, came down to the landing place. I presented him with such articles as I had with me, and in return he gave me some of his ornaments. After these mutual exchanges a good understanding seemed to be established between us, so that we got by exchanges as much fruit as loaded 2 boats, with which we returned on board to dinner, but could not prevail on the chief to accompany us. In the afternoon the watering and trading parties were sent on shore, though the latter got but little, as most of the natives had retired into the country. A party of us went to the other, or southern cove of the bay, where I procured 5 pigs, and came to the house which we were told did belong to the man we had killed. He must have been a person of some note, as there were 6 pigs in and about his house, which we were told belonged to his son, who fled on our approach. I wanted much to have seen him, to make him a present, and by other kind treatment to convince him and the others that it was not from any bad design against the nation that we had killed his father. It would have been to little purpose if I had left anything in the house, as it certainly would have been taken by others, especially as I could not sufficiently explain to them my meaning. Strict honesty was seldom observed when the property of our things came to be disputed. I saw a striking instance of this in the morning, when I was going ashore. A man in a canoe offered me a small pig for a 6-inch spike, and another man being employed to convey it, I gave him the spike, which he kept for himself, and instead of it, gave to the man who owned the pig a 6-penny nail. Words of course arose, and I waited to see how it would end, but as the man who had possession of the spike seemed resolved to keep it, I left them, before it was decided. In the evening we returned on board with what refreshments we had collected, and thought we had made a good day's work. On the 10th, early in the morning, some people from more distant parts came in canoes alongside and sold us some pigs, so that we had now sufficient to give the crew a fresh meal. They were in general so small that 40 or 50 were hardly sufficient for this purpose. The trade on shore for fruit was as brisk as ever. After dinner I made a little expedition in my boat along the coast to the southward, accompanied by some of the gentlemen. At the different places we touched at we collected 18 pigs, and I believe might have got more. The people were exceedingly obliging wherever we landed, and readily brought down whatever we desired. The next morning I went down to the same place where we had been the preceding evening, but instead of getting pigs as I expected, found the scene quite changed. The nails and other things they were mad about but the evening before they now despised, and instead of them wanted they did not know what, so that I was obliged to return with 3 or 4 little pigs, which cost more than a dozen did the day before. When I got on board I found the same change had happened there, as also at the trading place on shore. The reason was, several of the young gentlemen having landed the preceding day, had given away in exchange various articles which the people had not seen before, and which took with them more than nails or more useful iron tools. But what ruined our market the most was one of them giving for a pig a very large quantity of red feathers he had got at Amsterdam. None of us knew at this time that this article was in such estimation here, and if I had known it, I could not have supported the trade, in the manner it was begun, one day. Thus was our fine prospect of getting a plentiful supply of refreshments from these people frustrated, which will ever be the case so long as every one is allowed to make exchanges for what he pleases, and in what manner he pleases. When I found this island was not likely to supply us on any conditions with sufficient refreshments, such as we might expect to find at the Society Isles, nor very convenient for taking in wood and water, nor for giving the ship the necessary repairs she wanted, I resolved forthwith to leave it, and proceed to some other place where our wants might be effectually relieved. For after having been 19 weeks at sea, and living all the time upon salt diet, we could not but grant some refreshments, although I must own, and that with pleasure, that on our arrival here, it could hardly be said we had one sick man, and but a few who had the least complaint. This was undoubtedly owing to the many antiscorbutic articles we had on board, and to the great attention of the surgeon, who was remarkably careful to apply them in time. End of Book 2, Chapter 9. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 10 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 10. Departure from the Marquesas. A description of the situation, extent, figure, and appearance of the several islands, with some account of the inhabitants, their customs, dress, habitations, food, weapons, and canoes. 1774 April. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon we weighed, and stood over from St. Christina for La Dominica, in order to take a view of the west side of that isle; but as it was dark before we reached it, the night was spent in plying between the two isles. The next morning we had a full view of the southwest point, from which the coast trended northeast, so that it was not probable we should find good anchorage on that side, as being exposed to the easterly winds. We had now but little wind, and that very variable, with showers of rain. At length we got a breeze at east-north-east, with which we steered to the south. At 5 o'clock p.m. Resolution Bay bore east-north-east 1/2 east, distant 5 leagues, and the island Magdalena south-east about 9 leagues distance. This was the only sight we had of this isle. From hence I steered south-south-west 1/2 west for Otaheite, with a view of falling in with some of those isles discovered by former navigators, especially those discovered by the Dutch, whose situations are not well determined. But it will be necessary to return to the Marquesas, which were, as I have already observed, first discovered by Mendana, a Spaniard, and from him obtained the general name they now bear, as well as those of the different isles. The nautical account of them, in volume 1, page 61, of Dalrymple's collection of voyages to the South Seas, is deficient in nothing but situation. This was my chief reason for touching at them. The settling this point is the more useful, as it will in a great measure fix the situations of Mendana's other discoveries. The Marquesas are 5 in number, viz. La Magdalena, St. Pedro, La Dominica, Santa Cristina, and Hood's Island, which is the northernmost, situated in latitude 9 degrees 26 minutes south, and north 13 degrees west, 5 leagues and 1/2 distant from the east point of La Dominica, which is the largest of all the isles, extending east and west 6 leagues. It hath an unequal breadth, and is about 15 or 16 leagues in circuit. It is full of rugged hills, rising in ridges directly from the sea. These ridges are disjoined by deep valleys, which are clothed with wood, as are the sides of some of the hills. The aspect, however, is barren, but it is nevertheless inhabited. Latitude 9 degrees 44 minutes 30 seconds south St. Pedro, which is about 3 leagues in circuit and of a good height, lies south 4 leagues and 1/2 from the east end of La Dominica. We know not if it be inhabited. Nature has not been very bountiful to it. St. Christina lies under the same parallel, 3 or 4 leagues more to the west. This island stretches north and south, is 9 miles long in that direction, and about 7 leagues in circuit. A narrow ridge of hills of considerable height extends the whole length of the island. There are other ridges which, rising from the sea and with an equal ascent, join the main ridge. These are disjoined by deep narrow valleys, which are fertile, adorned with fruit and other trees, and watered by fine streams of excellent water. La Magdalena we only saw at a distance. Its situation must be nearly in the latitude of 10 degrees 25 minutes, longitude 138 degrees 50 minutes. So that these isles occupy 1 degree in latitude and near 1/2 degree in longitude, viz. from 138 degrees 47 minutes to 139 degrees 13 minutes west, which is the longitude of the west end of La Dominica. The port of Madre de Dios, which I named Resolution Bay, is situated near the middle of the west side of St. Christina, and under the highest land in the island, in latitude 9 degrees 55 minutes 30 seconds, longitude 139 degrees 8 minutes 40 seconds west, and north 15 seconds west from the west end of La Dominica. The south point of the bay is a steep rock of considerable height, terminating at the top in a peaked hill, above which you will see a pathway leading up a narrow ridge to the summit of the hills. The north point is not so high, and rises with a more gentle slope. They are a mile from each other, in the direction of north by east and south by west. In the bay, which is near 3/4 of a mile deep, and has from 34 to 12 fathoms water, with a clean sandy bottom, are 2 sandy coves, divided from each other by a rocky point. In each is a rivulet of excellent water. The northern cove is the most commodious for wooding and watering. Here is a little waterfall mentioned by Quiros, Mendana's pilot. but the town or village is in the other cove. There are several other coves or bays on this side of the island, and some of them, especially to the northward, may be mistaken for this. Therefore, the best direction is the bearing of the west end of La Dominica. The trees, plants, and other productions of these isles, so far as we know, are nearly the same as at Otaheite and the Society Isles. The refreshments to be got are hogs, fowls, plantains, yams, and some other roots. Likewise breadfruit and coconuts, but of these not many. At first these articles were purchased with nails. Beads, looking glasses, and such trifles, which are so highly valued at the Society Islands, are in no esteem here, and even nails at last lost their value for other articles far less useful. The inhabitants of these islands collectively are without exception the finest race of people in this sea. For fine shape and regular features they perhaps surpass all other nations. Nevertheless, the affinity of their language to that spoken in Otaheite and the Society Isles shows that they are of the same nation. Oedidee could converse with them tolerably well, though we could not, but it was easy to see that their language was nearly the same. The men are punctured or curiously tattooed from head to foot. The figures are various and seem to be directed more by fancy than custom. These punctuations make them look dark. But the women, who are but little punctured, youths and young children, who are not at all, are as fair as some Europeans. The men are in general tall, that is about 5 feet 10 inches or 6 feet. But I saw none that were fat and lusty like the Earees of Otaheite, nor did I see any that could be called meagre. Their teeth are not so good, nor are their eyes so full and lively as those of many other nations. Their hair, like ours, is of many colours, except red, of which I saw none. Some have it long, but the most general custom is to wear it short, except a bunch on each side of the crown, which they tie in a knot. They observe different modes in trimming the beard, which is in general long. Some part it and tie it in 2 bunches under the chin, others plait it, some wear it loose, and others quite short. Their clothing is the same as at Otaheite, and made of the same materials, but they have it not in such plenty, nor is it so good. The men, for the most part, have nothing to cover their nakedness, except the mara, as it is called at Otaheite, which is a slip of cloth passed round the waist and betwixt the legs. This simple dress is quite sufficient for the climate, and answers every purpose modesty requires. The dress of the women is a piece of cloth wrapped round the loins like a petticoat, which reaches down below the middle of the leg, and a loose mantle over their shoulders. Their principal headdress, and what appears to be their chief ornament, is a sort of broad fillet, curiously made of the fibres of the husk of coconuts. In the front is fixed a mother-of-pearl shell, wrought round to the size of a tea-saucer. Before that is another smaller one, a very fine tortoiseshell, perforated into curious figures. Also before, and in the centre of that, is another round piece of mother-of-pearl, about the size of half a crown, and before this another piece of perforated tortoiseshell, about the size of a shilling. Besides this decoration in front, some have it also on each side, but in smaller pieces, and all have fixed to them the tail feathers of cocks or tropic birds, which, when the fillet is tied on, stand upright, so that the whole together makes a very sightly ornament. They wear round the neck a kind of ruff or necklace, call it which you please, made of light wood, the out and upper side covered with small red peas, which are fixed on with gum. They also wear small bunches of human hair, fastened to a string, and tied round the arms and legs. Sometimes, instead of hair, they make use of short feathers, but all the above-mentioned ornaments are seldom seen on the same person. I saw only the chief who came to visit us completely dressed in this manner. Their ordinary ornaments are necklaces and amulets made of shells, etc. I did not see any with earrings, and yet all of them had their ears pierced. Their dwellings are in the valleys and on the sides of the hills near their plantations. They are built after the same manner as at Otaheite, but are much meaner, and only covered with the leaves of the bread tree. The most of them are built on a square or oblong pavement of stone, raised some height above the level of the ground. They likewise have such pavements near their houses, on which they sit to eat and amuse themselves. In the article of eating, these people are by no means so cleanly as the Otaheitans. They are likewise dirty in their cookery. Pork and fowls are dressed in an oven of hot stones as at Otaheite, but fruit and roots they roast on the fire, and after taking off the rind or skin, put them into a platter or trough with water, out of which I have seen both men and hogs eat at the same time. I once saw them make a batter of fruit and roots diluted with water, in a vessel that was loaded with dirt, and out of which the hogs had been but that moment eating, without giving it the least washing, or even washing their hands, which were equally dirty; and when I expressed a dislike, was laughed at. I know not if all are so. The actions of a few individuals are not sufficient to fix a custom on a whole nation. Nor can I say if it is the custom for men and women to have separate messes. I saw nothing to the contrary. Indeed, I saw but few women upon the whole. They seem to have dwellings or strongholds on the summits of the highest hills. These we only saw by the help of our glasses, for I did not permit any of our people to go there, as we were not sufficiently acquainted with the disposition of the natives, which, I believe, is humane and pacific. Their weapons are clubs and spears resembling those of Otaheite, but somewhat neater. They have also slings, with which they throw stones with great velocity and to a good distance, but not with a good aim. Their canoes are made of wood and pieces of the bark of a soft tree, which grows near the sea in great plenty, and is very tough and proper for the purpose. They are from 16 to 20 feet long and about 15 inches broad. The head and stern are made of two solid pieces of wood. The stern rises or curves a little, but in an irregular direction, and ends in a point. The head projects out horizontally, and is carved into some faint and very rude resemblance of a human face. They are rowed by paddles, and some have a sort of lateen sail made of matting. Hogs were the only quadrupeds we saw, and cocks and hens the only tame fowls. However, the woods seem to abound with small birds of a very beautiful plumage and fine notes, but the fear of alarming the natives hindered us from shooting so many of them as might otherwise have been done. End of Book 2, Chapter 10. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 11 of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 11. A description of several islands discovered or seen in the passage from the Marquesas to Otaheite, with an account of a naval review. 1774 April. With a fine easterly wind I steered south-west, south-west by west, and west by south till the 17th, at 10 o'clock in the morning, when land was seen bearing west a half north, which, upon a nearer approach, was found to be a string of low islets connected together by a reef of coral rocks. We ranged the north-west coast at a distance of 1 mile from shore to 3/4 of its length, which in the whole is near 4 leagues, when we came to a creek or inlet that seemed to open a communication into the lake in the middle of the isle. As I wanted to obtain some knowledge of the produce of these half-drowned isles, we brought to, hoisted out a boat, and sent the master in to sound, there being no soundings without. As we ran along the coast, the natives appeared in several places, armed with long spears and clubs, and some were got together on one side of the creek. When the master returned, he reported that there was no passage into the lake by the creek, which was 50 fathoms wide at the entrance and 30 deep, farther in 30 wide and 12 deep, that the bottom was everywhere rocky and the sides bounded by a wall of coral rocks. We were under no necessity to put the ship into such a place as this; but as the natives had shown some signs of a friendly disposition by coming peaceably to the boat, and taking such things as were given them, I sent 2 boats well armed ashore, under the command of Lieutenant Cooper, with a view of having some intercourse with them, and to give Mr Forster an opportunity of collecting something in his way. We saw our people land without the least opposition being made by a few natives who were on the shores. Some little time after, observing 40 or 50 more, all armed, coming to join them, we stood close in shore, in order to be ready to support our people in case of an attack. But nothing of this kind happened, and soon after our boats returned aboard, when Mr Cooper informed me that on his landing only a few of the natives met him on the beach, but there were many more in the skirts of the woods with spears in their hands. The presents he made them were received with great coolness, which plainly showed we were unwelcome visitors. When their reinforcement arrived he thought proper to embark, as the day was already far spent, and I had given orders to avoid an attack by all possible means. When his men got into the boats, some were for pushing them off, others for detaining them, but at last they suffered them to depart at their leisure. They brought aboard 5 dogs, which seemed to be in plenty there. We saw no fruit but cocoa nuts, of which they got, by exchanges, 2 dozen. One of our people got a dog for a single plantain, which led us to conjecture that they had none of this fruit. This island, which is called by the inhabitants Tiukia, was discovered and visited by Commodore Byron. It has something of an oval shape, is about 10 leagues in circuit, lying in the direction of east-south-east and west-north-west, and situated in the latitude of 14 degrees 27 minutes 30 seconds south, longitude 144 degrees 56 minutes west. The inhabitants of this island, and perhaps of all the low ones, are of a much darker colour than those of the higher islands, and seem to be of a more ferine disposition. This may be owing to their situation, nature not having bestowed her favours to these low islands with that profusion she has done to some of the others. The inhabitants are chiefly beholden to the sea for their subsistence, consequently are much exposed to the sun and weather, and by that means become more dark in colour and more hardy and robust, for there is no doubt about their being of the same nation. Our people observed that they were stout, well-made men, and had the figure of a fish marked on their bodies, a very good emblem of their profession. On the 18th at daybreak, after having spent the night snaking short boards, we wore down to another isle we had in sight to the westward, which we reached by 8 o'clock, and ranged the south-east side at 1 mile from shore. We found it to be just such another as that we had left, extending north-east and south-west near 4 leagues, and from 5 to 3 miles broad. It lies southwest by west, 2 leagues distant from the west end of Tiukia, and the middle is situated in the latitude of 14 degrees 37 minutes south, longitude 145 degrees 10 minutes west. These must be the same islands to which Commodore Byron gave the name of George's Islands. Their situation in longitude, which was determined by lunar observations made near the shores, and still farther corrected by the difference in longitude carried by the watch to Otaheite, is 3 degrees 54 minutes more east than he says they lie. This correction, I apprehend, may be applied to all the islands he discovered. After leaving these isles we steered south-south-west a half west, and south-west by south, with a fine easterly gale, having signs of the vicinity of land, particularly a smooth sea; and on the 19th at 7 in the morning land was seen to the westward, which we bore down to, and reached the south-east end by 9 o'clock. It proved to be another of these half overflowed or drowned islands, which are so common in this part of the ocean; that is, a number of little isles ranged in a circular form, connected together by a reef or wall of coral rock. The sea is in general everywhere on their outside unfathomable. All their interior parts are covered with water, abounding, I have been told, with fish and turtle, on which the inhabitants subsist, and sometimes exchange the latter with the high islanders for cloth, etc. These inland seas would be excellent harbours, were they not shut up from the access of shipping, which is the case with most of them, if we can believe the report of the inhabitants of the other isles. Indeed, few of them have been well searched by Europeans, the little prospect of meeting with fresh water having generally discouraged every attempt of this kind. I, who have seen a great many, have not yet seen an inlet into one. This island is situated in the latitude of 15 degrees 26 minutes, longitude 146 degrees 20 minutes. It is 5 leagues long in the direction of north-north-east and south-south-west, and about 3 leagues broad. As we drew near the south end, we saw from the masthead another of these low islands bearing south-east, distant about 4 or 5 leagues, but being to windward we could not fetch it. Soon after a third appeared bearing south-west by south, for which we steered, and at 2 o'clock p.m. reached the east end, which is situated in latitude 15 degrees 47 minutes south, longitude 146 degrees 30 minutes west. This island extends west-north-west and east-south-east, and is 7 leagues long in that direction, but its breadth is not above 2. It is, in all respects, like the rest, only here are fewer islets and less firm land on the reef which encloses the lake. As we ranged the north coast at the distance of half a mile, we saw people, huts, canoes, and places built, seemingly, for drying of fish. They seemed to be the same sort of people as on Tiukia, and were armed with long spikes like them. Drawing near the west end, we discovered another or 4th island bearing north-north-east. It seemed to be low, like the others, and lies west from the first isle, distant 6 leagues. These 4 isles I called Palliser's Isles, in honour of my worthy friend Sir Hugh Palliser, at this time comptroller of the navy. Not choosing to run further in the dark, we spent the night making short boards under the topsail, and on the 20th at daybreak hauled round the west end of the 3rd isle, which was no sooner done than we found a great swell rolling in from the south, a sure sign that we were clear of these low islands; and as we saw no more land, I steered south-west a half south for Otaheite, having the advantage of a stout gale at east, attended with showers of rain. It cannot be determined with any degree of certainty whether the group of isles we had lately seen be any of those discovered by the Dutch navigators or no, the situation of their discoveries not being handed down to us with sufficient accuracy. It is, however, necessary to observe that this part of the ocean, that is, from the latitude of 20 degrees down to 14 degrees or 12 degrees, and from the meridian of 138 degrees to 148 or 150 degrees west, is so strewn with these low isles that a navigator cannot proceed with too much caution. We made the high land of Otaheite on the 21st, and at noon were about 13 leagues east of Point Venus, for which we steered, and got pretty well in with it by sunset, when we shortened sail, and having spent the night, which was squally with rain, standing on and off, at 8 o'clock the next morning anchored in Matavai Bay in 7 fathoms water. This was no sooner known to the natives than many of them made us a visit, and expressed not a little joy in seeing us again. As my chief reason for putting in at this place was to give Mr Wales an opportunity to know the error of the watch by the known longitude, and to determine anew her rate of going, the first thing we did was to land his instruments, and to erect tents for the reception of a guard and such other people as it was necessary to have on shore. Sick we had none. The refreshments we had got at the Marquesas had removed every complaint of that kind. On the 23rd, showery weather. Our very good friends the natives supplied us with fruit and fish sufficient for the whole crew. On the 24th, Otoo the king, and several other chiefs, with a train of attendants, paid us a visit, and brought as presents 10 or a dozen large hogs, besides fruits, which made them exceedingly welcome. I was advertised of the king's coming, and looked upon it as a good omen. Knowing how much it was my interest to make this man my friend, I met him at the tents, and conducted him and his friends on board, in my boat, where they stayed dinner, after which they were dismissed with suitable presents, and highly pleased with the reception they had met with. Next morning we had much thunder, lightning, and rain. This did not hinder the king from making me another visit, and a present of a large quantity of refreshments. It hath been already mentioned, that when we were at the island of Amsterdam, we had collected, amongst other curiosities, some red parrot feathers. When this was known here, all the principal people of both sexes endeavoured to ingratiate themselves in our favour, by bringing us hogs, fruit, and every other thing that the island afforded, in order to obtain these valuable jewels. Our having these feathers was a fortunate circumstance, for as they were valuable to the natives, they became so to us, but more especially as my stock of trade was by this time greatly exhausted, so that, if it had not been for the feathers, I should have found it difficult to have supplied the ship with the necessary refreshments. When I put in at this island, I intended to stay no longer than till Mr Wales had made the necessary observations for the purposes already mentioned, thinking we should meet with no better success than we did the last time we were here. But the reception we had already met with, and the few excursions we had made, which did not exceed the plains of Matavai and Oparree, convinced us of our error. We found at these two places, built and building, a great number of large canoes, and houses of every kind. People living in spacious habitations, who had not a place to shelter themselves in 8 months before, several large hogs about every house, and every other sign of a rising state. Judging from these favourable circumstances that we should not mend ourselves by removing to another island, I resolved to make a longer stay, and to begin with the repairs of the ship and stores, etc. Accordingly I ordered the empty casks and sails to be got ashore to be repaired, the ship to be caulked, and the rigging to be overhauled, all of which the high southern latitudes had made indispensably necessary. On the morning of the 26th I went down to Oparree, accompanied by some of the officers and gentlemen, to pay Otoo a visit by appointment. As we drew near, we observed a number of large canoes in motion, but we were surprised, when we arrived, to see upwards of 300 ranged in order, for some distance along the shore, all completely equipped and manned, besides a vast number of armed men upon the shore. So unexpected an armament collected together in our neighbourhood, in the space of one night, gave rise to various conjectures. We landed, however, in the midst of them, and were received by a vast multitude, many of them under arms and many not. The cry of the latter was Teo no Otoo, and that of the former Teo no Tuaha. This chief, we afterwards learned, was admiral or commander of the fleet and troops present. The moment we landed I was met by a chief whose name was Tee, uncle to the king, and one of his prime ministers, of whom I inquired for Otoo. Presently after we were met by Towha, who received me with great courtesy. He took me by the one hand and Tee by the other, and without my knowing where they intended to carry me, dragged me, as it were, through the crowd that was divided into two parties, both of which professed themselves my friends, by crying out Teo no Tuti. One party wanted me to go to Otoo, and the other to remain with Towha. Coming to the visual place of audience, a mat was spread for me to sit down upon, and Tee left me to go and bring the king. Towha was unwilling I should sit down, partially insisting on my going with him, but as I knew nothing of this chief, I refused to comply. Presently Tee returned and wanted to conduct me to the king, taking hold of my hand for that purpose. This Towha opposed, so that, between the one party and the other, I was like to have been torn in pieces, and was obliged to desire Tee to desist, and to leave me to the admiral and his party, who conducted me down to the fleet. As soon as we came before the admiral's vessel, we found two lines of armed men drawn up before her, to keep off the crowd, as I supposed, and to clear the way for me to go in. But as I was determined not to go, I made the water, which was between me and her, an excuse. This did not answer, for a man immediately squatted himself down at my feet, offering to carry me, and then I declared I would not go. That very moment Towha quitted me, without my seeing which way he went, nor would any one inform me. Turning myself round I saw Tee, who, I believe, had never lost sight of me. Enquiring of him for the king, he told me he was gone into the country Mataao, and advised me to go to my boat, which we accordingly did, as soon as we could get collected together, for Mr Edgecombe was the only person that could keep with me, the others being jostled about in the crowd, in the same manner we had been. When we got into our boat, we took our time to view this grand fleet. The vessels of war consisted of 160 large double canoes, very well equipped, manned, and armed; but I am not sure that they had their full complement of men or rowers. I rather think not. The chiefs, and all those on the fighting stages, were dressed in their war habits, that is, in a vast quantity of cloth, turbans, breastplates, and helmets. Some of the latter were of such a length as greatly to encumber the wearer. Indeed, their whole dress seemed to be ill calculated for the day of battle, and to be designed more for show than use. Be this as it may, it certainly added grandeur to the prospect, as they were so complacent as to show themselves to the best advantage. The vessels were decorated with flags, streamers, etc., so that the whole made a grand and noble appearance, such as we had never seen before in this sea, and what no one would have expected. Their instruments of war were clubs, spears, and stones. The vessels were ranged close alongside of each other, with their heads ashore, and their stern to the sea, the admiral's vessel being nearly in the centre. Besides the vessels of war, there were 170 sail of smaller double canoes, all with a little house upon them, and rigged with mast and sail, which the war canoes had not. These, we judged, were designed for transport, victuallers, etc., for in the war canoes was no sort of provisions whatever. In these 330 vessels, I guess there were no less than 7,760 men, a number which appears incredible, especially as we were told they all belonged to the districts of Atahourou and Ahopatia. In this computation I allowed to each war canoe 40 men, troops and rowers, and to each of the small canoes 8. Most of the gentlemen who were with me thought the number of men belonging to the war canoes exceeded this. It is certain that the most of them were fitted to row with more paddles than I have allowed them men, but at this time I think they were not complete. Tupia informed us, when I was first here, that the whole island raised only between 6,000 and 7,000 men, but we now saw 2 districts only raise that number, so that he must have taken his account from some old establishment, or else he only meant tatatuas, that is warriors, or men trained from their infancy to arms, and did not include the rowers, and those necessary to navigate the other vessels. I should think he only spoke of this number as the standing troops or militia of the island, and not their whole force. This point I shall leave to be discussed in another place, and return to the subject. After we had well viewed this fleet, I wanted much to have seen the admiral, to have gone with him on board the war canoes. We inquired for him as we rowed past the fleet to no purpose. We put ashore and inquired, but the noise and crowd was so great that no one attended to what we said. At last T came and whispered us in the ear that Otoo was gone to Matavai, advising us to return thither, and not to land where we were. We accordingly proceeded for the ship, and this intelligence and advice received from T gave rise to new conjectures. In short, we concluded this Tauha was some powerful disaffected chief, who was upon the point of making war against his sovereign, for we could not imagine Otoo had any other reason for leaving Oparee in the manner he did. We had not been long gone from Oparee before the whole fleet was in motion to the westward, from whence it came. When we got to Matavai, our friends there told us that this fleet was part of the armament intended to go against Aimea, whose chief had thrown off the yoke of Otaheite and assumed an independency. We were likewise informed that Otoo neither was nor had been at Matavai, so that we were still at a loss to know why he fled from Oparee. This occasioned another trip thither in the afternoon, where we found him, and now understood that the reason of his not seeing me in the morning was, that some of his people having stolen a quantity of my clothes which were on shore washing, he was afraid I should demand restitution. He repeatedly asked me if I was not angry, and when I assured him that I was not, and that they might keep what they had got, he was satisfied. Towha was alarmed, partly on the same account. He thought I was displeased when I refused to go aboard his vessel, and I was jealous of seeing such a force in our neighbourhood, without being able to know anything of its design. Thus, by mistaking one another, I lost the opportunity of examining more narrowly into part of the naval force of this isle, and making myself better acquainted with its manoeuvres. Such another opportunity may never occur, as it was commanded by a brave, sensible, and intelligent chief, who would have satisfied us in all the questions we had thought proper to ask; and as the objects were before us, we could not well have misunderstood each other. It happened unluckily that Odidi was not with us in the morning, for tea, who was the only man we could depend on, served only to perplex us. Matters being thus cleared up, and mutual presents having passed between Otoo and me, we took leave and returned on board. End of Book 2, Chapter 11. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 12 of A Voyage Towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 12. Some account of a visit from Otoo, Towha, and several other chiefs. Also of a robbery committed by one of the natives and its consequences, with general observations on the subject. 1774 April. In the morning of the 27th I received a present from Towha, consisting of 2 large hogs and some fruit, sent by 2 of his servants, who had orders not to receive anything in return, nor would they when offered them. Soon after I went down to Oparee in my boat, where, having found both this chief and the king, after a short stay, I brought them on board to dinner, together with Tarevatoo, the king's younger brother, and tea. As soon as we drew near the ship, the admiral, who had never seen one before, began to express much surprise at so new a sight. He was conducted all over the ship, every part of which he viewed with great attention. On this occasion Otoo was the principal showman, for by this time he was well acquainted with the different parts of the ship. After dinner Towha put a hog on board and retired, without my knowing anything of the matter, or having made him any return either for this or the present I had in the morning. Soon after the king and his attendants went away also. Otoo not only seemed to pay this chief much respect, but was desirous I should do the same, and yet he was jealous of him, but on what account we knew not. It was but the day before that he frankly told us Towha was not his friend. Both these chiefs when on board solicited me to assist them against Tiaraboo, notwithstanding a peace at this time subsisted between the 2 kingdoms, and we were told their joint force was to go against Iamia. Whether this was done with a view to breaking with their neighbours and allies if I had promised them assistance, or only to sound my disposition, I know not. Probably they would have been ready enough to have embraced an opportunity which would have enabled them to conquer that kingdom and annex it to their own, as it formerly was. Be this as it may, I heard no more of it. Indeed, I gave them no encouragement. Next day we had a present of a hog sent by Wahiatua, king of Tiaraboo. For this, in return, he desired a few red feathers, which were, together with other things, sent him accordingly. Mr. Forster and his party set out for the mountains, with an intent to stay out all night. I did not go out of the ship this day. Early in the morning of the 29th, Otoo, Towha, and several other grandees came on board, and brought with them as presents not only provisions, but some of the most valuable curiosities of the island. I made them returns with which they were well pleased. I likewise took this opportunity to repay the civilities I had received from Towha. The night before, one of the natives attempting to steal a water cask from the watering place, was caught in the act, sent on board and put in irons, in which situation Otoo and the other chiefs saw him. Having made known his crime to them, Otoo begged he might be set at liberty. This I refused, telling him that since I punished my people when they committed the least offence against his, it was but just this man should be punished also, and as I knew he would not do it, I was resolved to do it myself. Accordingly I ordered the man to be carried on shore to the tents, and having followed myself with Otoo, Towha, and others, I ordered the guard out under arms, and the man to be tied up to a post. Otoo, his sister, and some others begged hard for him. Towha said not one word, but was very attentive to everything going forward. I expostulated with Otoo on the conduct of this man, and of his people in general, telling him that neither I nor any of my people took anything from them without first paying for it, enumerating the articles we gave in exchange for such and such things, and urging that it was wrong in them to steal from us, who were their friends. I moreover told him that the punishing this man would be the means of saving the lives of others of his people, by deterring them for committing crimes of this nature, in which some would certainly be shot dead one time or another. With these and other arguments, which I believe he pretty well understood, he seemed satisfied, and only desired the man might not be mataroo or killed. I then ordered the crowd, which was very great, to be kept at a proper distance, and in the presence of them all, ordered the fellow 24 lashes with a cat o' nine tails, which he bore with great firmness, and was then set at liberty. After this the natives were going away, but Towha stepped forth, called them back, and harangued them for near half an hour. His speech consisted of short sentences, very little of which I understood, but from what we could gather, he recapitulated part of what I had said to Otoo, named several advantages they had received from us, condemned their present conduct, and recommended a different one for the future. The gracefulness of his action, and the attention with which he was heard, bespoke him a great orator. Otoo said not one word. As soon as Towha had ended his speech, I ordered the marines to go through their exercise, and to load and fire in volleys with ball, and as they were very quick in their manoeuvres, it is easier to conceive than to describe the amazement the natives were under the whole time, especially those who had not seen anything of the kind before. This being over, the chiefs took leave and retired with all their attendants, scarcely more pleased than frightened at what they had seen. In the evening Mr. Forster and his party returned from the mountains, where he had spent the night, having found some new plants, and some others which grew in New Zealand. He saw Wahine, which lies 40 leagues to the westward, by which a judgment may be formed of the height of the mountains in Otaheite. Next morning I had an opportunity to see the people of 10 war canoes go through part of their paddling exercise. They had put off from the shore before I was apprised of it, so that I was only present at their landing. They were properly equipped for war, the warriors with their arms, and dressed in their war habits, etc. In landing, I observed that the moment the canoe touched the ground, all the rowers leaped out, and, with the assistance of a few people on the shore, dragged the canoe on dry land to her proper place, which being done, every one walked off with his paddle, etc. All this was executed with such expedition, that in 5 minutes' time after putting ashore, you could not tell that any thing of the kind had been going forward. I thought these vessels were thinly manned with rowers, the most being not above 30, and the least 16 or 18. I observed the warriors on the stage encourage the rowers to exert themselves. Some youths sat high up in the curved stern, above the steersman, with white wands in their hands. I know not what they were placed there for, unless it was to look out and direct, or give notice of what they saw, as they were elevated above every one else. Tarivatu, the king's brother, gave me the first notice of these canoes being at sea, and knowing that Mr Hodges made drawings of everything curious, desired of his own accord that he might be sent for. I being at this time on shore with Tarivatu, Mr Hodges was therefore with me, and had an opportunity to collect some materials for a large drawing or picture of the fleet assembled at Oparee, which conveys a far better idea of it than can be expressed by words. Being present when the warriors undressed, I was surprised at the quantity and weight of cloth they had upon them, not conceiving how it was possible for them to stand under it in time of battle. Not a little was wrapped round their heads as a turban, and made into a cap. This indeed might be necessary in preventing a broken head. Many had, fixed to one of this sort of caps, dried branches of small shrubs, covered over with white feathers, which, however, could only be for ornament. 1774 May. On the 1st of May I had a very great supply of provisions sent and brought by different chiefs, and the next day received a present from Towha, sent by his servants, consisting of a hog, and a boatload of various sorts of fruits and roots. The like present I also had from Otoo, bought by Tarivatu, who stayed dinner, after which I went down to Oparee, paid a visit to Otoo, and returned on board in the evening. On the 3rd, in looking into the conditions of our sea provisions, we found that the biscuit was in a state of decay, and that the airing and picking we had given it at New Zealand had not been of that service we expected and intended, so that we were obliged to take it all on shore here, where it underwent another airing and cleaning, in which a good deal was found wholly rotten and unfit to be eaten. We could not well account for this decay in our bread, especially as it was packed in good casks and stowed in a dry part of the hold. We judged it was owing to the ice we so frequently took in when to the southward, which made the hold damp and cold, and to the great heat which succeeded when to the north. Be it this or any other cause, the loss was the same to us. It put us to a scanty allowance of this article, and we had bad bread to eat too. On the 4th, nothing worthy of note. On the 5th, the king and several other great men paid us a visit, and brought with them, as usual, some hogs and fruit. In the afternoon the botanists set out for the mountains, and returned the following evening, having made some new discoveries in their way. On going ashore in the morning of the 7th, I found Otoo at the tents, and took the opportunity to ask his leave to cut down some trees for fuel. He not well understanding me, I took him to some growing near the sea shore, where I presently made him comprehend what I wanted, and he as readily gave his consent. I told him at the same time that I should cut down no trees that bore any fruit. He was pleased with this declaration, and told it aloud several times to the people about us. In the afternoon this chief and the whole of the royal family, viz. His father, brother, and 3 sisters, paid us a visit on board. This was properly his father's visit of ceremony. He brought me, as a present, a complete mourning dress, a curiosity we most valued. In return I gave him whatever he desired, which was not a little, and having distributed red feathers to all the others, conducted them ashore in my boat. Otoo was so well pleased with the reception he and his friends met with, that he told me at parting, I might cut down as many trees as I pleased, and what sort I pleased. During the night between the 7th and 8th, some time in the middle watch, all our friendly connections received an interruption, through the negligence of one of the sentinels on shore. He, having either slept or quitted his post, gave one of the natives an opportunity to carry off his musket. The first news I heard of it was from T, whom Otoo had sent on board for that purpose, and to desire that I would go to him, for that he was Matau Ued. We were not well enough acquainted with their language to understand all T's story, but we understood enough to know that something had happened which had alarmed the king. In order therefore to be fully informed, I went ashore with T and Antarevatu, who had slept aboard all night. As soon as we landed, I was informed of the whole by the sergeant who commanded the party. I found the natives all alarmed, and the most of them fled. Tarivatu slipped from me in a moment, and hardly any remained by me but T. With him I went to look for Otoo, and as we advanced I endeavoured to allay the fears of the people, but at the same time insisted on the musket being restored. After travelling some distance into the country, inquiring of every one we saw for Otoo, T stopped all at once and advised me to return, saying that Otoo was gone to the mountains, and he would proceed and tell him that I was still his friend. A question which had been asked me 50 times by different people, and if I was angry, etc. T also promised that he would use his endeavours to recover the musket. I was now satisfied it was to no purpose to go further, for although I was alone and unarmed, Otoo's fears were such that he durst not see me, and therefore I took T's advice and returned aboard. After this I sent Oedidi to Otoo to let him know that his fears were ill-grounded, for that I only required the return of the musket, which I knew was in his power. Soon after Oedidi was gone we observed 6 large canoes coming round Point Venus. Some people whom I had sent out to watch the conduct of the neighbouring inhabitants informed me they were laden with baggage, fruit, hogs, etc. There being room for suspecting that some person belonging to these canoes had committed the theft, I presently came to a resolution to intercept them, and having put off in a boat for that purpose, gave orders for another to follow. One of the canoes, which was some distance ahead of the rest, came directly for the ship. I went alongside this, and found 2 or 3 women in her whom I knew. They told me they were going on board the ship with something for me, and on my inquiring of them for Otoo, was told he was then at the tents. Pleased with this news, I contradicted the orders I had given for intercepting the other canoes, thinking they might be coming on board also, as well as this one, which I left within a few yards of the ship, and rowed ashore to speak with Otoo. But when I landed I was told that he had not been there, nor knew they anything of him. On my looking behind me, I saw all the canoes making off in the greatest haste. Even the one I had left alongside the ship had evaded going on board, and was making her escape. Vexed at being thus outwitted, I resolved to pursue them, and as I passed the ship, gave orders to send another boat for the same purpose. 5 out of 6 we took, and brought alongside. But the first, which acted the finesse so well, got clear off. When we got on board with our prizes, I learnt that the people who had deceived me used no endeavours to lay hold of the ship on the side they were up on, but let their canoe drop past, as if they meant to come under the stern or on the other side, and that the moment they were past they paddled off with all speed. Thus the canoe, in which there were only a few women, was to have amused us with false stories as they actually did, while the others, in which were most of the effects, got off. In one of the canoes we had taken was a chief, a friend of Mr. Forster's, who had hitherto called himself an Earee, and would have been much offended if any one had called his title in question. Also 3 women, his wife and daughter, and the mother of the late Tuataha. These, together with the canoes, I resolved to detain, and to send the chief to Otoo, thinking he would have weight enough with him to obtain the return of the musket, as his own property was at stake. He was, however, very unwilling to go on this embassy, and made various excuses, one of which was his being of too low a rank for this honourable employment, saying he was no Earee, but a Matahauna, and therefore was not a fit person to be sent, that an Earee ought to be sent to speak to an Earee, and as there was no Earees but Otoo and myself, it would be much more proper for me to go. All his arguments would have availed him little, if T and Odidi had not at this time come on board, and given a new turn to the affair, by declaring that the man who stole the musket was from Tiaraboo, and had gone with it to that kingdom, so that it was not in the power of Otoo to recover it. I very much doubted their veracity, till they asked me to send a boat to Wahiatua, the king of Tiaraboo, and offered to go themselves in her, and get it. I asked why this could not be done without my sending a boat. They said it would not otherwise be given to them. This story of theirs, although it did not quite satisfy me, nevertheless carried with it a probability of truth, for which reason I thought it better to drop the affair altogether, rather than to punish a nation for a crime I was not sure any of its members had committed. I therefore suffered my new ambassador to depart with his 2 canoes without executing his commission. The other 3 canoes belonged to Taritata, a Tiaraboo chief, who had been some days about the tents, and there was good reason to believe it was one of his people that carried off the musket. I intended to have detained them, but as T and Odidi both assured me that Maritata and his people were quite innocent, I suffered them to be taken away also, and desired T to tell Otoo that I should give myself no farther concern about the musket, since I was satisfied none of his people had stolen it. Indeed, I thought it was irrecoverably lost, but in the dusk of the evening it was brought to the tents, together with some other things we had lost, which we knew nothing of, by 3 men who had pursued the thief and taken them from him. I know not if they took this trouble of their own accord or by the order of Otoo. I rewarded them and made no other inquiry about it. These men, as well as some others present, assured me that it was one of Maritata's people who had committed this theft, which vexed me that I had let his canoes so easily slip through my fingers. Here, I believe, both T and Oedidi designedly deceived me. When the musket and other things were brought in, every one then present, or who came after, pretended to have had some hand in recovering them, and claimed a reward accordingly. But there was no one who acted this farce so well as Nuno, a man of some note, and well known to us when I was here in 1769. This man came, with all the savage fury imaginable in his countenance, and a large club in his hand, with which he beat about him, in order to show us how he alone had killed the thief, when at the same time we all knew that he had not been out of his house the whole time. Thus ended this troublesome day, and next morning early, Otoo's faithful ambassador, came again on board to acquaint me that Otoo was gone to Oparree, and desired I would send a person, one of the natives as I understood, to tell him that I was still his Tio. I asked him why he did not do this himself, as I had desired. He made some excuse, but I believe the truth was he had not seen him. In short, I found it was necessary for me to go myself, for, while we thus spent our time in messages, we remained without fruit, a stop being put to all exchanges of this nature. That is, the natives brought nothing to market. Accordingly, a party of us set out with tea in our company, and proceeded to the very utmost limits of Oparree, where, after waiting some considerable time, and several messages having passed, the king at last made his appearance. After we were seated under the shade of some trees as usual, and the first salutations were over, he desired me to paroo, that is, to speak. Accordingly, I began with blaming him for being frightened and alarmed at what had happened, since I had always professed myself his friend, and I was not angry with him or any of his people, but with those of Tiarabou, who were the thieves. I was then asked how I came to fire at the canoes. Chance on this occasion furnished me with a good excuse. I told them that they belonged to Maritata, a Tiarabou man, one of whose people had stolen the musket, and occasioned all this disturbance, and if I had them in my power, I would destroy them, or any other belonging to Tiarabou. This declaration pleased them as I expected, from the natural aversion the one kingdom has to the other. What I said was enforced by presents, which perhaps had the greatest weight with them. Thus were things once more restored to their former state, and Otoo promised on his part that the next day we should be supplied with fruit, etc., as usual. We then returned with him to his proper residence at Oparree, and there took a view of some of the dockyards, for such they well deserve to be called, and large canoes, some lately built and others building, two of which were the largest I had ever seen in this sea, or indeed anywhere else under that name. This done, we returned on board with tea in our company, who, after he had dined with us, went to inform old Happy, the king's father, that all matters were again accommodated. This old chief was at this time in the neighbourhood of Matavai, and it should seem, from what followed, that he was not pleased with the conditions, for the same evening all the women, which were not a few, were sent for out of the ship, and people stationed on different parts of the shore to prevent any from coming off. And the next morning no supplies whatever being brought, on my inquiring into the reason, I was told Happy Mataaud. Chagrined at this disappointment as I was, I forbore taking any step, from a supposition that T had not seen him, or that Otoo's orders had not yet reached Matavai. A supply of fruit sent us from Oparree, and some brought us by our friends, served us for the present, and made us less anxious about it. Thus matters stood till the afternoon, when Otoo himself came to the tents with a large supply. Thither I went and expostulated him for not permitting the people in our neighbourhood to bring us fruit as usual, insisting on his giving immediate orders about it, which he either did or had done before, for presently after more was brought us than we could well manage. This was not to be wondered at, for the people had everything in readiness to bring, the moment they were permitted, and I believe thought themselves as much injured by the restriction as we did. O2 desiring to see some of the great guns fire from the ship, I ordered 12 to be shotted and fired towards the sea. As he had never seen a cannon fired before, the sight gave him as much pain as pleasure. In the evening we entertained him with fireworks, which gave him great satisfaction. Thus ended all our differences, on which I beg leave to suggest the following remarks. I have had occasion before in this journal to observe that these people were continually watching opportunities to rob us. This their governors either encouraged, or had not power to prevent, but most probably the former, because the offender was always screened. That they should commit such daring thefts was the more extraordinary, as they frequently run the risk of being shot in the attempt, and if the article that they stole was of any consequence, they knew they should be obliged to make restitution. The moment a theft of this kind was committed, it spread like a wind over the whole neighbourhood. They judged of the consequences from what they had got. If it were a trifle, and such an article as we usually gave them, little or no notice was taken of it. But if the contrary, every one took the alarm, and moved off with his movables in all haste. The chief then was Mata'awed, giving orders to bring us no supplies, and flying to some distant part. All this was sometimes done so suddenly, that we obtained by these appearances the first intelligence of our being robbed. Whether we obliged them to make restitution or no, the chief must be reconciled before any of the people were permitted to bring in refreshments. They knew very well we could not do without them, and therefore they never failed strictly to observe this rule, without ever considering that all their war canoes, on which the strength of their nation depends, their houses, and even the very fruit they refused to supply us with, were entirely in our power. It is hard to say how they would act were one to destroy any of these things. Except the detaining some of their canoes for a while, I never touched the least article of their property. Of the two extremes I always chose that which appeared the most equitable and mild. A trifling present to the chief always succeeded to my wish, and very often put things upon a better footing than they had been before. That they were the first aggressors had very little influence on my conduct in this respect, because no difference happened but when it was so. My people very rarely or never broke through the rules I thought it necessary to prescribe. Had I observed a different conduct, I must have been a loser by it in the end, and all I could expect, after destroying some part of their property, would have been the empty honour of obliging them to make the first overture towards an accommodation. But who knows if this would have been the event? 3 things made them our fast friends: their own good nature and benevolent disposition, gentle treatment on our part, and the dread of our firearms. By our ceasing to observe the second, the first would have worn out of course, and the too frequent use of the latter would have excited a spirit of revenge, and perhaps have taught them that firearms were not such terrible things as they had imagined. They were very sensible of the superiority of their numbers, and no one knows what an enraged multitude might do. End of Book 2, Chapter 12. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 13 of Volume 1 of A Voyage Towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1 by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 13. Preparations to leave the island. Another naval review and various other incidents, with some account of the island, its naval force and number of inhabitants. 1774 May. In the morning of the 11th a very large supply of fruit was brought us from all parts. Some of it came from Towha, the admiral, sent as usual by his servants, with orders to receive nothing in return. But he desired I would go and see him at Atahuru, as he was ill and could not come to me. As I could not well undertake this journey, I sent Oedidee along with Towha's servants, with a present suitable to that which I had in so genteel a manner received from him. As the most essential repairs of the ship were nearly finished, I resolved to leave Otaheite in a few days, and accordingly ordered everything to be got off from the shore, that the natives might see we were about to depart. On the 12th, old Oberea, the woman who, when the Dolphin was here in 1767, was thought to be queen of the island, and whom I had not seen since 1769, paid us a visit, and brought a present of hogs and fruit. Soon after came Otoo with a great retinue and a large quantity of provisions. I was pretty liberal in my returns, thinking it might be the last time I should see these good people, who had so liberally relieved our wants, and in the evening entertained them with fireworks. On the 13th, wind easterly, fair weather. Nevertheless we were not ready to sail, as Otoo had made me promise to see him again, and I had a present to make him, which I reserved to the last. Oedidee was not yet come back from Atahuru. Various reports arose concerning him. Some said he had returned to Matavai, others that he would not return, and some would have it that he was at Oparee. In order to know more of the truth, a party of us in the evening went down to Oparee, where we found him and likewise Towha, who, notwithstanding his illness, had resolved to see me before I sailed, and had got thus far on his journey. He was afflicted with a swelling in his feet and legs, which had entirely taken away the use of them. As the day was far spent, we were obliged to shorten our stay, and after seeing Otoo, we returned with Oedidee on board. This youth, I found, was desirous of remaining at this isle, having before told him, as likewise many others, that we should not return. I now mentioned to him that he was at liberty to remain here, or to quit us at Ulietea, or to go with us to England, frankly owning that, if he chose the latter, it was very probable he would never return to this country, in which case I would take care of him, and he must afterwards look upon me as his father. He threw his arms about me and wept much, saying many people persuaded him to remain at Otaheite. I told him to go ashore and speak to his friends, and then come to me in the morning. He was well beloved in the ship, so that every one was persuading him to go with us, telling what great things he would see in England, and the immense riches, according to his idea of riches, he would return with. But I thought it proper to undeceive him, as knowing that the only inducement of his going was the expectation of returning, and I could see no prospect of an opportunity of that kind happening, unless a ship should be expressly sent out for that purpose, which neither I nor any one else had a right to expect. I thought it an act of the highest injustice to take a person from these isles under any promise which was not in my power to perform. At this time, indeed, it was quite unnecessary, for many youths voluntarily offered themselves to go, and even to remain and die in Prytanée, as they call our country. Otoo importuned me much to take one or two to collect red feathers for him at Amsterdam, willing to risk the chance of their returning. Some of the gentlemen on board were likewise desirous of taking some as servants, but I refused every solicitation of this kind, knowing from experience they would be of no use to us in the course of the voyage, and further my views were not extended. What had the greatest weight with me was, the thinking myself bound to see they were afterwards properly taken care of, as they could not be carried from their native spot without consent. Next morning early, Oedidee came on board, with a resolution to remain on the island, but Mr Forster prevailed upon him to go with us to Ulietea. Soon after, Towha, Patatu, Oamu, Happy, Oberea, and several more of our friends came on board with fruit, etc. Towha was hoisted in and placed on a chair on the quarter-deck. His wife was with him. Amongst the various articles which I gave this chief was an English pendant, which pleased him more than all the rest, especially after he had been instructed in the use of it. We had no sooner dispatched our friends than we saw a number of war canoes coming round the point of Oparee. Being desirous of having a nearer view of them, accompanied by some of the officers and gentlemen, I hastened down to Oparee, which we reached before all the canoes were landed, and had an opportunity of seeing in what manner they approached the shore. When they got before the place where they intended to land, they formed themselves into divisions, consisting of 3 or 4, or perhaps more, lashed square and close alongside of each other, and then each division, one after the other, paddled in for the shore with all their might, and conducted in so judicious a manner, that they formed and closed a line along the shore to an inch. The rowers were encouraged to exert their strength by their leaders on the stages, and directed by a man who stood with a wand in his hand, in the forepart of the middlemost vessel. This man, by words and actions, directed the paddlers when all should paddle, when either the one side or the other should cease, etc. For the steering paddles alone were not sufficient to direct them. All these motions they observed with such quickness, as clearly showed them to be expert in their business. After Mr Hodges had made a drawing of them, as they lay ranged along the shore, we landed and took a nearer view of them, by going on board several. This fleet consisted of 40 sail, equipped in the same manner as those we had seen before, belonged to the small district of Tettaha, and were come to Oparee to be reviewed before the king, as the former fleet had been. There were attending on his fleet some small double canoes, which they called maraes, having on their forepart a kind of double bed place, laid over with green leaves, each just sufficient to hold one man. These, they told us, were to lay their dead upon. Their chiefs, I suppose they meant; otherwise their slain must be few. Otoo, who was present, caused at my request some of their troops to go through their exercise on shore. 2 parties first began with clubs, but this was over almost as soon as begun, so that I had no time to make my observations upon it. They then went to single combat, and exhibited the various methods of fighting, with great alertness, parrying off the blows and pushes, which each combatant aimed at the other, with great dexterity. Their arms were clubs and spears; the latter they also use as darts. In fighting with the club, all blows intended to be given the legs were evaded by leaping over it, and those intended for the head by crouching a little, and leaping on one side. Thus the blow would fall to the ground. The spear or dart was parried by fixing the point of a spear on the ground right before them, holding it in an inclined position, more or less elevated according to the part of the body they saw their antagonist intending to make a push or throw his dart at, and by moving the hand a little to the right or left, either the one or the other was turned off with great ease. I thought that when one combatant had parried off the blows, etc., of the other, he did not use the advantage which seemed to me to accrue. As, for instance, after he had parried off a dart, he still stood on the defensive, and suffered his antagonist to take up another, when I thought there was time to run him through the body. These combatants had no superfluous dress upon them. An unnecessary piece of cloth or two, which they had on when they began, were presently torn off by the bystanders, and given to some of the gentlemen present. This being over, the fleet departed, not in any order, but as fast as they could be got afloat, and we went with Otoo to one of his dockyards, where the two large pahis, or canoes, were building, each of which was 108 feet long. They were almost ready to launch, and were intended to make one joint double pahi, or canoe. The king begged of me a grappling and rope, to which I added an English jack and pendant, with the use of which he was well acquainted, and desired the pahi might be called Britannia. This he very readily agreed to, and she was named accordingly. After this he gave me a hog and a turtle of about 60 pounds weight, which was put privately into our boat, the giving it away not being agreeable to some of the great lords about him, who were thus deprived of a feast. He likewise would have given me a large shark they had prisoner in a creek, some of his fins being cut off, so that he could not make his escape. But the fine pork and fish we had got at this isle had spoiled our palates for such food. The king and T, his prime minister, accompanied us on board to dinner, and after it was over, took a most affectionate farewell. He hardly ever ceased soliciting me this day to return to Otaheite, and just before he went out of the ship, took a youth by the hand, and presented him to me, desiring I would keep him on board to go to Amsterdam to collect red feathers. I told him I could not, since I knew he would never return, but that if any ship should happen to come from Britain to this isle, I would either bring or send him red feathers in abundance. This in some measure satisfied him, but the youth was exceedingly desirous of going, and if I had not come to a resolution to carry no one from the isles, except Oedidee if he chose to go, and but just refuse Mr. Forster the liberty of taking a boy, I believe I should have consented. Otoo remained alongside in his canoe till we were under sail, when we put off and saluted with 3 guns. Our treatment here was such as had induced one of our gunner's mates to form a plan to remain at this isle. He knew he could not execute it with success while we lay in the bay, therefore took the opportunity, as soon as we were out, the boats in and sail set, to slip overboard, being a good swimmer. But he was discovered before he got clear of the ship, and we presently hoisted a boat out and took him up. A canoe was observed about half-way between us and the shore, seemingly coming after us. She was intended to take him up, but as soon as the people in her saw our boat, they kept at a distance. This was a preconcerted plan between the man and them, which Otoo was acquainted with and had encouraged. When I considered this man's situation in life, I did not think him so culpable, nor the resolution he had taken of staying here so extraordinary, as it may at first appear. He was an Irishman by birth, and had sailed in the Dutch service. I picked him up at Batavia on my return from my former voyage, and he had been with me ever since. I never learnt that he had either friends or connections to confine him to any particular part of the world. All nations were alike to him. Where then could such a man be more happy than at one of these isles, where, in one of the finest climates in the world, he could enjoy not only the necessaries, but the luxuries of life, in ease and plenty? I know not if he might not have obtained my consent, if he had applied for it in a proper time. As soon as we had got him on board and the boat in, I steered for Huaheine, in order to pay a visit to our friends there. But before we leave Otaheite, it will be necessary to give some account of the present state of that island, especially as it differs very much from what it was 8 months before. I have already mentioned the improvements we found in the plains of Oparee and Matavai. The same was observable in every other part into which we came. It seemed to us almost incredible that so many large canoes and houses could be built in so short a time as 8 months. The iron tools which they had got from the English, and other nations who have lately touched at the isle, had no doubt greatly accelerated the work, and they had no want of hands, as I shall soon make appear. The number of hogs was another thing that excited our wonder. Probably they were not so scarce when we were here before as we imagined, and not choosing to part with any, they had conveyed them out of our sight. Be this as it may, we now not only got as many as we could consume during our stay, but some to take to sea with us. When I was last here, I conceived but an unfavourable opinion of Otoo's talents. The improvements since made in the island convinced me of my mistake, and he must have been a man of good parts. He had indeed some judicious, sensible men about him, who, I believe, had a great share in the government. In truth, we know not how far his power extended as king, nor how far he could command the assistance of the other chiefs, or was controllable by them. It would seem, however, that all had contributed towards bringing the isle to its present flourishing state. We cannot doubt that there were divisions amongst the great men of this state, as well as of most others, for else why did the king tell us that Towha the admiral and Poatatu were not his friends? They were two leading chiefs, and he must have been jealous of them on account of their great power, for on every occasion he seemed to court their interest. We had reason to believe that they raised by far the greatest number of vessels and men to go against Eamea, and were to be two of the commanders in the expedition, which we were told was to take place 5 days after our departure. Wahiatua, king of Tiarabu, was to send a fleet to join that of Otoo, to assist him in reducing to obedience the chief of Eamea. I think we were told that that young prince was one of the commanders. One would suppose that so small an island as Eamea would hardly have attempted to make head against the united force of these two kingdoms, but have endeavoured to settle matters by negotiation. Yet we heard of no such thing. On the contrary, every one spoke of nothing but fighting. Towha told us more than once that he should die there, which in some measure shows that he thought of it. Oedidi told me the battle would be fought at sea, in which case the other must have a fleet nearly equal, if not quite, to the one going against them, which I think was not probable. It was therefore more likely they would remain ashore upon the defensive, as we were told they did about 5 or 6 years ago, when attacked by the people of Tiarabu, whom they repulsed. 5 general officers were to command in this expedition, of which number Otoo was one, and if they named them in order according to the post they held, Otoo was only the 3rd in command. This seems probable enough, as being but a young man, he could not have sufficient experience to command such an expedition, where the greatest skill and judgment seemed to be necessary. I confess I would willingly have stayed 5 days longer, had I been sure the expedition would have then taken place, but it rather seemed that they wanted us to be gone first. We had been all along told it would be 10 moons before it took place, and it was not till the evening before we sailed that Otoo and Towha told us it was to be 5 days after we were gone, as it was necessary to have that time to put everything in order, for, while we lay there, great part of their time and attention was taken up with us. I had observed that for several days before we sailed, Otoo and the other chiefs had ceased to solicit my assistance, as they were continually doing at first, till I assured Otoo that, if they got their fleet ready in time, I would sail with them down to Iamia. After this I heard no more of it. They probably had taken it into consideration, and concluded themselves safer without me, well knowing it would be in my power to give the victory to whom I pleased, and that, at the best, I might thwart some favourite custom, or run away with the spoils. But be their reasons what they might, they certainly wanted us to be gone, before they undertook anything. Thus we were deprived of seeing the whole fleet equipped on this occasion, and perhaps of being spectators of a sea fight, and by that means gaining some knowledge of their manoeuvres. I never could learn what number of vessels were to go on this expedition. We knew of no more than 210, besides smaller canoes to serve as transports, etc., and the fleet of Tiarabu, the strength of which we never learned. Nor could I ever learn the number of men necessary to man this fleet, and whenever I asked the question, the answer was waru 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 te tata, that is, many, many, many men, as if the number far exceeded their arithmetic. If we allow 40 men to each war canoe, and 4 to each of the others, which is thought a moderate computation, the number will amount to 9,000. An astonishing number to be raised in 4 districts, and one of them, viz. Batavia, did not equip a 4th part of its fleet. The fleet of Tiarabu is not included in this account, and many other districts might be arming, which we knew nothing of. I however believe that the whole isle did not arm on this occasion, for we saw not the least preparations making in Oparee. From what we saw and could learn, I am clearly of opinion that the chief or chiefs of each district superintended the equipping of the fleet belonging to that district, but after they are equipped they must pass in review before the king, and be approved of by him. By this means he knows the state of the whole, before they assemble to go on service. It hath been already observed that the number of war canoes belonging to Atahuru and Oapata was 160, to Tadaba 40, and to Matavia 10, and that this district did not equip 1/4 part of their number. If we suppose every district in the island, of which there are 43, to raise and equip the same number of war canoes as Tetaha, we shall find by this estimate that the whole island can raise and equip 1,720 war canoes and 68,000 able men, allowing 40 men to each canoe. And as these cannot amount to above 1/3 part of the number of both sexes, children included, the whole island cannot contain less than 204,000 inhabitants, a number which at first sight exceeded my belief. But when I came to reflect on the vast swarms which appeared wherever we came, I was convinced that estimate was not much, if at all, too great. There cannot be a greater proof of the riches and fertility of Otaheite, not 40 leagues in circuit, than its supporting such a number of inhabitants. This island made formerly but one kingdom. How long it has been divided into two I cannot pretend to say, but I believe not long. The kings of Tiarabu are a branch of the family of those of Oporionu. At present the two are nearly related, and I think the former is in some measure dependent on the latter. Otu is styled Iri de Hie of the whole island, and we have been told that Wahitua, the king of Tiarabu, must uncover before him, in the same manner as the meanest of his subjects. This homage is due to Otu as Iri de Hie of the island, to Tarivatu his brother, and his second sister, to the one as heir and to the other as heir apparent. His oldest sister being married is not entitled to this homage. The Iowas and Wanos we have sometimes seen covered before the king, but whether by courtesy or by virtue of their office we never could learn. These men, who are the principal persons about the king, and form his court, are generally, if not always, his relations. T, whom I have so often mentioned, was one of them. We have been told that the Iowas, who have the first rank, attend in their turns a certain number each day, which occasioned us to call them lords in waiting, but whether this was really so I cannot say. We seldom found T absent. Indeed, his attendance was necessary, as being best able to negotiate matters between us and them, on which service he was always employed, and he executed it, I have reason to believe, to the satisfaction of both parties. It is to be regretted that we know little more of this government than the general outline, for of its subdivisions, classes, or orders of the constituent parts, how disposed or in what manner connected, so as to form one body politic, we know but little. We are sure, however, that it is of the feudal sort, and if we may judge from what we have seen, it has sufficient stability, and is by no means badly constructed. The Iowas and Wanos always eat with the king. Indeed, I do not know if any one is excluded from this privilege but the Tutus. For as to the women, they are out of the question, as they never eat with the men, let their rank be ever so much elevated. Notwithstanding this kind of kingly establishment, there was very little about Otu's person or court, by which a stranger could distinguish the king from the subject. I seldom saw him dressed in anything but a common piece of cloth wrapped round his loins, so that he seemed to avoid all the necessary pomp, and even to demean himself more than any other of the Eries. I have seen him work at a paddle in coming to and going from the ship, in common with the other paddlers, and even when some of his Tutus sat looking on. All have free access to him, and speak to him wherever they see him, without the least ceremony. Such is the easy freedom which every individual of this happy isle enjoys. I have observed that the chiefs of these isles are more beloved by the bulk of the people than feared. May we not from hence conclude that the government is mild and equitable? We have mentioned Wahiatua, or Tiarabu, is related to Otu. The same may be said of the chiefs of Iamia, Tapamanu, Wahine, Olitea, Otaha, and Bola Bola, for they are all related to the royal family of Otaheite. It is a maxim with the Eries, and others of superior rank, never to intermarry with the Tutus, or others of inferior rank. Probably this custom is one great inducement to the establishing of the societies called Iri-Oes. It is certain that these societies greatly prevent the increase of the superior classes of people of which they are composed, and do not at all interfere with the inferiors or Tutus. For I never heard of one of these being an Iri-Oi. nor did I ever hear that a tutu could rise in life above the rank in which he was born. I have occasionally mentioned the extraordinary fondness the people of Otaheite showed for red feathers. These they called ura, and they are as valuable here as jewels are in Europe, especially those which they call uravine, and grow on the head of the green paroquet. Indeed, all red feathers are esteemed, but none equally with these, and they are such good judges as to know very well how to distinguish one sort from another. Many of our people attempted to deceive them by dyeing other feathers, but I never heard that any one succeeded. These feathers they make up in little bunches, consisting of 8 or 10, and fix them to the end of a small cord, about 3 or 4 inches long, which is made of the strong outside fibres of the cocoanut, twisted so hard that it is like a wire, and serves as a handle to the bunch. Thus prepared, they are used as symbols of the Iatuas, or divinities, in all their religious ceremonies. I have often seen them hold one of these bunches, and sometimes only 2 or 3 feathers, between the forefinger and thumb, and say a prayer, not one word of which I could ever understand. Whoever comes to this island will do well to provide himself with red feathers, the finest and smallest that are to be got. He must also have a good stock of axes and hatchets, spike nails, files, knives, looking glasses, beads, etc. Sheets and shirts are much sought after, especially by the ladies, as many of our gentlemen found by experience. The 2 goats which Captain Furneaux gave to Otoo when we were last here, seemed to promise fair for answering the end for which they were put on shore. The ewe soon after had 2 female kids, which were now so far grown as to be nearly ready to propagate, and the old ewe was again with kid. The people seemed to be very fond of them, and they too liked their situation as well, for they were in excellent condition. From this circumstance we may hope that, in a few years, they will have some to spare to their neighbours, and by that means they may in time spread over all the isles in this ocean. The sheep which we left died soon after, excepting one, which we understood was yet alive. We have also furnished them with a stock of cats, no less than 20 having been given away at this isle, besides those which were left at Ulietea and Huaheine. End of chapter 13. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 14 of A Voyage Towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 14. The arrival of the ship at the island of Huaheine, with an account of an expedition into the island, and several other incidents which happened while she lay there. 1774 May. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the 15th, we anchored in the north entrance of Owara harbour, in the island of Huaheine, hoisted out the boats, warped into a proper berth, and moored with a bower and kedge anchor not quite a cable's length from the shore. While this was doing, several of the natives made us a visit, amongst whom was old Oree the chief, who brought a hog and some other articles, which he presented to me with the usual ceremony. Next morning the natives began to bring us fruit. I returned Oree's visit, and made my present to him, one article of which was red feathers. 2 or 3 of these the chief took in his right hand, holding them up between the finger and thumb, and said a prayer, as I understood, which was little noticed by any present. 2 hogs were soon after put into my boat, and he and several of his friends came on board and dined with us. After dinner Oree gave me to understand what articles would be most acceptable to him and his friends, which were chiefly axes and nails. Accordingly I gave him what he asked, and desired he would distribute them to the others, which he did, seemingly to the satisfaction of every one. A youth about 10 or 12 years of age, either his son or grandson, seemed to be the person of most note and had the greatest share. After the distribution was over, they all returned ashore. Mr Forster and his party being out in the country botanizing, his servant, a feeble man, was beset by 5 or 6 fellows, who would have stripped him, if that moment one of the party had not come to his assistance, after which they made off with a hatchet they had got from him. On the 17th I went ashore to look for the chief, in order to complain of the outrage committed as above, but he was not in the neighbourhood. Being ashore in the afternoon, a person came and told me Oree wanted to see me. I went with the man, and was conducted to a large house, where the chief and several other persons of note were assembled in council, as well as I could understand. After I was seated, and some conversation had passed among them, Oree made a speech and was answered by another. I understood no more of either than just to know it regarded the robbery committed the day before. The chief then began to assure me that neither he, nor any one present, which were the principal chiefs in the neighbourhood, had any hand in it, and desired me to kill with the guns all those which had. I assured him that I was satisfied that neither he nor those present were at all concerned in the affair, and that I should do with the fellows as he desired, or any others who were guilty of the like crimes. Having asked where the fellows were, and desired they would bring them to me, that I might do with them as he had said, his answer was they were gone to the mountains, and he could not get them. Whether this was the case or not, I will not pretend to say. I knew fair means would never make them deliver them up, and I had no intention to try others. So the affair dropped, and the council broke up. In the evening some of the gentlemen went to a dramatic entertainment. The piece represented a girl as running away with us from Otaheite, which was in some degree true, as a young woman had taken a passage with us down to Ulietea, and happened now to be present at the representation of her own adventures, which had such an effect upon her, that it was with great difficulty our gentlemen could prevail upon her to see the play out, or to refrain from tears while it was acting. The piece concluded with the reception she was supposed to meet with from her friends at her return, which was not a very favourable one. These people can add little extempore pieces to their entertainments, when they see occasion. Is it not then reasonable to suppose that it was intended as a satire against this girl, and to discourage others from following her steps? In the morning of the 18th Oree came on board with a present of fruit, stayed dinner, and in the afternoon desired to see some great guns fired, shotted, which I complied with. The reason of his making this request was his hearing from Oedidee and our Otaheitean passengers that we had so done at their island. The chief would have had us fire at the hills, but I did not approve of that, lest the shot should fall short and do some mischief. Besides, the effect was better seen in the water. Some of the petty officers, who had leave to go into the country for their amusement, took 2 of the natives with them to be their guides, and to carry their bags containing nails, hatchets, etc., the current cash we traded with here, which the fellows made off with in the following artful manner. The gentlemen had with them 2 muskets for shooting birds. After a shower of rain, their guides pointed out some for them to shoot, one of the muskets having missed fire several times, and the other having gone off. The instant the fellows saw themselves secure from both, they ran away, leaving the gentlemen gazing after them with so much surprise that no one had presence of mind to pursue them. The 19th, showery morning, fair afternoon, nothing happened worthy of note. Early in the morning of the 20th, 3 of the officers set out on a shooting party, rather contrary to my inclination, as I found the natives, at least some of them, were continually watching every opportunity to rob straggling parties, and were daily growing more daring. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon I got intelligence that they were seized and stripped of everything they had about them. Upon this I immediately went on shore with the boat's crew, accompanied by Mr. Forster, and took possession of a large house with all its effects, and 2 chiefs whom I found in it, but this we did in such a manner that they hardly knew what we were about, being unwilling to alarm the neighbourhood. In this situation I remained till I heard the officers had got back safe, and had all their things restored to them. Then I quitted the house, and presently after everything in it was carried off. When I got on board I was informed of the whole affair by the officers themselves. Some little insult on their part induced the natives to seize their guns, on which a scuffle ensued, some chiefs interfered, took the officers out of the crowd, and caused everything which had been taken from them to be restored. This was at a place where we had before been told that a set of fellows had formed themselves into a gang, with a resolution to rob every one who should go that way. It would seem from what followed that the chief could not prevent this, or put a stop to these repeated outrages. I did not see him this evening, as he was not come into the neighbourhood when I went on board, but for I learned from Oedidee that he came soon after, and was so concerned at what had happened that he wept. Daylight no sooner broke upon us on the 21st than we saw upwards of 60 canoes under sail going out of the harbour, and steering over Ulietea. Upon our inquiring the reason, we were told that the people in them were Earee-Oise, and were going to visit their brethren in the neighbouring isles. One might almost compare these men to Freemasons. They tell us they assist each other when need requires. They seem to have customs among them which they either will not or cannot explain. Oedidee told us he was one, Tupia was one, and yet I have not been able to get any tolerable idea of this set of men from either of them. Oedidee denies that the children they have by their mistresses are put to death, as we understand from Tupia and others. I have had some conversation with Omai on this subject, and find that he confirms everything that is said upon it in the narrative of my former voyage. Oedidee, who generally slept on shore, came off with a message from Oree, desiring that I would land with 22 men, to go with him to chastise the robbers. The messenger brought with him, by way of assisting his memory, 22 pieces of leaves, a method customary amongst them. On my receiving this extraordinary message, I went to the chief for better information, and all I could learn of him was, that these fellows were a sort of banditti, who had formed themselves into a body, with the resolution of seizing and robbing our people wherever they found them, and were now armed for that purpose, for which reason he wanted me to go along with him to chastise them. I told him, if I went, they would fly to the mountains, but he said they were resolved to fight us, and therefore desired I would destroy both them and their house, but begged I would spare those in the neighbourhood, as also the canoes and the Winoa. By way of securing these, he presented me with a pig, as a peace offering for the Winoa. It was too small to be meant for anything but a ceremony of this kind. This sensible old chief could see, what perhaps none of the others ever thought of, that everything in the neighbourhood was at our mercy, and therefore took care to secure them by this method, which I supposed to be of weight with them. When I returned on board, I considered of the chief's request, which upon the whole appeared an extraordinary one. I, however, resolved to go, lest these fellows should be, by our refusal, encouraged to commit greater acts of violence, and, as their proceeding would soon reach Ulietea, where I intended to go next, the people there might be induced to treat us in the same manner or worse, they being more numerous. Accordingly I landed with 48 men, including officers, Mr. Forster and some other of the gentlemen. The chief joined us with a few people, and we began to march in search of the banditti in good order. As we proceeded, the chief's party increased like a snowball. Oedidee, who was with us, began to be alarmed, observing that many of the people in our company were of the very party we were going against, and at last telling us that they were only leading us to some place where they could attack us to advantage. Whether there was any truth in this, or it was only Oedidee's fears, I will not pretend to say. He, however, was the only person we could confide in, and we regulated our motions according to the information he had given us. After marching some miles, we got intelligence that the men we were going after had fled to the mountains, but I think this was not till I had declared to the chief I would proceed no farther, for we were then about crossing a deep valley, bounded on each side by steep rocks, where a few men with stones only might have made our retreat difficult, if their intentions were what Oedidee had suggested, and which he still persisted in. Having come to a resolution to return, we marched back in the same order as we went, and saw in several places people who had been following us, coming down from the sides of the hills with their arms in their hands, which they instantly quitted and hid in the bushes, when they saw they were discovered by us. This seemed to prove that there must have been some foundation for what Oedidee had said, but I cannot believe that the chief had any such design, whatever the people might have. In our return we halted at a convenient place to refresh ourselves. I ordered the people to bring us some cocoa-nuts, which they did immediately. Indeed, by this time, I believe many of them wished us on board out of the way, for although no one step was taken that could give them the least alarm, they certainly were in terror. Two chiefs brought each of them a pig, a dog, and some young plantain trees, the usual peace offerings, and with due ceremony presented them singly to us. Another brought a very large hog, with which he followed us to the ship. After this we continued our course to the landing place, where I caused several volleys to be fired, to convince the natives that we could support a continual fire. This being done, we all embarked and went on board, and soon after the chief following, brought with him a quantity of fruit, and sat down with us to dinner. We had scarce dined before more fruit was brought us by others, and 2 hogs, so that we were likely to make more by this little excursion than by all the presents we had made them. It certainly gave them some alarm to see so strong a party of men march into their country, and probably gave them a better opinion of fire-arms than they had before. For I believe they had but an indifferent, or rather contemptible, idea of muskets in general, having never seen any fired but at birds, etc., by such of our people as used to straggle about the country, the most of them but indifferent marksmen, losing generally 2 shots out of 3, their pieces often missing fire, and being slow in charging. Of this they had taken great notice, and concluded, as well they might, that fire-arms were not so terrible things as they had been taught to believe. When the chiefs took leave in the evening, they promised to bring us next day a very large supply of provisions. In the article of fruit they were as good as their word, but of hogs which we most wanted, they brought far less than we expected. Going ashore in the afternoon, I found the chief just sitting down to dinner. I cannot say what was the occasion of his dining so late. As soon as he was seated, several people began chewing the pepper root, about a pint of the juice of which, without any mixture, was the first dish, and was dispatched in a moment. A cup of it was presented to me, but the manner of brewing it was at this time sufficient. Oedidee was not so nice, but took what I refused. After this the chief washed his mouth with coconut water. Then he ate of repe, plantain, and mahi, of each not a little, and lastly finished his repast by eating, or rather drinking, about 3 pints of popoye, which is made of breadfruit, plantains, mahi, etc., beat together and diluted with water, till it is of the consistence of a custard. This was at the outside of his house in the open air, for at this time a play was acting within, as was done almost every day in the neighbourhood, but they were such poor performances that I never attended. I observed that, after the juice had been squeezed out of the chewed pepper root for the chief, the fibres were carefully picked up and taken away by one of his servants. On my asking what he intended to do with it, I was told he would put water to it and strain it again. Thus he would make what I will call small beer. The 23rd wind easterly, as it had been ever since we left Otaheite. Early in the morning we unmoored, and at 8 weighed and put to sea. The good old chief was the last man who went out of the ship. At parting, I told him we should see each other no more, at which he wept and said, "Let your sons come, we will treat them well." Oree is a good man, in the utmost sense of the word, but many of the people are far from being of that disposition, and seem to take advantage of his old age. Terra, his grandson and heir, being yet but a youth. The gentle treatment the people of this isle ever met with from me, and the careless and imprudent manner in which many of our people had rambled about in the country, from a vain opinion that firearms rendered them invincible, encouraged many at Huaheine to commit acts of violence, which no man at Otaheite ever durst attempt. During our stay here we got breadfruit, coconuts, etc., more than we could well consume, but not hogs enough by far to supply our daily expense, and yet it did not appear that they were scarce in the isle. It must be allowed, however, that the number we took away, when last here, must have thinned them greatly, and at the same time stocked the isle with our articles. Besides, we now wanted a proper assortment of trade, which we had being nearly exhausted, and the few remaining red feathers being here but of little value, when compared to the estimation they stand in at Otaheite. This obliged me to set the smiths to work, to make different sorts of iron tools, nails, etc., in order to enable me to procure refreshments at the other isles, and to support my credit and influence among the natives. End of Book 2, Chapter 14. Recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. Book 2, Chapter 15 of A Voyage Towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by David Cole. Chapter 15. Arrival at Ulietea, with an account of the reception we met with there, and the several incidents which happened during our stay. A report of 2 ships being at Huaheine, preparations to leave the island, and the regret the inhabitants showed on the occasion. The character of Oedidee, with some general observations on the islands. 1774 May. As soon as we were clear of the harbour we made sail and stood over for the south end of Ulietea. Oree took the opportunity to send a man with a message to Opoony. Being little wind all the latter part of the day, it was dark before we reached the west side of the isle, where we spent the night. The same light variable wind continued till 10 o'clock next morning, when the trade wind at east prevailed, and we ventured to ply up to the harbour, first sending a boat to lie in anchorage in the entrance. After making a few trips we got before the channel, and with all our sails set, and the headway the ship had acquired, shut her in as far as she would go, then dropped the anchor and took in the sails. This is the method of getting into most of the harbours which are on the lee side of these isles, for the channels in general are too narrow to ply in. We were now anchored between the 2 points of the reef which form the entrance, each not more than 2/3 the length of a cable from us, and on which the sea broke with such height and violence as to people less acquainted with the place would have been terrible. Having all our boats out with anchors and warps in them, which were presently run out, the ship warped into safety, where we dropped anchor for the night. While this work was going forward, my old friend Oree the chief and several more came to see us. The chief came not empty. Next day we warped the ship into a proper berth, and moored her, so as to command all the shores around us. In the meantime a party of us went ashore to pay the chief a visit, and to make the customary present. At our first entering his house, we were met by 4 or 5 old women, weeping and lamenting, as it were, most bitterly, and at the same time cutting their heads, with instruments made of sharks' teeth, till the blood ran plentifully down their faces and on their shoulders. What was still worse, we were obliged to submit to the embraces of these old hags, and by that means were all besmeared with blood. This ceremony, for it was merely such, being over, they went out, washed themselves, and immediately after appeared as cheerful as any of the company. Having made some little stay, and given my present to the chief and his friends, he put a hog and some fruit into my boat, and came on board with us to dinner. In the afternoon we had a vast number of people in canoes about us, from different parts of the island. They all took up their quarters in our neighbourhood, where they remained feasting for some days. We understood that most of them were Erie-Oyes. The 26th afforded nothing remarkable, excepting that Mr. Forster, in his botanical excursions, saw a burying place for dogs, which they called Marai no te Uri, but I think we ought not to look upon this as one of their customs, because few dogs die a natural death, being generally, if not always, killed and eaten, or else given as an offering to the gods. Probably this might be a marais, or altar, where this sort of offering was made, or it might have been the whim of some person to have buried his favourite dog in this manner. But be it as it will, I cannot think it is a general custom in the nation, and for my own part I neither saw nor heard of any such thing before. Early in the morning of the 27th, Oree, his wife, son, daughter, and several more of his friends made us a visit, and brought with them a good quantity of all manner of refreshments, little having as yet been got from anybody else. They stayed dinner, after which a party of us accompanied them on shore, where we were entertained with a play called Midijij Harami, which signifies the child is coming. It concluded with the representation of a woman in labour, acted by a set of great brawny fellows, one of whom at last brought forth a strapping boy about 6 feet high, which ran about the stage, dragging after him a large wisp of straw, which hung by a string from his middle. I had an opportunity of seeing this acted another time, when I observed that the moment they had got hold of the fellow who represented the child, they flattened or pressed his nose. From this I judged that they do so by their children when born, which may be the reason why all in general have flat noses. This part of the play, from its newness, and the ludicrous manner in which it was performed, gave us, the first time we saw it, some entertainment, and caused a loud laugh, which may be the reason why they acted it so often afterwards. But this, like all their other pieces, could entertain us no more than once, especially as we could gather little from them, for want of knowing more of their language. The 28th was spent by me in much the same manner as the preceding day, viz. In entertaining my friends, and being entertained by them, Mr. Forster and his party in the country botanizing. Next morning we found several articles had been stolen out of our boats lying at the buoy, about 60 or 70 yards from the ship. As soon as I was informed of it, I went to the chief to acquaint him therewith. I found that he not only knew they were stolen, but by whom and where they were, and he went immediately with me in my boat in pursuit of them. After proceeding a good way along shore, towards the south end of the island, the chief ordered us to land near some houses, where we did not wait long before all the articles were brought to us, except the pinnace's iron tiller, which I was told was still further off. But when I wanted to go after it, I found the chief unwilling to proceed, and he actually gave me the slip, and retired into the country. Without him I knew I could do nothing. The people began to be alarmed when they saw I was for going farther, by which I concluded that the tiller was out of their reach also. I therefore sent one of them to the chief to desire him to return. He returned accordingly when we sat down and had some victuals set before us, thinking perhaps that, as I had not breakfasted, I must be hungry, and not in a good humour. Thus I was amused till 2 hogs were produced, which they entreated me to accept. This I did, and then their fears vanished, and I thought myself not ill off, in having gotten 2 good hogs for a thing which seemed to be quite out of my reach. Matters being thus settled, we returned on board, and had the company of the chief and his son to dinner. After that we all went ashore, where a play was acted for the entertainment of such as would spend their time in looking at it. Besides these plays, which the chief caused frequently to be acted, there was a set of strolling players in the neighbourhood, who performed every day. But their pieces seemed to be so much alike, that we soon grew tired of them, especially as we could not collect any interesting circumstances from them. We, our ship, and our country, were frequently brought on the stage, but on what account I know not. It can hardly be doubted that this was designed as a compliment to us, and probably not acted but when some of us were present. I generally appeared at Oree's theatre towards the close of the play, and twice at the other, in order to give my mite to the actors. The only actress at Oree's theatre was his daughter, a pretty brown girl, at whose shrine on these occasions many offerings were made by her numerous votaries. This, I believe, was one great inducement to her father's giving us these entertainments so often. Early in the morning on the 30th I set out with the 2 boats, accompanied by the 2 Mr. Forsters, Oedidee, the chief, his wife, son, and daughter, for an estate which Oedidee called his, situated at the north end of the island. There I was promised to have hogs and fruit in abundance, but when we came there, we found that poor Oedidee could not command one single thing, whatever right he might have to the Wen-oon-a, which was now in possession of his brother, who, soon after we landed, presented to me, with the usual ceremony, 2 pigs. I made him a very handsome present in return, and Oedidee gave him everything he had left of what he had collected during the time he was with us. After this ceremony was over, I ordered one of the pigs to be killed and dressed for dinner, and attended myself to the whole operation, which was as follows. They first strangled the hog, which was done by 3 men. The hog being placed on his back, 2 of them laid a pretty strong stick across his throat, and pressed with all their might on each end. The 3rd man held his hind legs, kept him on his back, and plugged up his fundament with grass, I suppose to prevent any air from passing or repassing that way. In this manner they held him for about 10 minutes before he was quite dead. In the mean time, some hands were employed in making a fire to heat the oven which was close by. As soon as the hog was quite dead, they laid him on the fire and burnt or singed the hair, so that it came off with almost the same ease as if it had been scalded. As the hair was got off one part, another was applied to the fire till they had got off the whole, yet not so clean but that another operation was necessary, which was to carry it to the seaside and there give it a good scrubbing with sandy stones and sand. This brought off all the scurf, etc., which the fire had left on. After well washing off the sand and dirt, the carcass was brought again to the former place, and laid on clean green leaves, in order to be opened. They first ripped up the skin of the belly, and took out the fat or lard from between the skin and the flesh, which they laid on a large green leaf. The belly was then ripped open and the entrails taken out, and carried them away in a basket, so that I know not what became of them, but am certain they were not thrown away. The blood was next taken out and put into a large leaf, and then the lard, which was put to the other fat. The hog was now washed clean, both inside and out, with fresh water, and several hot stones put into his belly, which were shaken in under the breast, and green leaves crammed in upon them. By this time the oven was sufficiently heated. What fire remained was taken away, together with some of the hot stones. The rest made a kind of pavement in the bottom of the hole or oven, and were covered with leaves, on which the hog was placed on his belly. The lard and fat, after being washed with water, were put into a vessel, made just then of the green bark of the plantain tree, together with 2 or 3 hot stoves, and placed on one side the hog. A hot stone was put to the blood, which was tied up in the leaf and put into the oven, as also breadfruit and plantains. Then the whole was covered with green leaves, on which were laid the remainder of the hot stones. Over them were leaves. Then any sort of rubbish they could lay their hands on, finishing the operation by well covering the whole with earth. While the victuals were breaking, a table was spread with green leaves on the floor, at one end of a large boar-house. At the close of 2 hours and 10 minutes, the oven was opened and all the victuals taken out. Those of the natives who dined with us sat down by themselves at one end of the table, and we at the other. The hog was placed before us, and the fat and blood before them, on which they chiefly dined, and said it was mamity, very good victuals, and we not only said but thought the same of the pork. The hog weighed about 50 pounds. Some parts about the ribs I thought rather overdone, but the more fleshy parts were excellent. And the skin, which by the way of our dressing can hardly be eaten, had by this method a taste and flavour superior to anything I ever met with of the kind. I have now only to add, that during the whole of the various operations they exhibited a cleanliness well worthy of imitation. I had been the more particular in this account, because I do not remember that any of us had seen the whole process before, nor is it well described in the narrative of my former voyage. While dinner was preparing, I took a view of this Wenua of Oedidi. It was a small but a pleasant spot, and the houses were so disposed as to form a very pretty village, which is very rarely the case at these isles. Soon after we had dined we set out for the ship with the other pig and a few races of plantains, which proved to be the sum total of our great expectations. In our return to the ship we put ashore at a place where, in the corner of a house, we saw 4 wooden images, each 2 feet long, standing on a shelf, having a piece of cloth round their middle, and a kind of turban on their heads, in which were stuck long feathers of cocks. A person in the house told us they were Iatua Note Tautu, gods of the servants or slaves. I doubt if this be sufficient to conclude that they pay them divine worship, and that the servants or slaves are not allowed the same gods as men of more elevated rank. I never heard that Tupia made any such distinction, or that they worshipped any visible thing whatever. Besides, these were the first wooden gods we had seen in any of the isles, and all the authority we had for their being such was the bare word of perhaps a superstitious person, and whom, too, we were liable to misunderstand. It must be allowed that the people of this isle are in general more superstitious than at Otaheite. At the first visit I made to the chief after our arrival, he desired I would not suffer any of my people to shoot herons and woodpeckers, birds as sacred with them as robin redbreasts, swallows, etc., are with many old women in England. Tupia, who was a priest and well acquainted with their religion, customs, traditions, etc., paid little or no regard to these birds. I mention this because some amongst us were of opinion that these birds are their Iatuas or gods. We indeed fell into this opinion when I was here in 1769, and into some others still more absurd, which we had undoubtedly adopted, if Tupia had not undeceived us. A man of his knowledge and understanding we have not since met with, and consequently have had nothing to his account of their religion, but superstitious notions. On the 31st the people, knowing that we should sail soon, began to bring more fruit on board than usual. Among those who came was a young man who measured 6 feet 4 inches and 6/10, and his sister, younger than him, measured 5 feet 10 inches and a half. 1774 June. A brisk trade for hogs and fruit continued on the 1st of June. On the 2nd in the afternoon we got intelligence that 3 days before 2 ships had arrived at Huaheine. The same report said the one was commanded by Mr. Banks and the other by Captain Furneaux. The man who brought the account said he was made drunk on board one of them, and described the persons of Mr. Banks and Captain Furneaux so well, that I had not the least doubt of the truth, and began to consider about sending a boat over that very evening, with orders to Captain Furneaux, when a man, a friend of Mr. Forster, happened to come on board, and denied the whole, saying that it was Waware, a lie. The man from whom we had the intelligence was now gone, so that we could not confront them, and there were none else present who knew anything about it but by report, so that I laid aside sending over a boat till I should be better informed. This evening we entertained the people with fireworks on one of the little isles near the entrance of the harbour. I had fixed on the next day for sailing, but the intelligence from Huaheine put a stop to it. The chief had promised to bring the man on board who first brought the account, but he was either not to be found or would not appear. In the morning the people were divided in their opinions, but in the afternoon all said it was a false report. I had sent Mr. Clark in the morning to the farthest part of the island to make inquiries there. He returned without learning anything satisfactory. In short, the report appeared now too ill-founded to authorize me to send a boat over, or to wait any longer here, and therefore early in the morning of the 4th I got everything in readiness to sail. Oree the chief, and his whole family, came on board to take their last farewell, accompanied by Ooroo, the Erie Dihi, and Boba, the Erie of Otaha, and several of their friends. None of them came empty, but Ooroo brought a pretty large present, this being his first and only visit. I distributed amongst them almost everything I had left. The very hospitable manner in which I had ever been received by these people had endeared them to me, and given them a just title to everything in my power to grant. I questioned them again about the ships at Huaheine, and they all, to a man, denied that any were there. During the time these people remained on board, they were continually importuning me to return. The chief, his wife and daughter, but especially the two latter, scarcely ever ceased weeping. I will not pretend to say whether it was real or feigned grief they showed on this occasion. Perhaps there was a mixture of both, but were I to abide by my own opinion only, I should believe it was real. At last, when we were about to weigh, they took a most affectionate leave. Oree's last request was for me to return, when he saw he could not obtain that promise. He asked the name of my marae, burying ground. As strange a question as this was, I hesitated not a moment to tell him Stepney, the parish in which I live when in London. I was made to repeat it several times over till they could pronounce it. Then Stepney Marae no Tuti was echoed through 100 mouths at once. I afterwards found the same question had been put to Mr. Forster by a man on shore, but he gave a different, and indeed more proper answer, by saying no man who used the sea could say where he should be buried. It is the custom at these isles for all the great families to have burial places of their own, where their remains are interred. These go with the estate to the next heir. The marae at Oparee in Otaheite, where Tutuha swayed the sceptre, was called Marae no Tutaha, but now it is called Marae no Otu. What greater proof could we have of these people esteeming us as friends, than their wishing to remember us, even beyond the period of our lives? They had been repeatedly told that we should see them no more. They then wanted to know where we were to mingle with our parent dust. As I could not promise or even suppose that more English ships would be sent to these isles, our faithful companion Oedidee chose to remain in his native country. But he left us with a regret fully demonstrative of the esteem he bore to us. Nor could anything but the fear of never returning have torn him from us. When the chief teased me so much about returning, I sometimes gave such answers as left them hopes. Oedidee would instantly catch at this, take me on one side, and ask me over again. In short, I have not words to describe the anguish which appeared in this young man's breast when he went away. He looked up at the ship, burst into tears, and then sunk down into the canoe. The maxim that a prophet has no honour in his own country was never more fully verified than in this youth. At Otaheite he might have had anything that was in their power to bestow, whereas here he was not in the least noticed. He was a youth of good parts, and, like most of his countrymen, of a docile, gentle, and humane disposition, but in a manner wholly ignorant of their religion, government, manners, customs, and traditions. Consequently, no material knowledge could have been gathered from him, had I brought him away. Indeed, he would have been a better specimen of the nation, in every respect, than Omai. Just as Oedidee was going out of the ship, he asked me to tattoo some paru for him, in order to show the commanders of any other ships which might stop here. I complied with his request, gave him a certificate of the time he had been with us, and recommended him to the notice of those who might afterwards touch at the island. We did not get clear of our friends till 11 o'clock, when we weighed and put to sea. But Oedidee did not leave us till we were almost out of the harbour. He stayed in order to fire some guns, for it being his Majesty's birthday, we fired the salute at going away. When I first came to these islands, I had some thought of visiting Tupia's famous Bola Bola. But as I had now got on board a plentiful supply of all manner of refreshments, and the route I had in view allowing me no time to spare, I laid this design aside, and directed my course to the west, taking our final leave of these happy isles, on which benevolent nature has spread her luxuriant sweets with a lavish hand. The natives, copying the bounty of nature, are equally liberal, contributing plentifully and cheerfully to the wants of navigators. During the 6 weeks we had remained at them, we had fresh pork, and all the fruits which were in season, in the utmost profusion, besides fish at Otaheite and fowls at the other isles. All these articles we got in exchange for axes, hatchets, nails, chisels, cloth, red feathers, beads, knives, scissors, looking glasses, etc., articles which will ever be valuable here. I ought not to omit shirts as a very capital article in making presents, especially with those who have any connection with the fair sex. A shirt here is full as necessary as a piece of gold in England. The ladies at Otaheite, after they had pretty well stripped their lovers of shirts, found a method of clothing themselves with their own cloth. It was their custom to go on shore every morning, and to return on board in the evening, generally clad in rags. This furnished a pretence to importune the lover for better clothes, and when he had no more of his own, he was to dress them in new cloth of the country, which they always left ashore, and appearing again in rags, they must again be clothed, so that the same suit might pass through 20 different hands, and be as often sold, bought, and given away. Before I finish this account of these islands, it is necessary to mention all I know concerning the government of Ulietea and Otaha. Oree, so often mentioned, is a native of Bola Bola, but is possessed of Winuas, or lands at Ulietea, which I suppose he, as well as many of his countrymen, got at the conquest. He resides here as Opoony's lieutenant, seeming to be vested with regal authority, and to be the supreme magistrate in the island. Uuru, who is the Erie by hereditary right, seems to have little more left him than the bare title, and his own Wenua, or district, in which I think he is sovereign. I have always seen Oree pay him the respect due to his rank, and he was pleased when he saw me distinguish him from others. Otaha, so far as I can find, is upon the very same footing. Boba and Ota are the two chiefs. The latter I have not seen. Boba is a stout, well-made young man, and we were told is, after Opoony's death, to marry his daughter, by which marriage he will be vested with the same regal authority as Opoony has now. So that it would seem, though a woman may be vested with regal dignity, she cannot have regal power. I cannot find that Opoony has got anything to himself by the conquest of these isles, any farther than providing for his nobles, who have seized on best part of the lands. He seems to have no demand on them for any of the many articles they have had from us. Oedidee has several times enumerated to me all the axes, nails, etc., which Opoony is possessed of, which hardly amount to as many as he had from me when I saw him in 1769. Old as this famous man is, he seems not to spend his last days in indolence. When we first arrived here, he was at Morana. Soon after he returned to Bola Bola, and, we were now told, he is gone to Tubi. I shall conclude this account of these islands with some observations on the watch, which Mr. Wales hath communicated to me. At our arrival at Matavai Bay in Otaheite, the longitude pointed out by the watch was 2 degrees 8 minutes 38½ seconds too far to the west. That is, it had gained, since our leaving Queen Charlotte Sound, of its then rate of going, 8 minutes 34½ seconds. This was in about 5 months or rather more, during which time it had passed through the extremes of cold and heat. It was judged that half this error arose after we left Easter Island, by which it appeared that it went better in the cold than in the hot climates. End of Book 2, Chapter 15, recording by David Cole, Medway, Massachusetts. End of A Voyage towards the South Pole and Round the World, Volume 1, by James Cook.